The FIA will be bringing a new technical directive to the Singapore Grand Prix. The new technical directive is not entirely new. A similar technical directive was also in force in 2021 until the end of 2022. In 2023 though, the technical directive, which was more or less a solution to a temporary problem, was included in the set regulations. Since this year, the flexibility allowed is more precisely defined in the regulations. But now it is necessary to reintroduce the technical directive to close down on loopholes that teams have found throughout the year, especially through certain interpretations of the text in the rules, as Formula 1 teams always do. Goss has said, but over the season, we felt that there has been a little bit too much creep in the design details of aerodynamic concepts and components. The FIA has been paying explicit attention to 4 main issues. The first indicates movement. Up, down, front, rear, left, and right of the wings relative to component that it is connected to. The second is more or less the same, but says that the wings are also not allowed to rotate relative to other components. Thirdly, elastic components are also not allowed, materials that can move under certain pressure and then easily bend back to their original shape. Finally though, components with a soft and bendable edge on the back are also prohibited. This material could prevent cracking due to deflection. So a lot of loopholes closed now in the regulations by the FIA, just trying to crack down on any little loopholes that teams are able to find and where they're able to just eke out any little bit of performance. Maybe this is Red Bull, maybe this is some of the other teams. We don't necessarily know who this is aimed at, or maybe this is just general loopholes being changed by the FIA, things that they've maybe done research and found that they're just closing it down to make sure that there is fairer racing going forward into the future. And hopefully this does maybe cause a bit of an upset in the Singapore Grand Prix and we see other teams being a little bit closer to each other. Maybe Red Bull falls back a little bit due to these regulations coming in. We will have to wait and see. Let us know what you think in the comment section. Hello and welcome to Forever Motorsports for another daily news video here in another race week. Very exciting once again to be in a race week, and nonetheless it is the Singapore Grand Prix race week, a very exciting one coming up this weekend. Yeah, looking forward to it. Let's though get into our first article here. Helmut Marko has finally come out and apologized for his offensive remarks about Sergio Perez. The Red Bull consultant, Helmut Marko, has apologized for blaming Mexican driver Sergio Perez's fluctuation in form on his cultural heritage. The 80-year-old Austrian, who is an advisor to the dominant Formula 1 team, issued a formal statement on Friday via the Service TV website. I would like to apologize for my offensive remark and want to make it absolutely clear that I do not believe that we can generalize about the people from any country, any race, and any ethnicity, Marko said. I was trying to make a point that Sergio Perez has fluctuated in his performance this year, but it was wrong to attribute this to his cultural heritage, Marko added. Marko, a former racer and close friend of the late Red Bull owner Dietrich Mateschitz, had made his remarks on the energy drinks company's television station following last weekend's Italian Grand Prix at Monza, wrongly describing Sergio Perez as South American. We know that he has problems in qualifying, he has fluctuations in form. He is South American and he is just not as completely focused in his head as Max Verstappen is or Sebastian Vettel. These are the comments that landed him in that hot water. And yeah, it is not the first time that Marko has referred to Perez as being from South America. The Mexican, though, comes from Guadalajara, which is geographically in North America. An earlier attempt by Marko to clarify his comments only dug him in deeper. Yeah, certainly not going too well for the Austrian of Helmut Marko there. With the Austrian news website OE24 reporting Marko as saying it wasn't meant that way. I meant that a Mexican has a different mentality than a German or a Dutchman, but who knows, maybe it is controlled. Yeah, and as I said, that landed him even hotter water. While Marko attends races in Red Bull racing uniform, he reports to the energy drink company and is not an employee of the British-based Formula 1 champions, who had no media comment. Nevertheless, Marko's ill-advised comments have sparked an online backlash among fans and made headlines in Mexico. This cannot keep happening to Sergio Perez, declared motorsport website The Race on Friday. He deserves better than to have to grin and bear derogatory comments from a senior figure in Red Bull's Formula One organization. The way Helmut Marko talks about him needs to stop. I certainly agree with this. Yeah, a lot of people having a lot of backlash over Helmut Marko's comments, and then continuing with this feed, with this comment here, the Red Bull Racing Daily feed on social media site X, formerly known as Twitter, commented or commended Marko's comments in a statement to its 35,000 followers. Such comments will not be tolerated. A racial stereotype was used to criticize his performance, which is absolutely disgraceful and inexcusable, it said. Perez joined Red Bull in 2021 with the team looking for a solid driver to support Dutch teammate Max Verstappen, who is now heading to his third world title, with Germany's Vettel having won 4 world titles for Red Bull from 2010 to 2013. The Mexican has won 6 races, 2 of them this season, and has a contract until 2024. He is second overall in the championship, but is 145 points behind his teammate Max Verstappen right now, and his future in the team is kind of unknown at this moment. Marko did compliment Perez for finishing second in Italy last weekend, a race that handed Verstappen a 10th victory in a row. He has had a very good race, overtaking 3 drivers in George Russell and the Ferraris, which was not easy, said the Austrian. Yeah, well, glad that Helmut Marko has finally come out and apologized for his derogatory comments against Sergio Perez, and glad that he has finally come out and done all of that. Moving on, though, to our next article, staying on the topic of Red Bull, though, Sebastian Vettel has been reunited with Red Bull's RB7 in their Nordschleife demonstration run. Sebastian Vettel was reunited with his 2011 title-winning Red Bull RB7 during this last weekend ahead of the annual 12-hour endurance race at the Nurburgring. The 4-time Formula One world champion took to the full 15.7-mile combined Nordschleife and Grand Prix track as part of Red Bull's Formula Nurburgring event, alongside a host of other high-profile drivers, riders, and vehicles, including David Coulthard in a 2012 RB8, which was originally set to be driven by Daniel Ricciardo. Until the Austrian was ruled out, of course, due to his broken wrist. Sebastian Vettel drove his RB7 on the run, one of 5 cars built by Red Bull for the 2011 season, and one of 4 currently in service as a running show car for Red Bull promotional events. Chassis number 1 was driven by Mark Webber at that year's Monaco Grand Prix. Just find where I was. But was not campaigned by Vettel himself, who drove chassis number 3 for the first 12 races of the season before moving to chassis number 5. Vettel said, "The sound was great. Fortunately, I still fit in the seat," Vettel said in an Instagram live video broadcast after he tested the car on Friday ahead of the event. The feel for the car came back straight away, and it was fantastic. Obviously, the cars are a little bit smaller than they are now, but they are also a lot tighter and a lot more agile. I'm very proud of that. I haven't gotten fat yet. It was a lot of fun." The car was being run on synthetic carbon-neutral fuel, previously showcased by Vettel at the 2022 British Grand Prix with a 1992 Williams FW14B that he owns, and at the Goodwood Festival of Speed this year with the Williams and a 1993 McLaren MP4-8, also from Vettel's own collection. "I feel like I'm in a time capsule. Lots of memories come back," said Vettel. "Everything fits together here today, including the fact that we now use synthetic, i.e. CO2 neutral fuels. Motorsport is my great passion, and I want to preserve the sport. Fuels can be produced synthetically and serve as a substitute. This may not be the only solution, but it is part of the solution. It is important that we all realize that we have to do something, and the best thing that you can do is not feel any difference in the car. It's just as much fun." It was Vettel's first time driving the RB7 since November 2014, when he drove the car in a demonstration run in Dubai, while his and Coulthard's lap at the Nürburgring marked the first time in a decade that modern Formula One machinery has taken to the Nordschleife, which was last used for a Grand Prix in 1976. Michael Schumacher made his final public appearance driving in a Formula 1 car in 2013 when he took a 2011 W02 out ahead of that year's 24-hour of Nurburgring. In 2007, Nick Heidfeld drove a BMW Sauber F1 06 on the track as well. Also in attendance at Formula Nurburgring was Gerhard Berger, driving a 1995 Ferrari F12 T2. Ralf Schumacher in the Williams BMW FW25 that he won in the 2003 European Grand Prix, as well as a host of other cars as well. As Yuki Tsunoda, the AlphaTauri driver, driving a Honda NSX GT3. So a very, very massive lineup of drivers and cars there this past weekend at the Red Bull Nordschleife run. I mean, I would have loved to have been there. That must have been an incredible, incredible event to have been a part of, and an incredible event to have gone and watched. Mark there saying in the comment section that Vettel needs to come back to Formula 1. I completely agree, but unfortunately, I don't think we will get him back in the sport anytime soon, unfortunately. But glad to at least have seen him in a car this last weekend, and always glad to see that smile of Sebastian Vettel's back in a Formula 1 car and back under his iconic racing helmets. Moving on though to some highlights ahead of this weekend's Singapore Grand Prix. Big Singapore upgrades are set to fire Red Bull's new plan to life. Red Bull's dominant ground effect concept might yield more success as AlphaTauri's significant upgrades for Singapore are introduced. Since the start of the 2022 season, Red Bull's concept with their RB18 and RB19 has been the clear leader, as the Milton Keynes-based team have romped win after win, and are closing in on securing both titles once again this season. While there were plenty of different approaches taken by other teams at the start of the 2022 Converge, the Converge has been a key topic as rivals have abandoned their own concepts in order to switch to Red Bull's, or at least attempt to emulate as closely as possible. AlphaTauri are one of the teams that are set for a major concept change, with Red Bull's second team, AlphaTauri, having set out with their own design philosophy for the ground effect area, but unlike their senior team, have met with precious little success. While the Red Bull romp to the titles, their second team are currently last in the Constructors Championship and have scored just 3 points in 14 weekends of racing. AlphaTauri are set for a revolution in 2024, with a name change and new sponsors coming on board, while long-time team boss Franz Tost will retire and hand over the reins to new team boss Laurent Mekies and CEO Peter Bayer. Between now and the end of the season, AlphaTauri will also have to get used to a new car concept, with Bayer confirming to PlanetFormula1.com that they will converge on Red Bull's design philosophy, with a major upgrade coming to the AT04 at the Singapore Grand Prix this weekend. There are no quick gains, Bayer told Planet F1, about how AlphaTauri will work more closely with Red Bull going forward. I mean, this year we've seen some amazing changes in the results scheme, when suddenly Aston Martin popped up, and then suddenly McLaren popped up. But I think that's really down to the fact that they all understood what Red Bull Racing did in terms of design philosophy is the right one, with this new downforce element with everybody in following. We actually have a big upgrade coming for Singapore, which will follow the same philosophy, so everybody's closing in on that, and I think next year will be extremely close. Asked whether the philosophy change will mirror that of the Red Bull's RB19, Bayer confirmed that will be the case. While critics of Red Bull are often loathing to recognise the fact that current rules prevent sharing of resources, intellectual property and even ideas, AlphaTauri's autonomy as a team has resulted in them slipping backwards in the sport at a time where the parent company is otherwise dominating the sport. Far from exploiting potential grey areas and regulations, AlphaTauri haven't even used all the permitted components that are available to them, with Bayer confirming there will be greater collaboration between Red Bull and his team going forward. With the cost cap and the technical regulations, you almost can't be like a sister or brother team. You have to be a Formula 1 team, he said. We need to go through that process of growing up, going through adolescence and starting to walk on our own feet. Obviously, not in contradiction with getting support from our family, and I think that's really where we're also supposed to achieve. That's what we want to achieve. We can still exploit the technical collaboration because we haven't done that in the past. It is well known by now that if you think about the importance of the suspension nowadays, and that we're not using the suspension which we are allowed to use, it simply is a mistake. There's a lot of gains to be made in the suspension of the AlphaTauri team, because that is one of the key points where Red Bull's design engineer, I've just gone blank on his name, has spent the majority of his time, Adrian Newey, he spent the majority of his time in the suspension department, not in the aero department. So it's very interesting to see that you can make a lot of gains in your suspension department, and rarely AlphaTauri should be taking those components, which they're legally allowed to do as a sister team. So very, very interesting going into the Singapore Grand Prix. Will we see the AlphaTauris making major gains? Let us know what you think in the comment section. Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, Bitdefender. Bitdefender is a global leader in cyber security. Bitdefender is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, Bitdefender, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much. Moving on though from that article about the upgrades coming for AlphaTauri, we'll move on to another article about Red Bull. Red Bull's driver dilemma coming to head as Formula 1 star is set for a major career blow. Red Bull have 3 drivers on the books with strong arguments to race for AlphaTauri. Currently in contention they have Daniel Ricciardo, Yuki Tsunoda, or Liam Lawson. So you don't have to be a genius to know that 3 into 2 does not go, so Red Bull will have to inflict a potentially fatal blow on the career of one of its 3 drivers in the running for an AlphaTauri race seat next year. And the truth is that, right now, they could go for any of the 3 combinations available. A few weeks ago, the most likely outcome was the status quo. Yuki Tsunoda's consistent start to the season and notable improvement in his racecraft seemed to have been enough to earn another year, and Daniel Ricciardo was back on the grid, energized and ready to make the most of his second chance in Formula 1. And then he crashed in practice at Zandvoort and broke his hand, of course, having him out of that seat now, possibly until Qatar. The Aussie has missed 2 races so far and will most likely be sidelined for a couple more, and during that time, Liam Lawson has had the chance to prove that he is ready for Formula 1. The New Zealander has gotten off to a very good start on that quest. While he hasn't scored a point yet in either 2 of his outings so far, he has though done really well in comparison to his teammate. The likelihood though is it is the performance of his car which has limited his results rather than the way he has driven it. Lawson has made his Formula 1 debut in a hectic Dutch Grand Prix, starting on dry tyres amid an immediate rain shower and then navigating the tricky wet to dry crossover before more heavy rain changed the game again. He finished 13th and then followed that up with an 11th place at the end of his first full weekend at Monza, a much better showing for the rookie. As Sky's Anthony Davidson pointed out, it is difficult to assess exactly how well Lawson has done so far, as his teammate Yuki Tsunoda did not start the second race in Monza. And F1's driver yardstick is always their teammate. So he did finish the race though ahead of the Japanese driver at Zandvoort, and by finishing 11th at Monza was only 1 place off of Tsunoda's best finish in 2023. So far, no one at Red Bull has had a bad word to say about Lawson. And he has 2 more races at least to make even more of an impression for the Red Bull execs, given that Ricciardo is unlikely to be given the green light to return in either Singapore or Japan. One thing's for sure though is that Daniel Ricciardo will be back at the end or before the end of this season. His current expected return date is for next month's Qatar Grand Prix, and Red Bull is committed to giving him the chance that was promised. Furthermore, Red Bull wants Lawson to complete his season in the Japanese Super Formula Series, with the last race weekend scheduled for October 28th to 29th. He is still in title contention, and if he is successful, will become one of just two non-Japanese champions in the last decade. The other being his fellow New Zealander, Nick Cassidy. The way he has driven both in Super Formula and in his short-notice Formula 1 appearances this year has thrust Lawson into real contention for a 2024 seat. The question, though, Red Bull must be answering is, have his performances been good enough to uproot either Tsunoda or Daniel Ricciardo on a permanent basis? And if they decide that answer is yes, then which one of these two drivers are getting the axe? Keeping Tsunoda fits more with AlphaTauri's philosophy of developing young drivers, but Ricciardo's experience may prove invaluable to the team, which is in the midst of a significant transition. All of them will feel hard done by if they become the one whose Formula 1 career is placed under serious threat. So a very, very interesting topic there, asking who is going to be that driver kicked out of contention for the AlphaTauri seat for possibly next season. Very, very interesting there. Who do you think is going to be in the running for that seat there? I'm going to end this poll here and ask you your opinions of who is going to take that second, or who is going to be the combination in that AlphaTauri seat for 2023. Who will be the driver? So my question for you is, who will be the driver ousted from AlphaTauri? So let's start with Tsunoda, Ricciardo, and our third option will be, let me spot Ricciardo's name right though. Our third option, of course, will be Lawson. James there, just saying, wonder how Perez feels about Helmut Marko's comments. There hasn't been a public statement from Perez yet, has there? No, as far as I can see online, there hasn't been any public statements made by Sergio Perez or his team. So very, very interesting that they have kind of kept quiet on it. I understand why. Of course, it's one of their main team bosses that has said something about them. I think they're kind of just waiting until Perez can leave the team. I think they're kind of over it at this point. Yeah, I think it's very unfortunate that the end of Sergio Perez's contract with Red Bull is kind of ending in bittersweet terms. As Mark there says, Perez is too busy trying to find form, let alone a response. Well, I think Sergio Perez has proven that he has still got that form off the back of his Grand Prix weekend in Imola. He did quite well there, and I think he deserves maybe a renewal of that contract. But we'll have to wait and see what they do next year. Moving on, though, from that Red Bull article here, talking about AlphaTauri drivers, we'll move on to Formula 1 setting targets for their 2026 regulations. And some of the rules have been released now with their regulations for 2026. Formula 1 targets a 50 kilogram weight reduction as part of their 2026 rules revamp. Formula 1's 2026 rules are on course to produce shorter, narrower, and lighter cars, with the FIA targeting a 50 kilogram weight reduction by 2026. Motorsports Racing's governing body is currently hard at work putting in place to outline chassis regulations for the next rules era that will kick off in 2026. As well as a planned shift towards active aero to help reduce drag on the straights, the FIA has offered some more details about what else could be changing in the next regulation changes. Speaking in an exclusive interview with Autosports Italian language sister site motorsport.com.it, the FIA's head of single-seaters, Nicholas Tombasas, has said that the main shift will be in the size of the car. Thank you. With the dimensions of the wheels, which will be narrower, plus the rear wing and the car in general, we aim to reduce the weight of the cars by around 50 kilograms, he said. So it will be possible to see smaller single-seater cars, shorter and narrower, but we are talking about solutions that still need to be discussed. With the car on a diet, we will also be able to change cornering speeds a bit. Being lighter, they will go faster in straight lines, but will generate less aerodynamic load, so we will need to increase the hybrid's energy recovery to ensure adequate lap performance. The changes planned for 2026 will not have been without controversy, as Red Bull earlier this year warned of the potential for Frankenstein cars that would be impossible to race each other. There were even concerns about drivers needing to change down gear halfway down straights to try and boost their energy hybrid systems. Some buses is clear though, however, that the FIA has put a lot of effort into ensuring that what is coming for 2026 works from the racing perspective. A lot of work has been done to understand how energy recovery and management will have been done and how overtaking can be done based on the aerodynamic configuration, he said. We have carried out many simulations by changing these parameters and have found solutions that seem to work adequately. Some buses suggest, though, that some of the original concerns voiced about the performance of the 2026 cars were not based on up-to-date simulation models. If one took the 2026 power units and mounted them on current cars, probably the result would be the scenario put forward by those who were worried, he said. But in recent months, we have collected a series of very positive developments, so the comments expressed old positions. We also need to take into account that the engine and chassis will have to work together, and it will not be possible to think of one without the other. So, very interesting to see there what is possibly coming for Formula 1 in 2026. Certainly something myself and Mark have been really calling for smaller cars, more raceable cars, cars that can actually get side by side to each other in smaller circuits and street circuits. Hopefully with these reduced footprints of these Formula 1 cars, we'll actually get exciting Monaco Grand Prix. This is what we want to see. We want to see cars moving towards the regulations and sizes of old, from the 90s, from the 80s. Those cars were much smaller in footprint to the cars that we have nowadays. I understand that the cars have to be huge to get the ground effects working, but I mean, we're in 2023 already. We should be able to figure it out with active aerodynamics, which is what they're wanting to bring in for 2026. And I think it's really going to help a lot more in terms of the raceability of the cars, as well as just the spectacle of Formula 1 as a whole. So really looking forward to that. Moving on though to another article about AlphaTauri. AlphaTauri are closer to becoming Hugo Boss Formula 1 team. Hugo Boss are said to be the next sponsor of Red Bull's B team Scuderia AlphaTauri, as the iconic German fashion brand extends its investments into Formula 1 with the goal of turning it into a winning outfit. Hugo Boss's CEO Daniel Grieder told Reuters last year, Formula 1 is also back better than ever. It's a global sport and they also have commitments to a more sustainable world and races. I think the sport is even more relevant than ever, and the whole world is watching and so many fans are into it, and I think it's also exciting at the moment. I think the balance that they have found now is perfect, said Grieder, of the Formula 1's Netflix Drive to Survive inspired boom in the United States. At the time, a company spokesperson added, Hugo Boss is realigning its existing commitments in sports, and we will concentrate only on Formula 1 in the future. Since then, the speculation has been rife regarding the future involvement of Hugo Boss branding in Formula 1. The company has a rich history with McLaren, their multiple championship-winning cars featuring the Boss logo, driven by the world champions Alain Prost, Niki Lauda, Ayrton Senna, Mika Hakkinen, and Lewis Hamilton. The McLaren-Hugo Boss partnership dated back to 1981 and ran to 2015, before the clothing manufacturer switched to Mercedes. Since 2022, Hugo Boss are part of Aston Martin's partner portfolio until 2025. But talk in the paddock much of the season is that the plan is to take over AlphaTauri and rebrand the Faenza operation to Hugo Boss Racing Team, or Scuderia Hugo Boss, or whatever they name the operation, starting in 2026. Hence, this is the last year of Red Bull's AlphaTauri project, which began in 2020. Before the team was Toro Rosso, Red Bull in Italian, having morphed the program from F1 Minnows Minardi. It became the hotbed for Red Bull Racing's young driver talent development program. The likes of Sebastian Vettel and Max Verstappen, among several drivers in Red Bull and Formula 1, have made their way through the junior team. Unlike in the earlier days, and its reason to be the team is no longer a Formula 1 driver development platform, as Pierre Gasly was given huge relief or huge refuge in the team after his Red Bull promotion failed and remained there for 6 seasons. Eventually, Gasly departed, whereby they put in Nick de Vries, not from within their driver development pipeline, but also failed and was sent packing after 10 races. Yuki Tsunoda is on form in the other car for 3 seasons now and is theoretically next in line to be promoted to Max Verstappen's teammate. Yeah, interesting though to see that there is the possibility of Hugo Boss coming to sponsor that second Red Bull team. I mean, it's been a massive talking point for the past few races, and I think we will have them coming into the sport, which is why we're seeing that promotion of all of these new CEOs and new team bosses in that AlphaTauri team at the moment. And I think that's why they're realigning themselves for 2024 to try and appeal more to the likes of Hugo Boss. I see we have Hayden there in the comment section there saying, Helmut Marko forgets if it wasn't for Perez, Max wouldn't have won his first championship. I completely agree. And yeah, I agree that Sergio Perez does need to be appreciated more in that team, and certainly by Helmut Marko. Moving on though to another article here saying hidden mechanisms and concealed parts. What is triggering Formula One's Flexi-wing clampdown? The potential for hidden one-way mechanisms and movable parts concealed by rubber components have emerged as key driving forces behind the FIA's latest Formula One Flexi-wing clampdown. From this weekend's Singapore Grand Prix, the FIA has got tougher on the design of front and rear wings in a bid to stop teams from playing games with flexible parts. As first revealed by Motorsport.com, the FIA has demanded to see all designs and drawings of wings ahead of the Marina Bay race to check that they comply, and has outlawed specific race wing ideas that it believes contravenes the rules. This includes wing elements that move or rotate in relation to the bodywork. They are fixed to use elastomeric or rubber fillets that can help permit localized deflection, plus designs that use soft trailing edges to aid flexing. The FIA has long forced a battle to stay on top of the team's flexi-wing antics, but its single-seater director Nicholas Tombazis has revealed how it was pushed to respond after discovering the lengths some teams were going to get around the rules. In an exclusive interview with Motorsport.com's Italian site, Tombazis has explained that the thinking behind the new tough stance over flexi-wings. In the regulations, we have many flexible criteria. There are loads that we apply, and a certain deflection is allowed, he said. There are static tests that we do to check, and it is obvious that these tests are never perfect, because the direction of the test load you apply is always a bit different from the load that it has out on track, when it experiences genuine aerodynamic force. There may be differences for this reason in the regulation. There are some general and conceptual specifications that, in essence, prohibit mechanisms. For example, one could draw a wing that, when applying the forces of the FIA test, it is fixed, but when applying any other load, it could be more flexible. For this reason, we have been clarifying for years that mechanisms are not legal, and we have written several clarifications on what we consider a mechanism. Tombazis then suggested that a line has had to be drawn because of clever mechanisms that teams could use to get around the rules, which has included the use of designs hidden beneath rubber coverings. If under a carbon surface we have levers that allow deflection in one direction and not in another, we can consider this a mechanism, he said. Another thing we have said in the past that is not acceptable when a component has relative motion against an adjacent element, sliding in a different direction from it. What happened recently, some teams have components adjacent to each other that have a fairly high movement but do not slide in tandem. Because these areas are covered with rubber material, we do not consider this acceptable, and for this reason, we have made a clarification. Tombazis suggests that the teams have been exploring this point with both individual front wing elements and the attachments with the nose. Furthermore, it has been inspecting the flexibility of lower wing components to the crash structure. The flexibility of upper wing elements has been policed thanks to the introduction of reference dots from the 2021 Azerbaijan Grand Prix. He added, we have observed some rotations, and we have analyzed them with the teams because we conduct some examinations. At the track, we will open up their components to see what's underneath, or we will look at their drawings in CAD to better understand how their various elements work. Asked if this was done in collaborations with teams, Massa said, it's not that they want to, but they have to. Lately, we have seen drawings in which things were exaggerated. The trend was evident. So then we had intervened with a more severe clarification. So the FIA always going to try and get rid of ways that teams are going around the rules in 2022 and 2023 and going forward, because they want to allow teams to race more closely. We don't want teams finding little loopholes in the rules that allow them to make gains and just run away. Hopefully this is maybe finding where the Red Bulls are maybe finding a lot of pace this year, and maybe these clarifications are just going to rein them in a little bit more. We'll have to wait and see though what does happen in the Singapore Grand Prix. So just a little bit of stats going into the Singapore Grand Prix this race weekend. It is going to be the 16th round, if I'm not mistaken, of the Formula 1 Championship this year. It is a street circuit and has been held on the Formula 1 Grand Prix Canada since 2008. There's going to be 62 laps, and the circuit is a new circuit layout this year with only 19 corners. It used to be 21, but they have removed a section in the midsection with a new DRS detection zone being moved much further up. The track was built ahead of the 2008 Grand Prix here, and of course the circuit, one of the most physically demanding on the Canada, has a very bumpy street surface coupled with high humid conditions, giving the drivers plenty to think about throughout a lap. Even with a revised 2023 layout reducing the number of corners from 23 to 19, they are working with the wheel a lot. Around a high lap speed, the physical stress causing them to lose as much as 3 kilograms in body weight over the course of a race. So certainly one of the most grueling and enduring races that a Formula 1 driver must endure throughout a Formula 1 Grand Prix throughout this calendar year. So just talking a little bit about this revised circuit, I have spoken about it in another live news show, but just to go over it yet again, the redevelopment works in the vicinity of the track means that the section between turn 16 and 19 of the 2022 layout will now become one long 397.9 meters straight, reducing the total number of corners from 23 to 19. The changes, which are subject to the FIA approval, and will also require the removal of the bay grandstand while the redevelopment is carried out, are expected to see the circuit length reduced from 5.063 kilometers to 4.928 kilometers, with the number of laps in the Grand Prix likely increased from 61 to 63. Really looking forward to this race weekend. I always look forward to the Singapore Grand Prix. It's also very exciting for us as a channel because it marks our 1 year point from when we started doing watch-alongs with all of you guys. So really looking forward to it. Hope that all of you will join alongside with us for this Grand Prix race weekend. Mark there just saying to Singapore, crashes galore and potential red flags. Certainly, we always have a very exciting Singapore Grand Prix with lots of flags, lots of crazy weather. It's often during monsoon season here in Singapore, so who knows what it's going to be like this race weekend, but we're certainly really looking forward to it. Thank you very much though for joining alongside with us for this Formula 1 live news show. Yeah, please do be sure to subscribe to the channel, like the video, and let us know where you're tuning in from and who you support for this season. Thank you very much for watching me. I have been Reese. Cheers. Ex-Ferrari team manager slams Formula 1 teams over Max Verstappen. Red Bull are just 8 victories away from going the entire 2023 Formula 1 season unbeaten. Ex-Ferrari and Williams team manager Peter Windsor believes all the teams should hang their heads in shame amidst Red Bull's ongoing dominance. After 14 races in the 2023 season, Red Bull remain unbeaten, ahead of the upcoming Singapore Grand Prix, with Max Verstappen alone having won 12 races this season. 10 of those have come consecutively, something which saw him eclipse Sebastian Vettel's record for 9 wins in a row recently at the Italian Grand Prix. Ferrari's attempt at battling Red Bull at Monza was arguably the best attempt any team has made this season so far. There are genuine beliefs that Red Bull could go the entire season unbeaten though, something which has never been achieved in the history of the sport. Red Bull are just simply in a complete league of their own, thanks to being deadly consistent at all circuits. Windsor raises the point that if it wasn't for Red Bull, there'd be questions as to why no team can perform consistently since the introduction of the new aerodynamic regulations. Red Bull are the only team who can always get their car into the right window, making Windsor question whether the other teams have taken the wrong approach to the current regulations. If that isn't the case, then Windsor wonders if some teams have hired the wrong people. The way the regulations have been drawn up for these cars, the way 9 of the 10 teams have approached it, we're now in 2023. They've had 3 years of working with this thing, and they still can't get the cars to work properly and consistently over a season, Windsor said during a YouTube stream. If it wasn't for Red Bull, you'd have to be saying, there's something wrong here. All these incredible Formula 1 teams, with their sophisticated technology, cannot get this thing to work on a consistent basis. But Red Bull are showing that it is possible, and therefore all the other teams have got the wrong approach. Either the wrong approach to hiring the people they're using to do the analysis and to design the cars, or they're unable to put what could very well be a very good aerodynamic package into practical use because there are so many new variables that have risen because of the budget gap, because of the limitation on CFD design, and because of all the other stuff that comes with that, including the sprint race format. Given off all those constraints, Red Bull have shown that it is possible to still do a great racing car consistently, from one race to the other. So long as Red Bull are showing that, everybody else needs to hang their head in shame, I think. Very, very interesting to see that Peter Windsor does believe that the other teams have just dropped the ball in terms of the new regulations. I'd love to know what all of your ideas and comments are on that. Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, Bitdefender. Bitdefender is a global leader in cyber security. Bitdefender is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, Bitdefender, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome to Forever Motorsports, here for another daily live news video. Yeah, once again, a lot of news to talk about. I'm sure everyone will be quite interested from the title of the video here today. Yuki Tsunoda faces a Red Bull style Yuki Tsunoda faces Red Bull style demotion threat as Daniel Ricciardo and Liam Lawson make AlphaTauri dream team for 2024. It was the much-awaited restart of the Formula 1 season in Zandvoort when Daniel Ricciardo fractured his hand during FP1. In the 2 races he had driven before his injury, Ricciardo showed just how good he can be when in a positive environment. The AlphaTauri team was lucky enough to have Liam Lawson though travelling with them, giving way for a surprise Formula 1 debut for the New Zealander-born driver. Considering the circumstances around his debut, Lawson had a positive start to his career. With impressive performances, Red Bull is more than happy with the oceanic neighbours, ringing the sound of distress for Yuki Tsunoda. When Tsunoda had Nick de Vries as his partner, he had much less to worry about, given de Vries' subpar performances. However, with Ricciardo's addition, the AlphaTauri camp dynamics changed quickly, with neck-to-neck competition between the new teammates. Now the Japanese driver faces another challenge in Lawson, who is equaling him in every step, despite being less experienced. AlphaTauri has had 4 drivers this season, which is more than the points they currently have in the Drivers' Championship. Despite Tsunoda being the only driver to bring in points in the team, Lawson and Ricciardo's short stints have had a heavy impact on the team, with the recent results even giving room for rumours of the duo being the preferred driver lineup for AlphaTauri in 2024. Should this be the case, Tsunoda will move to Red Bull Racing as their reserve driver, and will have the testing and sim duties on his shoulders, making it an Alex Albon situation for him. With Ricciardo a part of their team, AlphaTauri will have some much needed experience in their driver lineup, which will also help Lawson learn the ropes in his first few years with the team. The dynamic would mean AlphaTauri will have the best of both worlds as they continue to improve as a team. In 2019, Red Bull announced the signing of Alex Albon to replace Pierre Gasly as Max Verstappen's counterpart. However, after failing to keep up with the Dutchman, Albon had to become the team's reserve driver, with Sergio Perez taking up his seat in 2021. The following year, after George Russell vacated the Williams seat, Red Bull fought hard for Albon to replace him, and now the Thai driver is having one of the best seasons of his career. With Tsunoda potentially becoming Red Bull's reserve driver, the example of Alex Albon could provide him with the hope of a continued career in Formula 1. However, a case can be made for whether or not the Japanese driver would want to be in that situation. For now though, all he can do is perform to the best of his abilities and hope for the best. Certainly would be sad to see Yuki Tsunoda act from that AlphaTauri team, but if there are drivers performing at a better level, then you'd have to understand why he is getting taken out of that AlphaTauri seat. We'll have to wait and see though what happens in 2024, but very, very interesting to see what does happen. I do have a poll there running at the moment in the comment section asking who do you see in the AlphaTauri seats next year. Your options are Tsunoda Ricciardo as option 1, Lawson Ricciardo as option 2, Lawson Tsunoda as option 3, which currently has no votes, and then other for option 4. Please do be sure to go and vote in that poll, as well as to join us and commenting in the comment section. Let me know where you're watching alongside from, and let me know any questions that you may have for me here today. I'd love to answer any of those for you guys in the comment section. Moving on though to our next article, speaking a little bit about Daniel Ricciardo and his return to Formula 1 in the Singapore Grand Prix. AlphaTauri confirms Ricciardo won't race Singapore Formula 1 round, but will be present. Daniel Ricciardo will attend Formula 1's Singapore Grand Prix, but will only work with AlphaTauri in an engineering capacity, as he continues his recovery from a broken hand. Ricciardo has been absent from his stunted Formula 1 comeback since the early stages of the Dutch Grand Prix 3 weeks ago, where he broke a metacarpal in his left hand in a crash at the Hugenholtz corner in second practice. He underwent surgery on his injury 2 days later, as he was replaced for the event in Zandvoort by Red Bull Junior driver and 2023 Super Formula title contender Liam Lawson. Lawson has continued to deputise in Ricciardo's place a week later at the Italian Grand Prix, as well as this weekend yet again in Singapore. The scene of Ricciardo's most recent Formula 1 victory back in 2021, when racing for McLaren, which was of course in Monza, where Red Bull team boss Christian Horner suggested Ricciardo may miss 4 races in total and may only return at the Qatar round in early October due to the time needed in his recovery process. Ahead of this week's Singapore Grand Prix race though, AlphaTauri's official pre-event media preview confirmed that Ricciardo will be present with the team in Singapore, only for engineering purposes though. The team gave no mention of Ricciardo's plans for the Japanese Grand Prix next week though. In the same press release, Lawson, who finished 11th last time out at his Monza outing, having pushed teammate Yuki Tsunoda close in qualifying too, said he definitely felt more comfortable in Monza than in Zandvoort, even if there's still a lot to learn. He added, "When you get more comfortable in these kind of cars, it can make quite a big difference. Having done 2 races now, I'm also getting a better understanding of the difference between the tyre compounds, which is so important. I'd say Monza was pretty successful, even if it was disappointing to finish so close to the points. I think if I had a better start, perhaps things could have been a bit different, but it is something that I will learn from, and I'm just excited moving forward. I know this is a very tough race physically, and when you get thrown into Formula 1 in this situation, even with all the training in the world, it's still such a tough adjustment. It's going to be very difficult, but we've had a lot of training for it and doing everything we can to prepare for it. Last year, I experienced the nighttime routine as Red Bull's reserve driver. It's cool, to be honest, to go through a weekend like that. It's a bit different to normal. Obviously, the biggest adjustments will be getting used to the track, as I've only driven it on the sim, and street circuits are probably the hardest to replicate. They take confidence, and when you're new to the track, or even in my situation being new to Formula 1, having that confidence early in the weekend is pretty tricky. I'll be aiming to build up as many laps as we can, a bit like Monza, to be honest. That was the target there, and it will be a similar sort of thing this weekend. Generally, I like street circuits. For example, I absolutely love Monaco, so I'm expecting to enjoy Singapore too. Well, glad that we'll have Daniel Ricciardo back in Formula 1 and back in the Formula 1 paddock this race weekend in Singapore, and certainly looking forward to seeing what Liam Lawson can do this race weekend. I think, as he says he quite enjoys street circuits, we'll be waiting and watching to see whether he'll be able to have a good race weekend out here in Singapore. It's a very difficult track, but if anyone can do it, I think the rookie of Liam Lawson should be. Moving on though to another Red Bull based article, how Red Bull can win the Constructors Championship in Singapore this race weekend. Just jumping to the comment section quickly, I see Mark is there saying hello. Thank you very much for saying hi there, Mark. I see we do have a couple people though in the comment section. Do be sure to just let me know where you're watching from and say hi. Moving on though with this article, Red Bull's dominant Formula 1 season could see it clinch its first title of the year in Singapore this weekend. For the first time this season, Red Bull can walk away from a race weekend with the Constructors' Championship clinched. The Singapore Grand Prix hosts the 15th round of the current campaign, with the Marina Bay circuit offering a unique challenge to the drivers. Red Bull is currently enjoying a dominant campaign, with having won 14 races so far. 12 of those victories have gone the way of Max Verstappen, who is currently streaking towards his third Formula 1 title. Verstappen's highly impressive campaign has seen the Dutchman claim the last 10 race victories, setting a new record for the most consecutive wins in Formula 1 history. However, he is yet to triumph in Singapore. Red Bull also holds the record for the most wins by a team in a row, with its Monza victory increasing its tally to 15, stretching back to last year's season finale at the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. Currently, Red Bull holds a sizable lead over Mercedes in the Constructors' Championship, with the German manufacturer a mammoth 310 points behind them. After the Singapore Grand Prix, there will be 353 points left on the Constructors' table across the remaining races of the season. It means that Red Bull must outscore Mercedes by 43 points to secure its first back-to-back titles since 2012 to 2013. The only way to do this is for Verstappen and Sergio Perez to finish a 1-2 to earn 44 points, with Mercedes not scoring a single point. Alternatively, should a Mercedes finish in 10th place and take 1 point, Red Bull would also need the fastest lap bonus point, in addition to a 1-2 to wrap up its 6th Constructors' crown. So highly unlikely that could happen this race weekend, but it is still a possible statistic for the Singapore Grand Prix that Red Bull could take their second back-to-back championship. We'll see what happens though. Moving on though to Toto Wolff. Wolff has claimed Hamilton lost the 2021 championship over a targeted Formula 1 rule change. Mercedes team principal Toto Wolff has claimed that Lewis Hamilton lost the Drivers' Championship in the 2021 season due to an F1 regulation change which targeted the silver arrows. After a standout 2022 season or 2020 season where the silver arrows dominated the competition, Lewis Hamilton finished 124 points ahead of his teammate Valtteri Bottas, on 347 points to equal Michael Schumacher's record for the most world championships. Speaking to Sky Sports, Wolff claimed Formula 1 altered the regulations in order to help their opponents close the gap. 2020 had been a super dominant year for us, said the Austrian CEO. I think it was the best car we've ever had. Then, towards the end of the season, they changed the regulations by cutting the floor, and that was to stop us. Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, Bitdefender. Bitdefender is a global leader in cyber security. Bitdefender is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, Bitdefender, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much. While the ever-controversial 2021 finale at the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix remains a big reason why Mercedes lost the Drivers' Championship, Wolff believes a broader Formula 1 regulation change were made in order to stop them. We lost the 2021 Drivers' Championship for many reasons, he said. One was the final race, but we also lost it because those regulations were set in place in order to reduce the advantage we had had. Mercedes faced fierce competition from Red Bull throughout the 2021 season, and Wolff believes that regulatory changes played a crucial role in resetting the competitive landscape. We saw the results in 2021. We were not as competitive as Red Bull was, he said. But at Silverstone, we unlocked more potential of the car and got ourselves back in the championship. These regulations were targeted to reset the pecking order. Currently, with a lot of talk being around different championships of the past, there's a lot of people calling for Schumacher to lose his first championship. Of course, there's Massa trying to get back his 2008 championship. People always calling for Lewis Hamilton to try and get back his 2021 championship. Just a lot going on at the moment, and I don't know if we necessarily should ever go back and change the results of former championships and titles, because I think it's in the past. Sure, there may have been controversy, but that is what the sport is all about. We want to remember what happened in the past and maybe learn from it rather than having to go back and change it. We'll still have to wait and see, though, what does happen with that 2008 scandal and championship with Massa and Hamilton. Mark just saying there, why can't Wolff just keep quiet? Man just cried at the moment. As well as saying, lol, imagine Red Bull somehow do win this weekend. Would be down to all the others messing up badly. Yes, it would be down to others messing up badly. I also have a little bit of news about the weather this race weekend. That could also be coming into play. Moving on, though, to another article. Formula 1 news. Sebastian Vettel teases a Japanese Grand Prix return. Red Bull and Sebastian Vettel have planned something special. Always with special. I always say special. Red Bull and Sebastian Vettel have planned something special for Suzuka. Reports are that four-time champion or four-time Formula 1 championship winner Sebastian Vettel could be returning to the Formula 1 paddock this year at his favourite Suzuka Grand Prix circuit for the Japanese Grand Prix. Vettel took part last weekend at the Red Bull Nurburgring event, where he drove around the legendary Nordschleife circuit in his Red Bull RB7. The retired driver relived his Formula 1 days during the event as his Formula 1 car roared through the green hell after 10 long years. After the event, he revealed that the motive to participate in it was to inspire people to have fun in a more responsible way. His initiative, called Race Without Trace, aims to raise awareness of the benefits of sustainable fuels. Suzuka is a circuit that Vettel has a soft corner for, and he seems to have mastered it well as he had won his second title there in 2011. Not only that, but during his run with Red Bull, Vettel won all 4 races in Suzuka from 2009 to 2012. After announcing his retirement last year, Vettel revealed that if he was given the chance to race in Suzuka again, he would seriously consider the opportunity as a once-off come back to Formula 1. From the looks of it, Red Bull seems to have paid attention to his words, as the 36-year-old is all set to be with the team in Suzuka. Although he was racing for Aston Martin in the last season of his career in Formula 1, from a recent tweet with Red Bull Racing Daily on X, it looks like the Milton Keynes-based outfit and Vettel have an event planned at Suzuka. Fans could expect some high-speed drama at the event, with Vettel most probably racing around the circuit in his RB7 Formula 1 car. But the nature of the event still remains a mystery. On the Red Bull Racing Daily Twitter or X page, they had a tweet that said Sebastian Vettel and Formula 1 are planning something for the Japanese Grand Prix. He has also revealed that he is also a little nervous about the planned special event in Japan. The news broke out after Vettel revealed to a reporter from Sports Show that there would be a special event in Japan that he was a little nervous about. However, the details of the event have been kept a secret, maybe to surprise the fans. I'm not sure if his presence at Suzuka would be solely for the promotion of his initiative, and is Vettel planning a Formula 1 comeback anytime soon? Only time will tell. I'd love to get Sebastian Vettel back in Formula 1 in the future. He is only 36 years old. He's younger than Lewis Hamilton. He's younger than, of course, Fernando Alonso. I'd love to see him back in the sport. It would be a great addition I'd love to see him maybe in Audi having Mick Schumacher and Sebastian Vettel. Could you imagine? That would be a phenomenal driver lineup. Moving on though to our final 4 articles now of the day, McLaren have revealed a special stealth mode car livery for the Singapore and Japanese races. McLaren will use a new livery design at the upcoming back-to-back Grand Prix weekends in Singapore and Japan, as the team continue to celebrate their 60th birthday year on and off the track. Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri will contest 2 races with what has been described as a stealth mode scheme, switching McLaren's usual colorway and augmenting black against the car's classic papaya trim. The livery has been co-designed by McLaren and OKX, a Web3 technology company and official partner of the Woking Squad, representing how both brands strive for excellence while embracing change and innovation. Alongside the livery, a limited edition t-shirt will be made available throughout the McLaren store, and a limited giveaway for attendees of the Token 2049, the Web3 conference taking place in Singapore prior to the race. OKX will also be hosting a McLaren-themed fan zone in Singapore from Thursday, September 14th to Sunday, September 17th, featuring a stealth mode show car, racing simulators, giveaways, and special guests over the weekend. Very exciting. I always enjoy seeing different and exciting different stealth and different liveries on these cars this year. I've really enjoyed the different liveries that McLaren have done. I think this is their 4th of the year. There was the triple crown livery that they revealed close to the year. There's been their normal livery, there's been the chrome livery, and now this livery. So yes, that is the 4th livery for McLaren this year. Very exciting. Glad to see that they are changing things up a little bit and just making things a little bit more exciting for the fans this year. I think their car could be quite fast with this edition because, they're taking off a lot of paint, so their cars are ever so slightly lighter, and we'll have to wait and see whether they're going to be quite competitive in Singapore this race weekend. I'm certainly hoping they are going to be. Marksbox saying there in the comment section, only if that McLaren livery didn't have the Google wheels. I agree. Also saying there, Vettel coming back at his favourite track. Very exciting for Sebastian Vettel, of course. Moving on though to our weather prediction for this Grand Prix race weekend, 2023 Formula 1 Singapore Grand Prix weather forecast. After a dry weekend at Monza last time out, will rain return for the round at Singapore? This weekend, the Marina Bay circuit plays host to the Singapore Grand Prix, the 15th round of the current Formula 1 campaign. After the first completely dry weekend for some time, the last time out at Monza, rain could return for the Singapore event and add a further challenge for the drivers. Singapore has a tropical climate, which makes it hot and humid all year round. The daily maximum temperature is between 30 and 34 degrees Celsius, and at night it rarely gets colder than 25 degrees Celsius. Daily showers are common, and there's sometimes the threat of thunderstorms in the area. According to our friends at weareonline.com, Friday practice is expected to be dry. The chance of showers though is small, resting at around 20%, and the temperature will rise to around 33 degrees Celsius at the hottest time of the day. However, over the weekend, the threat of rain will increase. On Saturday, the day of qualifying, there will be a 40% chance of a shower at the track. On Sunday, more showers will develop in the region, and the chance of rainfall is over 60%. However, most of the showers will fall in the afternoon. As both qualifying and the races do not start until the evening hours, it does not appear as though the track will be heavily saturated for those sessions. On both Saturday and Sunday, temperatures will rise to 32 or 33 degrees Celsius. Once the race commences, the sun would have already set, but the temperature will not cease much. At the start of the Grand Prix, which is scheduled for 8 PM local time, it is expected to be 29 or 30 degrees Celsius. Yes, hopefully the weather does not affect the Grand Prix all that much this race weekend, although saying that, I think rain could make the race quite exciting on Sunday. We do have 60% chance of rain, but it is expected to fall more likely during the day rather than during the night when the race is taking part. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, and yeah, hopefully we do get some exciting weather making its way over the track, because I think that it could just make some really, really exciting action out on track for all of us, viewers and commentators alike. So moving on though to the FIA, the FIA has revealed plans for more aggressive Formula 1 wheel cover solutions for their next spray tests. The FIA says its next planned test with spray guards on a Formula 1 car will feature a much more aggressive solution that completely covers the wheels. A first trial of an idea in Silverstone in July did not yield the results hoped for, with the wheel fairings used only reducing the spray thrown up by a small amount. Formula 1 chiefs know that a much bigger step is required if they are to limit spray enough to help cars race more in rainy conditions. The FIA's single-seater director, Nicholas Tombazis, has explained that following analysis of what happened at Silverstone, the next test will be with a much different design. What was done at Silverstone, with the help of Mercedes, who created parts, and McLaren, who ran a car to get feedback on spray, was perhaps too optimistic an experiment, Tombazis revealed. The spray guards covered a little bit too little of the wheel. I was quite skeptical and imagined that we wouldn't see important results, he added. In the next tests we carry out, we will test complete coverage of the wheel, going even beyond what would be needed to understand what the threshold is at which the spray forms. Then we will decide which path to take. Tombazis has explained just how complicated finding a solution is, with the excessive spray thrown up by Formula 1 cars being triggered by different factors. The first is from the water that is extracted from the tyres and shot upwards, he said. A second effect derives from the accumulation of water beneath the wheel and the asphalt in the tyre squirt area, which is between the wheel and floor edge, which is sucked up into the diffuser. The third effect is given by the water that stagnates in the cracks and in the ground, and under pressure of the diffuser is sucked up and expelled. He added, "We believe that the spray coming from the wheels corresponds to approximately 40% of the total. If we were able to limit this phenomenon, it is clear that the drivers would not have complete visibility, but there would be a significant improvement." Tombazis had said the FIA has been looking at tools used by road car industry to simulate wet weather conditions when it comes to ensuring safety. "We have done some simulations, and they are tools that are often used in the production car industry, for example checking visibility for rear view mirrors, but these tools must be calibrated well to have a good correlation. The car manufacturers carry out very extensive calibration, as they do not have testing restrictions and do not have to deal with an FIA, which imposes constraints. They can act freely. We do not have the possibility to carry out frequent tests, so with limited activities, it is not easy to find the right calibrations." The deterioration can vary greatly, he said. In some configurations we tried, it was almost zero, while in the most extreme solutions we tested in the tunnel, we saw a loss of up to 80 points, which can be worth 2 or 3 seconds in lap time. But honestly, we don't really care about the performance threshold, although the teams are definitely watching it. In the Silverstone test, the solution tested had the lowest possible aerodynamic impact. Formula 1 CEO Stefano Domenicali suggested recently that that one other idea being looked at to reduce the spray was in relation to limiting the amount of water thrown up by the diffuser. Some cover could be possible, but Tombazis has ruled out interfering with specific design aspects in the tyre squirt area. It will take a lot of work from the teams, he said. Ideally, we would like to intervene with a solution that is put on and taken off only when there is a wet monsoon, which is perhaps once or twice a year. We prefer not to have to touch the machines. Other ideas may possibly be developed for the 2026 regulations. So very interesting to see there what is happening in terms of the teams developing these, or the FIA developing these solutions for the spray that is thrown up by the cars in really wet weather conditions. Hopefully they're able to come up with a solution that does help reduce the spray from the cars, because it does really limit the amount of racing that we can do in certain track conditions when it is too wet out there. Moving on though to our final article for you guys here today. Sergio Perez admits he needs to be very strong mentally to survive at Red Bull. Sergio Perez has admitted that any driver who is a Red Bull teammate to Max Verstappen cannot hope to survive without possessing great mental strength. After Pierre Gasly and Alex Albon struggled to contend with the performance level of Verstappen, Perez was next to give it a shot, as Red Bull brought him in ahead of the 2021 campaign. But even Perez, the highly regarded Formula 1 veteran, has had his lows alongside Verstappen. Arguably, the lowest of lows coming in this Formula 1 2023 season, as his targeted title challenge fell apart as his performance fell off a cliff. The Mexican racer has begun to steady the ship in recent rounds, making the podium 3 times over the past 4 races, having withstood a torrent of speculation over his Red Bull future. The team repeatedly affirming that their commitment to Perez until the end of 2024 at least, and have been asked by Autosport what it is like to be a Red Bull driver in that seat next to Max Verstappen. Perez replied, "It is tough, but if you want to drive for Red Bull, you have to live with it and be very strong mentally to survive it. We all have to appreciate what Max is doing, the level at which he is driving at the moment. It is extremely high. To give 100% every weekend, no matter what the conditions are. When you're his teammate, it is hard to digest." But while the results have picked up for Perez, there is still an alarming performance gap, which has opened up between he and Verstappen. Mercedes boss Toto Wolff called it a bizarre moment when Perez qualified 1.3 seconds slower than Verstappen at the Dutch Grand Prix, while last time out at Monza, Verstappen was almost 4 tenths faster than his teammate, come to end of qualifying, while on race day, Perez fought back against the Ferraris to score a Red Bull 1-2 podium. Verstappen claimed victory for a record-breaking 10th Grand Prix victory in a row, and as for where Verstappen is finding so much time over Perez in the same car, Perez suggested mainly in the fast corners, but there is no clear pattern. Then put him that Verstappen has no issues with oversteer, but he does. Perez replied, "Let's put it in this way. When the car tends to oversteer, the distance between us increases. The other way around, I'm much closer." Verstappen is now marching towards his 3rd World Championship in as many seasons, with his lead over Perez standing at 145 points, meaning P2 is now the best that Perez realistically can do. Still, that would satisfy Red Bull. The team has yet to experience a 1-2 finish in the driver's standings. Perez has not thrown in the towel just yet against Verstappen though, confirming that with 8 rounds of the season still to go, he is targeting adding a couple more wins to his current tally of 2. To find the form ahead at the start of the season and a few more races, said Perez, of his goal for the remainder of the season. To find the form I had at the start of the season and win a few more races, said Perez of his goal for the remainder of the season. Red Bull can potentially secure the 2023 Constructors Championship title already in Singapore if the results go their way. So, certainly very, very interesting to see the challenges that Sergio Perez currently has in that Red Bull seat alongside Max Verstappen. I can only imagine how difficult it must be to have to deal with a teammate like Max Verstappen, who is extremely consistent week in and week out. It's not easy for the likes of Sergio Perez coming in as that second driver in the team, but he has done really, really well nonetheless with the amount of pressure that is on him in that seat. That will be it though from me here today for Formula 1 news. Thank you very much for watching alongside with us. I see we do have Ashke Diman there saying FIA are trying to make the cars slower again. Yes, I have spoken about that at length. Do be sure to go and check my YouTube shorts. There's a lot of other YouTube clips that I've done speaking about the new FIA technical directive that is being brought in from this weekend onwards. Do be sure to go and check that out on our YouTube channel. If you're not subscribed to the channel as well, do be sure to go and hit that subscribe button. And yes, we hope to see you in the next video. Of course, we do have the Formula 1 Grand Prix, the Singapore Grand Prix, starting again next weekend, which is very exciting. Or not next weekend, tomorrow afternoon, which I'm very excited for. And I hope to see all of you alongside with us for that Grand Prix. Thank you very much, though, for watching this video with me. I have been Reese here for Forever Motorsports. Cheers. Hello and welcome to Forever Motorsports for the review of the Singapore Grand Prix Free Practice 1. And what a session that was there, Mark. Yeah, very interesting to talk you through our top 10. Charles Leclerc tops the timing boards in Free Practice 1 in Singapore with Carlos Sainz in P2, Verstappen P3, Norris P4, Hamilton P5, George Russell in 6th, 7th is Perez, Alonso in 8th, Tsunoda in 9th, and Ocon finishing up the top 10 there.
Yes, and then carrying on 11th is Stroll, 12th Gasly, 13th Albon, 14th Bottas, 15th Magnussen, 16th Lawson, 17th Hulkenberg, 18th Zhou, 19th Piastri, and 20th Logan Sargent. So that was the total drivers and all their positions for FP1. Of course, it is just a practice session, nothing to take too hard too much, but great to see that everybody's running very close to each other. A little bit of concern for Oscar Piastri's car there. Obviously, wasn't able to get as quick as he should have been compared to his teammate who's up in 4th. The Williams aren't as quick as I was hoping they'd be. The AlphaTauri is also with their massive upgrade package don't seem to be that quick compared to what we might have been hoping from them. But good to see the Ferraris up in 1st and 2nd, and good to see the Mercedes also quite consistent in 5th and 6th.
Yes, it is great to see those Mercedes getting a little bit more consistency here, as you say, in 5th and 6th. But I think the biggest takeaway is the fact that those Ferraris are looking quite competitive here today, which is good.
Yeah, and it's exactly that. And I think we're going to hopefully see that continue throughout the weekend. Maybe Ferrari found a little bit of form in Singapore. Maybe this track suits their car a little bit more. But of course, don't ever count out Max Verstappen and Red Bull. I'm sure we'll see them come back very strong. Can any of them stop Max Verstappen winning an 11th in a row? Reese, from what you've seen in this first practice, would you say anybody could?
Well, I think the Ferraris are looking quite competitive. I think they could possibly take it to the Red Bulls. I certainly hope so. We'll have to wait and see, though.
Okay, so just looking at the rest of this list here, Hamilton in 5th, beating his teammate George Russell in 6th. I mean, are we surprised by this, or is this to be expected?
Sorry, who was that, Mark?
Hamilton beating out his teammate Russell.
Well, I think that's to be expected. I think that George Russell hasn't had the upper hand over his teammate this year. I think it certainly has been Lewis Hamilton's car this year. It's been supporting him. It's been suiting him a lot better than George Russell, that's for sure.
Yeah, and just looking at the rest of the grid, of course, the practice 1 session was a little bit interrupted by local resident Godzilla, who made his way out to the track a couple of times during the session, causing a few yellow flags. Carlos Sainz making note the second time it made its way out to the track. A few years ago, Max Verstappen also made note of the water monitor, who made his way onto the track as well. So clearly, as Reese tried to say, maybe perhaps it's his son living on the legend here in Singapore. So great to have a little visitor there. We've had groundhogs in other places. We have cats in some tracks. And here in Singapore, we've got water monitors, aptly named. And we're naming him on Forever Motorsports, at least, Godzilla. So hopefully Godzilla won't get hit by any cars in practice too. But I think it's certainly going to have to be something that might get in the way of qualifying maybe even tomorrow. And that could cause a little bit of an issue for some of the drivers on their fast lap attempts.
Yes, hopefully we don't get those interruptions again. It's still possible throughout the rest of this weekend, but let's hope that those Godzillas don't interrupt running yet again this Grand Prix weekend. Yeah, very interesting free practice 1 session. Do be sure to let us know who you're supporting for the rest of this weekend down in the comments section. Thank you very much, though, Mark, for joining me in the session. We will join you again a little bit later for the FP2 session. We're going to go live now with our build-up package. Thank you very much for joining us, though, here on Forever Motorsports. I've been Reese, joined with Mark. Cheers. The FIA will be bringing a new technical directive to the Singapore Grand Prix. The new technical directive is not entirely new. A similar technical directive was also in force in 2021 until the end of 2022. In 2023, though, the technical directive, which was more or less a solution to a temporary problem, was included in the set regulations. Since this year, the flexibility allowed is more precisely defined in the regulations. But now it is necessary to reintroduce the technical directive to close down on loopholes that teams have found throughout the year, especially through certain interpretations of the text in the rules. as Formula 1 teams always do. Goss has said, but over the season, we felt that there has been a little bit too much creep in the design details of aerodynamic concepts and components. The FIA has been paying explicit attention to 4 main issues. The first indicates movement. Up, down, front, rear, left, and right of the wings relative to component that it is connected to. The second is more or less the same, but says that the wings are also not allowed to rotate relative to other components. Thirdly, elastic components are also not allowed. Materials that can move under certain pressure and then easily bend back to their original shape. Finally though, components with a soft and bendable edge on the back are also prohibited. This material could prevent cracking due to deflection. So a lot of loopholes closed now in the regulations by the FIA, just trying to crack down on any little loopholes that teams are able to find and where they're able to just eke out any little bit of performance. Maybe this is Red Bull, maybe this is some of the other teams. We don't necessarily know who this is aimed at, or maybe this is just general loopholes being changed by the FIA, things that they've maybe done research and found that they're just closing it down to make sure that there is fairer racing going forward into the future. And hopefully this does maybe cause a bit of an upset in the Singapore Grand Prix and we see other teams being a little bit closer to each other. Maybe Red Bull falls back a little bit due to these regulations coming in. We will have to wait and see. Let us know what you think in the comment section. Mercedes trackside engineer Andrew Chauvelin expects the team's form will improve at the upcoming Singapore Grand Prix. The team have not scored a podium since the British Grand Prix, with both Lewis Hamilton and George Russell receiving penalties at the most recent race in Monza. Although they had the pace to challenge for a podium at the high downforce Zandvoort circuit, the team made a gamble to stay out during the opening lap downpour, which severely compromised their race. Chauvelin expects a repeat of this form for the upcoming race around the Marina Bay circuit. There is a reason to think that the car will work better, and that is because Singapore is a maximum downforce circuit, he explained. Our performance at the high downforce tracks, like at Barcelona, Budapest, and even Zandvoort, the car was working well, and we've had pretty strong performance. We're hoping to be able to be a bit quicker here, and get back to a position where we can challenge for podiums. I'm certainly hoping that Mercedes can be very dominant and have a good race weekend in Singapore because, I mean, they've had great pace this year, but have unfortunately had some bad luck in certain races like in Zandvoort where they just got the wrong strategy calls. Hopefully they're just able to get it right in Singapore, because we've seen you can really gamble on early pit stop calls, you can make big undercuts here. It's also forecast that there's possibly rain this weekend, so that could also come into play yet again. I mean, it is monsoon season normally around this time of the year in Singapore, so it's really an unknown. I'm sure a lot of people will be quite excited to hear that there's rain yet again. We'll see whether Mercedes can live up to the expectations for this next race weekend. Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, Bitdefender. Bitdefender is a global leader in cyber security. Bitdefender is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, Bitdefender, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much. Verstappen's win streak could be under threat in Singapore. Max Verstappen's bid for a record-extending 11th straight win faces a severe test in Sunday's perilous Singapore Grand Prix night race on the unpredictable Marina Bay circuit. The Red Bull driver's third world title in a row is only a matter of time, but the Dutchman has never triumphed under the lights in Singapore, where tropical storms, intense humidity, and concrete barriers all wait. Safety cars and red flags will almost certainly play a part too, with memories of an incredibly messy race in Singapore a year ago fresh in Verstappen's mind. Rain is again forecast for this race weekend ahead of us. Verstappen was only 8th on the grid in 2022 after being underfueled in Saturday qualifying, and a pre-race deluge saw him start poorly on the sodden track. dropping back 5 places. He clawed his way through the field with the help of several safety car and virtual safety car periods though, only to slither onto an escape road while trying to take 4th place, eventually rejoining, settling for 7th. Red Bull teammate Sergio Perez kept his cool out in front to win ahead of Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari and keep the champagne on ice for a bit longer. "It's better than 8th, but it's not what I'm here for," he said. "Not with a car like that. It was just incredibly messy," Verstappen ended. Verstappen leads Perez by 145 points this year in the current championship and could clinch the world title with 6 races to spare at next week's Japanese Grand Prix. Mercedes are second in the Constructors' Championship, a distant 310 points behind the Red Bulls, with team boss Toto Wolff believing that Red Bull are on course to win all 22 races this season. "I think they need to screw it up themselves," Wolff said after Verstappen's 10th win in a row at Monza a fortnight ago. "If they complete the clean sweep, Red Bull would eclipse the world record of Mercedes in 2016, when Nico Rosberg and Lewis Hamilton won 19 of 21 races." Red Bull team principal Christian Horner warned though that the unique Marina Bay Challenge could upset their perfect season. "It's a street circuit. It's one of the toughest on the calendar. We saw last year how perilous it can be," said Horner. "We'll just do our best to keep this momentum running. One day we're going to get beaten. It's just a question of when, and we've just got to make the win as far away as we can." Wolff believes though that Mercedes may have their best chance to upset the Red Bull run on a track where straight line speed is not so crucial, but grid position is everything because of the difficulty in overtaking. "Singapore is back to high downforce and coming towards our direction a little bit more," he said. "It will be important for us to maximize that opportunity when it comes." Well, we'll have to wait and see whether the likes of Mercedes can possibly get on that top step here in Singapore. Helmut Marko has finally come out and apologized for his offensive remarks about Sergio Perez. The Red Bull consultant Helmut Marko has apologized for blaming Mexican driver Sergio Perez's fluctuation in form on his cultural heritage. The 80-year-old Austrian, who is an advisor to the dominant Formula 1 team, issued a formal statement on Friday. "I would like to apologize for my offensive remark and want to make it absolutely clear that I do not believe that we can generalize about the people from any country, any race, and any ethnicity," Marko said. "I was trying to make a point that Sergio Perez has fluctuated in his performance this year, but it was wrong to attribute this to his cultural heritage," Marko added. Marko, a former racer and close friend of the late Red Bull owner Dietrich Mateschitz, had made his remarks on the energy drinks company's television station following last weekend's Italian Grand Prix at Monza, wrongly describing Sergio Perez as South American. "We know that he has problems in qualifying, he has fluctuations in form. He is South American and he is just not as completely focused in his head as Max Verstappen is or Sebastian Vettel." These are the comments that landed him in that hot water, and yeah, it is not the first time that Marko has referred to Perez as being from South America. The Mexican, though, comes from Guadalajara, which is geographically in North America. An earlier attempt by Marko to clarify his comments only dug him in deeper. Yeah, certainly not going too well for the Austrian of Helmut Marko there, with the Austrian news website OE24 reporting Marko as saying it wasn't meant that way. "I meant that a Mexican has a different mentality than a German or a Dutchman, but who knows, maybe it is controlled." And as I said, that landed him in even hotter water. While Marko attends races in Red Bull Racing uniform, he reports to the energy drink company and is not an employee of the British-based Formula 1 champions, who had no immediate comment. Nevertheless, Marko's ill-advised comments have sparked an online backlash among fans and made headlines in Mexico. "This cannot keep happening to Sergio Perez," declared motorsport website The Race on Friday. "He deserves better than to have to grin and bear derogatory comments from a senior figure in Red Bull's Formula 1 organization. The way Helmut Marko talks about him needs to stop." The Red Bull Racing daily feed on social media site X commented in a statement to its 35,000 followers, "Such comments will not be tolerated. A racial stereotype was used to criticize his performance, which is absolutely disgraceful and inexcusable," it said. Glad that Helmut Marko has finally come out and apologized for his derogatory comments against Sergio Perez. Felipe Massa's legal team hopes for support from Hamilton in 2008 Formula 1 title case. Felipe Massa's legal representation hope that the 2008 Formula 1 world champion Lewis Hamilton will support his former Brazilian rival in his case to overturn the outcome of that year's title. Massa believes Formula 1 and the governing body were aware of the 2008 Singapore Grand Prix Crashgate scandal in time to take action before the championship was decided. Former Ferrari and Williams racer Massa says he is developing a subsequent legal case to gain justice for the sport, rather than recoup the tens of millions of euros that his team believes he has missed out on after losing that year's championship by 1 point to McLaren driver Hamilton. Bernardo Viana, that represents Massa in Brazil, hopes that Hamilton will support the case that would theoretically lead to him losing the first of his 7 drivers' championship crowns. Viana said, "He is an important ambassador for the sport and has always been defending sporting integrity. We have absolutely nothing against Hamilton. Aside from Hamilton, it is known that Ferrari, for which Massa drove in 2008, will not join forces for the case." In the same interview, Viana also revealed that Massa's legal team have pushed back the deadline for Formula 1 and the FIA to respond to a letter before claim until mid-October. Previously, the letter, which outlined that the Formula 1 summer break and personnel being on holiday was not sufficient a reason for the Formula 1 management and FIA delays in replying, stated a deadline to respond of last Friday, the 8th of September, ahead of potentially launching a formal challenge in the British High Court. Speaking to Motorsport.com last week, Viana said, "So we are waiting for their response. If their response is adequate, and if they approach us for any conversation, that is okay. If their response is not adequate, we're just going to move forward with the legal strategy that we have in place." Really interesting that they want to get Lewis Hamilton involved. I highly doubt that he will ever get involved in this case, because of course it means that he would lose his 2008 World Championship. Yeah. Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, Bitdefender. Bitdefender is a global leader in cyber security. Bitdefender is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, Bitdefender, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much. Mercedes trackside engineer Andrew Shovlin expects the team's form will improve at the upcoming Singapore Grand Prix. The team have not scored a podium since the British Grand Prix, with both Lewis Hamilton and George Russell receiving penalties at the most recent race in Monza. Although they had the pace to challenge for a podium at the high downforce Zandvoort circuit, the team made a gamble to stay out during the opening lap downpour, which severely compromised their race. Shovlin expects a repeat of this form for the upcoming race around the Marina Bay circuit. There is a reason to think that the car will work better, and that is because Singapore is a maximum downforce circuit, he explained. Our performance at the high downforce tracks, like at Barcelona, Budapest, and even Zandvoort, the car was working well, and we've had pretty strong performance. We're hoping to be able to be a bit quicker here, and get back to a position where we can challenge for podiums. I'm certainly hoping that Mercedes can be very dominant and have a good race weekend in Singapore, because I mean they've had great pace this year, but have unfortunately had some bad luck in certain races, like in Zandvoort, where they just got the wrong strategy calls. Hopefully they're just able to get it right in Singapore, because we've seen you can really gamble on early pit stop calls. You can make big undercuts here. It's also forecast that there's possibly rain this weekend, so that could also come into play yet again. I mean, it is monsoon season normally around this time of the year in Singapore, so it's really an unknown. I'm sure a lot of people will be quite excited to hear that there's rain yet again. We'll see whether Mercedes can live up to expectations for this next race weekend. Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, Bitdefender. Bitdefender is a global leader in cyber security. Bitdefender is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, Bitdefender, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome to Forever Motorsports for the review of the Singapore Grand Prix Free Practice 2 session. And what a session that was, with a lot of standouts and a lot of surprises, that is for sure. The biggest surprise, of course, being the fact that Max Verstappen and Sergio Perez in those Red Bulls are not even in the top 5. So, to talk you through our top 10 first, Carlos Sainz took pole position with a 132.1. He was closely followed by his teammate Charles Leclerc with a 132.138. George Russell then came in third with Fernando Alonso P4, Hamilton P5, Lando Norris in 6th. 7th and 8th were the two Red Bull drivers of Perez and Verstappen. Surely not having a great day out there, maybe just struggling with grip on their car. We saw a lot of sliding from the rear end of that Red Bull. Certainly not looking like the Red Bull of old. Possibly just being upset by those new technical directives being brought into Singapore this race weekend. Then moving past those Red Bulls, we have Magnussen in P9, Bottas in P10. Then to go through our bottom 10 to make up the top 20. Hulkenberg then was P11. Liam Lawson having a great day out there in P12 ahead of his teammate. Esteban Ocon is in P13. Lance Stroll P14. Piastri P15, quite far off of his teammate who is all the way up in P6 in that system McLaren. Then 16th is Yuki Tsunoda. Obviously, as I said, quite far off of the rookie Liam Lawson. Could be putting quite a lot of pressure now on that rookie of Yuki Tsunoda, or not on the rookie, but on Yuki Tsunoda's shoulders, who is being outperformed by the rookie of Liam Lawson. Zhou Guanyu, the Alfa Romeo driver who has just announced a contract extension to the end of 2024 with Alfa Romeo, he is down in P17. Pierre Gasly then, P18, Logan Sargent, P19, and Alex Albon all the way at the bottom in P20 due to a power unit issue which hindered him from getting any running in for the entirety of that session. I think he may have gotten in 1 lap, but that is about it. Actually, no, it says here he got in 5 laps. With the driver finishing the most laps being Liam Lawson and Yuki Tsunoda having done 27 laps, also tied there with Charles Leclerc having also done 27 laps in that session. A lot of differing runs. There was, of course, qualifying runs which gave us our order here, as well as there was a lot of race simulation runs being put out on the drivers or on the timing boards here today. Lots of representative times being put in, of course, for qualifying tomorrow evening. The track temperature and conditions were very, very indicative for tomorrow evening in qualifying. And this could be a major upset to have those Ferraris all the way at the top of the timing boards, possibly for qualifying tomorrow afternoon. Let us know what you guys think in those comment sections down below, what you think of the upset from those Ferraris, and whether you think those Red Bulls are possibly being hindered by the new technical directives that have been brought in. It certainly looks like those Red Bulls are on the back foot. I mean, what is with them? We haven't seen the Red Bulls being this far down in a free practice session this entire season. I don't think we've seen them this far down for maybe 2 or 3 seasons. It's very weird to see them maybe on the back foot here this weekend. A lot of sliding from the rear end of those Red Bulls in Perez and Verstappen's cockpit. So both drivers really not happy with their cars this race weekend. A few outliers there. Russell P3, as we said, with Hamilton down in P5. I think those Mercedes could also be quite challenging for the rest of this race weekend. I certainly hope to see them challenging for pole positions, for race wins, or possibly some other podium positions. Fernando Alonso in that Aston Martin also looking quite rapid out there on track. His lap times are quite close to the likes of George Russell and Charles Leclerc's. all within 0.3 seconds. So we could get a very, very close qualifying session tomorrow afternoon. I'm certainly looking forward to it. I'm sure all of you are also looking forward to it. Do be sure to join us for free practice 3 tomorrow at 11:30, as well as qualifying at 3 p.m. South African time. Looking forward to seeing all of you guys in the comment sections again and in our next stream. Do be sure to subscribe to the channel and let us know who you are supporting for all of these sessions and race weekends. I've been Reese here on Forever Motorsports. Just want to say a quick thank you to our channel partners Bitdefender and BoyleSports. Bitdefender being a global leader in cybersecurity, making sure that you guys are all safe from cyber attacks, as well as BoyleSports, which is our leading betting partner here on this channel. Do be sure to go and check out BoyleSports if you want to put your money where your mouth is. BoyleSports will match your first bet up to 1,000 Rand, so do be sure to go and check that down in the description of this video. Thank you very much for joining. I've been Reese on Forever Motorsports. Cheers. Welcome to the Singapore Grand Prix, home of the Formula 1 night race. Formula 1 leaves Europe behind and starts its final sequence of flyaway races to see out the 2023 season. Starting here in Singapore with one of the most challenging circuits on the calendar. The circuit, set out around Singapore's Marina Bay, is 4.94 kilometers and is made up of 19 corners, which is a reduction of 23 turns from last year's layout due to construction taking place, meaning that the old turns 16, 17, 18 and 19 were taken out and replaced with a straight. This circuit is particularly grueling on the drivers due to the high humidity and ambient temperatures seen around the circuit. During a race around Singapore, drivers can lose up to 3 kilograms in sweat from the heat experienced in the cockpit of their Formula 1 cars. Not only do drivers have the extreme heat to deal with, or the possibilities of monsoon rain, but the circuit around Singapore is set at night and became the first night race on the Formula 1 calendar in 2008. This makes racing around the Marina Bay even more difficult, as it is said that the circuit is similar to Monaco with very close walls and little room for error. Watch now as you get taken around a lap of Singapore. Thank you very much for watching. Be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Thank you very much for watching. Be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more Formula 1 content. And be sure to let us know in the comment section who you are supporting for the Singapore Grand Prix.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports here. We've just finished Singapore FP3. This is the review for it. Reese, what a session we just had there. Carlos Sainz topping the charts there.
Yes, a very, very interesting session there with, as you say, Carlos Sainz topping that FP3 session. Certainly being very, very exciting to see what's happening in terms of that qualifying session later this afternoon. A bit of an unknown as to what's going to happen because there are there are four different constructors all in contention at the moment. We had Ferrari in P1, Mercedes in P2, McLaren in P3, and Red Bull in P4. It is going to be all to fight for later this afternoon.
Yeah, indeed. So let's just go through the top 20 there that we had from FP3, the last practice session before qualifying, which is this stream. So do not go anywhere. Be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. We'll have that later for you. So going from the bottom, Logan Sargent, unfortunately, right at the bottom there in 20th. Zhou and Bottas in those Alfa Romeos, 19th and 18th. Alex Albon in 17th. Not looking good for Williams or for Alfa Romeo so far. Lawson in 16th, unfortunately. Not as quick as his teammate, who's all the way up in 10th. 15th is Gasly. 14th, Stroll. 13th, Alonso. Very disappointing from those Aston Martins. Hopefully, they'll find a lot more pace in qualifying later. Ocon is in 12th. Magnussen, 11th. That rounds off our bottom 10. Reese, our top 10.
Our top 10 are made up of Yuki Tsunoda having a good day out there ahead of his rookie teammate Liam Lawson. Hülkenberg then P9, Sergio Perez P8, quite far off the pace of his teammate Max Verstappen. He's not so happy with the pointiness of the car as well as the amount of oversteer it gives, so that's why he's struggling a little bit in terms of his pace. Hopefully they can make some setup changes before qualifying and Park Ferme kicks in. Oscar Piastri then in P7, he's finding some more confidence around this track and is getting into that top 10 now at least. Hamilton in P6, quite a way off of his teammate. We'd expect him to get a little bit higher in qualifying later on. Then we have Leclerc P5, Verstappen P4, Lando Norris then in P3, George Russell P2, and Carlos Sainz in P1.
Yeah, so a great little session there. And I think the most interesting thing to note is the fact that Red Bull aren't looking across all the different factors as quick as they probably were hoping they would be. Qualifying pace is not as quick as Ferrari, and their race pace doesn't necessarily look as quick as Ferrari either. Though, notably, we did know that Aston Martin's race pace is looking good for this weekend, but their qualifying in that session at least, didn't see them finish very high up, only 13th and 14th for Alonso and Stroll. But I'm sure we'll see Alonso find a lot of time later. In the different conditions, of course, it'll be much cooler. It'll be at night. Qualifying is certainly going to be a very, very interesting one, as it always has been throughout the entire session. Qualifying has become more exciting than the race, I feel, sometimes.
Yes, qualifying is one of my most exciting parts of a race weekend. As you say, it's often one of the most exciting sessions. And we'll have to wait and see whether that's going to be the case for today as well. It's going to be a very exciting race ahead of us, I think. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow because I always love the Singapore races around here. Yeah, I mean, what is your prediction for
qualifying?
I think
that's exactly what we're going to go to. We're going to go to quali predictions. So just to note, also, the quickest time that we saw in that session was a 1:32.065, of course, from Carlos Sainz. So people had made predictions for what the quickest time would be for pole. They were saying 1:31s. So 1:31.1, I think, was one that was mentioned. So we'll see what the times are going to be. So I'm going to predict in our top three. Let's go and see. I reckon it's going to be completely out of nowhere, some very, very odd things. I think third, Verstappen. Second, probably actually going to I'm going to back Russell to be in that second position. And I'm going to say Sainz will top pole. So I think that's going to be a very interesting one to look at. And I think that's basically what I'm going to guess. So just to run over it again, I'm going to say Verstappen 3, Russell 2, Sainz 1. I think, of course, there's other drivers you can put in those top three there, but that's what I'm going to say. Reese, what are you going to say?
I'm going to try and make it a little bit different. I'm going to say Norris P1, Verstappen P2, Sainz P3.
Well, one of our regulars in the chat will, of course, be very, very happy with the concept of Lando Norris finishing in first, that being F1 23. And also, I note that there's been some bets being placed on our channel pretty much with regards to people saying, you know, if somebody does this, I'm going to put this much there. So it's going to be quite an interesting thing. People just saying what they're going to do, and people backing Lando Norris to win. And yeah, let us know in the comments as well. Who do you think is going to top qualifying? What do you think is going to happen later? But otherwise, that was FP3, the review, and lots of very interesting information found there. The fact that this Red Bull aren't looking as quick as potentially those, even the McLarens and the Ferraris. So, and also the Mercedes, of course. So, Red Bull still needing to find some pace. Reese, any final comments from that session?
Well, just very exciting. Looking forward to qualifying later this afternoon. I'm really thinking it's going to be a very busy session. There's going to be a bit of an issue with traffic, I think, as well. But hopefully that's not going to be too much of an issue. I think there might be in Q1, Q2, and Q3. It tends to fall off a little bit in terms of the amount of cars on track, of course. But it could come into contention, of course. We'll have to wait and see, though. But do be sure to join us for that stream later. That starts at 3 o'clock. We'll be live 30 minutes before the session does get underway. We'll start, though, that build-up package very shortly for all of you. And then we will see you all a little bit later. Looking forward to it, though.
Thank you guys so much for watching. Keep watching, of course. Like the stream, subscribe to the channel, and act in the comments and participate in our polls and otherwise. And we'll see you later. Thank you so much. Until then, bye.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, Bitdefender. Bitdefender is a global leader in cyber security. Bitdefender is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, Bitdefender, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports. We are now live once again here with commentary with Reese, who's also just having to do a couple of other things on the side, so you'll see him look to the other side as well every now and then. But otherwise we are obviously here watching here in F1 Singapore this weekend. It's qualifying and we've got Q1 starting in just about 8 minutes time and we are so excited for it. Be sure to go and smash that like button if you're joining us right now, and if you're not subscribed already, be sure to go and also subscribe to the channel. And yeah, guys, let us know where you're watching from. What do you think is going to happen in qualifying? We, of course, had a really interesting FP3 session earlier where we saw Sainz once again top the charts. Russell in second as well. Norris in third, and Verstappen was only in fourth after FP3. We're looking inside the Red Bull garage right now at Max Verstappen's car. Nobody is inside the car. No tires are on the car. So lots of things still having to happen until we get going. Now looking at Carlos Sainz, of course, who was one of the favorites going into qualifying today. And of course, as we get the times, we'll bring them to you for Q1, Q2, and Q3. It'll be me and Reese joining you along, and in each session, we'll tell you how much longer there is as well. Reese, what do you think we're looking forward to here? I mean, I don't know if I should be going to you because you're just trying to listen into other people as well.
I'm trying to listen to two people at the same time. I'm very busy today, but I'm going to carry on nonetheless. We're watching Valtteri Bottas get into his car. I'm really looking forward to seeing what those Alfa Romeo boys can do, as well as the AlphaTauri cars. I mean, they've brought big upgrades to this race weekend. Could they maybe challenge a little bit higher up the pecking order?
Look, I think AlphaTauri maybe is one to keep an eye on a bit more than Alfa Romeo. I'm not so keen to see what Alfa Romeo is going to do because, quite frankly, I don't think they're going to be able to do much, unfortunately. So, nonetheless, I'll be watching AlphaTauri very much just to go and understand exactly what's happening that side there. And yeah, so again, guys, let us know in the comments, what do you think is going to happen? Give us your predictions. We've already got a poll going. Yeah, we'll see. Mike Lecky, they're just going to say, I smashed my like button now, just no longer working well. Hopefully it's permanently in the like category. So maybe it's been liked so much that you know, it'll just permanently stay on. We love the enthusiasm though, absolutely love it, of course. Yeah, and we hope to see some more regulars in the field there. I know F123's got a little cheeky little game with us, I suppose we're going to call it, that we are of course doing. Well, we said that if Lando Norris gets first place, it's going to give us $20. So we'll see whether or not that happens. But of course, that's a little bit of a joke that we've got going. But yeah, just about 5.5 minutes or so from qualifying.
Yes, and it's going to be an interesting qualifying session. We've got that poll up and running of who will top qualifying. 41% still backing Verstappen. I don't think so, though, Mark. What do you think? I mean, it looks like there's other teams who might have better pace here today.
Look, I think certainly the Ferraris are going to be looking to try and do something. Russell was quite quick in FP3, but again, very different weather conditions and otherwise, so we might see some changes in general there. But I'm still backing my earlier my earlier prediction, I said Verstappen in third, Russell second, and Sainz in first. Let's see if Verstappen can do anything to try and change that. And maybe any other drivers. Maybe Leclerc gets in there. Maybe Hamilton gets in there. Maybe Piastri out of nowhere also comes near the top there. He's finally found a bit of pace. So we'll see.
Yes, just watching the pre-show package up now at the moment, just watching some previous races around here, and it makes me think, Mark, for the race tomorrow, especially if there's going to be some rain, it could really throw a spanner in the works, and it could be a very treacherous first and second lap around here.
No, it's a very dangerous lap, and the safety car predictions for the race is pretty much 100%. Every single Grand Prix we've had in Singapore, we have had a safety car come out. So it's more than likely that we'll have a safety car again tomorrow, because it is such a tricky track. You make one mistake, you're in the wall, as is with most street circuits, and that's going to be so unsafe for a virtual safety car that you'll pretty much have to guarantee safety car coming out. So we're likely to see that tomorrow. Which driver do you think is going to be the one that's going to bomb out? We see tears in the comments there just saying, hey, Reese, Danny,
don't bother me.
or Donnie, sorry, is saying, think Russell or Hamilton can take pole. So backing the Mercedes drivers. Russell certainly looking a little bit better than Hamilton in the previous session, but we're not looking at the beautiful setting that is Singapore in night. I mean, it is genuinely, it's a bucket list item to go to the Grand Prix in Singapore, because look at the views that we're looking at here. So we are round 16 in the Marina Bay in Singapore. So some track stats for you. Of course, this is the first race outside of Europe for quite a while. We are, of course, back in Asia. Singapore, round 16. There are no more European races. This is the first one since. So track distance is 4.94 kilometers. Full throttle spent at 40.25%. Track lap record is 1 minute 36.
But it's irrelevant because of the updates to the track this year with the construction taking place in the Marina Bay. The top speed around the circuit is 315 kilometers an hour with 19 corners. It used to be, of course, 21 or 22.
23, I think. Anyway, but yes, there used to be a bit more. Softest tire compound is the C5, then C4, and then the C3 compound as well. And there's in. We've said it as well. Don't mind Reese if he just keeps going across the side. He's just trying to manage other things at the same time. Nonetheless, we're still bringing you this content here. F123 saying a new poll. The question...
well, I think who will top qualifying is still very, very
relevant.
Applicable right now. Maybe we'll get who will fall out of Q1 maybe before the Q1 session starts.
I think we'll keep that same poll there. Let us know in the comments who you think are your 5 drivers that will drop out. I'll give you my prediction for that. I reckon we'll lose, unfortunately, both Alfa Romeos. I reckon we'll lose Pierre Gasly, and I reckon we'll probably lose Logan Sargent as well. So both Alfa Romeos, Pierre Gasly, Logan Sargent. There's a 5th driver I need to say there. I'm going to say Tsunoda. I reckon Liam Lawson outperforms Tsunoda. So that's what I reckon is going to happen. Although I think we might actually see both Williams cars out in Q1 because they've not been looking quick this weekend. So that's my prediction. Who do you reckon?
Well, drivers out in Q1. I think it's going to be quite difficult. As much as I'm backing Liam Lawson this season, I think Lawson's going to be out. Sargent possibly as well. I want to get up, but we don't really know right now. Maybe Zhou as well. That's 3. Stroll and Magnussen 5.
Okay. I just forgot about the Haas drivers, but they've been looking all right in FP3, so maybe they can do something. We're now looking in the Ferrari garage, which there's lots of activity in. They're getting ready. Some cars are making their way down the pit lane as we are literally just 1 minute and 25 seconds away from the start of Q1 here in Singapore. And now looking at one of our favorites for qualifying today, Carlos Sainz, who's now made his way out of the pits and is going down, followed by his teammate Charles Leclerc following him down. I'm just going to be very, very intrigued here. F123 saying Stroll, Zhou, Magnussen, Bottas, and Sargent are his predictions for who's going to go out in Q1. Interesting to have Stroll there. Interesting to also have Magnussen there as well. Pureblood saying, let's get ready to rumble. Indeed, yes, we are ready. We're very close here, and I will, of course, change that qualifying starts time to go and say Q1 ends in. I'm very intrigued to see what happens here, and we've got all the cars lined up 42 seconds away. So they're all out quite early. It's a very busy pit lane. It's a very busy Singapore circuit, and I cannot wait to get going. We're seeing our builders growing our viewers are growing very quickly. We've got 134 of you. Let's get that up to 200 as quickly as possible. Be sure to smash that like button, as we saw Mike do so much that he thinks has broken it. And subscribe to the channel, guys, please. And again, comment where are you guys tuning in from. Love to always know.
Yes, do be sure to let us know where you're watching from. I am focus on this one now. I should be done with that stream for a little bit. Just watching Max Verstappen currently right at the end of that pit lane, not wanting to mess around, not wanting to wait at all. Himself and Sergio Perez, as well as the two Ferrari cars, are not wasting time to get going in this Q1 session. All of them quite desperate to get those first laps done and dusted. Exactly. Not wanting to get caught up by traffic around here, which I did say is going to be an issue in Q1.
Yeah, there's a lot of cars there ready to get going. And yeah, traffic is a big thing. I think we will see penalties today, and the green light is given. So let me go and change that script very, very quickly. But the green light is given, and Q1 is underway.
Yeah, hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, Bitdefender. Bitdefender is a global leader in cyber security. Bitdefender is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, Bitdefender, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much. Yes, now just watching these first few drivers leaving the pits, seeing them all leave under these beautiful lights out in Singapore, such a beautiful city. Who do you think is going to top this Formula 1 Q1 session? A bit of an upset through the Formula 1 practice sessions here this weekend. I mean, the Red Bulls have not had the pace that we expected them to have around here. They haven't been as dominant as they've been throughout other race weekends in the practice sessions. They do look like they've been on the back foot a little bit. And Max Verstappen is really building a big gap in the pits as all of those mechanics stand there and watch along as he now does trundle down that pit lane towards that green light where he can finally get out onto the track and unleash his bull.
Yeah, let's see if we can actually unleash it. It's not been looking particularly quick this entire weekend, been outperformed every session, so let's see if Red Bull can find their pace now in qualifying. We've got a few comments coming in. Love to see it. F123 saying, this is my favorite track in real life and in the game. Very interesting that's in the game as well. Difficult track in the game. Larry saying hello. Hen here, tuning in from Israel. Great to have you here. Pureblood saying Russell Q1 P1. So he's reckoning that Russell's going to top Q1. Very interesting there from Pureblood. So let's see if that does actually happen. And we will probably change that poll at the end of Q1 if any of our top three there do happen to change. So we've got our first few laps getting put in right now. And let's follow very, very closely. Of course, the Alfa Romeos will pretty much be setting the first times, I think, around here. I think the Bottas is going to be our first one to finish a lap. Potentially even Sargent as he comes across the line now. I think starting his lap or maybe just getting going. Yeah, just watching here. 16 minutes left, of course. Well, just under 16 minutes left in this session. Lando Norris is who we're currently looking at. Yeah, he seems to be very excited for this race. And I'm thinking he's also one of those that's going to challenge for pole.
Yes, just watching Lando Norris making his way around in his stripped out McLaren there. They've really removed all of the paint and trying to make a different livery. I think they may have made their car even faster with the reduction of weight, of course, with that paint being removed.
Yeah, so let's see how he can fare. We've got some more comments coming in. Zalish saying Sainz is going to finish Q1 in P1. F123 saying Carlos top Q1, Russell Q2, and Lando Norris pole. Wow, wouldn't you love to see it? I think you would very much so. Biggest Lando Norris fan is F123. So, yeah, let's see now. Lando Norris starting his hot lap on a set of softs. Let's go.
Yes, Lando Norris making his way through turn 1 and 2. Looking very neat and tidy through there as he makes his way through turn 3 now and 4. Looking super, super stable on the steering wheel. Not making many corrections, which is really what you want there. Very neat and tidy as he makes his way through turn 5. Very stable hands and very stable movements through the steering wheel. Little bit of porpoising as he makes his way down through towards turn 7, down that long back straight. Gets close on the curbs there. At least track limits are not going to be a thing around here. What's he doing through that first sector? Purple so far.
Yeah, purple sector, and Perez has not beaten it. Who's trying to follow him? So Perez is not too far behind Lando Norris, but has not beaten Lando Norris in that first sector. So Lando Norris still going around quickest, though Verstappen is also starting his lap now. Let's see what his time is for for sector 1. Can he beat Lando Norris' time in sector 1? Let's see. It comes up to that point now, and Verstappen is still slower, I think, than Lando Norris. Indeed. So Magnussen has set our new times here. We're going to see these times updated straight away. So Magnussen, Lawson, Hulkenberg, and Sargent have all finished, but Lando Norris has got 2 purple sectors. Let's see. Can he finish off his lap here and get the quickest lap of the day so far? Going around very quickly is this McLaren. So Lando Norris now approaching the final few corners of the track. He's doing very well. Very little corrections needed to be made. He's looking very planted. And this McLaren's looking very good, but Perez has stolen that purple sector in sector 2 away from Norris. As Norris crosses the line now, a 132.5, and that puts him on top.
Very good lap time from him so far, but we do expect this track to evolve quite a lot. As Sergio Perez has stolen away the middle sector. Where does he finish now? He's crossed the line with a 132.5. Not fast enough for Sergio Perez.
Now, just behind Norris, literally 0.007.
Max Verstappen's only third, Mark.
Yeah, and 0.3 seconds behind Norris, so quite a distance away. So interesting to see these Red Bulls still aren't quite matching those other constructors so far. Norris currently in first, so F123 is going to be absolutely ecstatic. And Sainz now crosses the line. He also goes slowly at 132.9. So that's slower than Max Verstappen, as Leclerc now also comes around the corner. Where does he put himself? He puts himself on top of the poles for Q1, a 132.523, just 0.033 seconds quicker than Lando Norris. And I see our viewers are building very, very quickly here, guys. Let's get up to 400 viewers as quickly as we can. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Be sure to tune in, like the video, and subscribe to the channel. Yeah, keep letting us know though where you're watching from and your thoughts right now on Q1 so far. Both Red Bulls, 3rd and 4th, Lando Norris and Charles Leclerc.
Yes, very interesting to see that Max Verstappen is behind his teammate. We haven't said that once this year so far, but he's looking very, very dominant at the moment. Leclerc, though, with that fastest time overall, a 132.523. A very dominant time as George Russell now starts his next flying lap.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting one to watch. Of course, George Russell, another one of those that did quite well in FP3 and was putting in quick times. His teammate Hamilton is following him very closely. So now, both Mercedes going to put some times in here. We have yet to see Alonso start a lap yet. He's on his out lap, so let's see what he can do as well, and all eyes will be on him too. Not a raccoon say, yeah, Charles. Indeed, Charles Leclerc there doing very well to get currently first with just 11 minutes and 30 seconds left. Russell's got a new purple sector, sector 1, quite a bit up on Leclerc's time. So these Mercedes clearly looking good.
Though. They've made a very good call in time in terms of when to come out on track. They've decided to come out on track when it's evolved quite a bit from everyone else's first runs, and they're benefiting off of that extra rubber down there. And you can see those lap times being put in by George Russell and Hamilton right now are really showing for it.
And interestingly enough, Hamilton is not beating his teammates still. So just like it was in FP3, Russell's going quicker than Hamilton. Now let's see Russell's time for the middle sector here as he approaches that middle sector marker. Does he get a purple sector or does it only go green? I think he's still up on Leclerc's time, but it's only a personal best, not a purple sector. But it's still going around very well.
Very, very close at the moment between all of these drivers fighting for that P1 spot. Leclerc to Norris is 0.03, Leclerc to Perez is 0.04, and all the way down to Max is 0.3. So very close between the top 4 right now.
Indeed, and Russell comes around the final couple of corners here. Where does it put himself? He should go on to pole, and in fact, he does. A 132.478. Brilliant drive there from Russell. His teammate, Hamilton, only moves, however, into 5th. So just ahead of Verstappen, but still behind the rest of them. So Russell performing a bit better than his teammate there. But look at the gap between 1st and 5th there. Only 0.17 seconds. So it just shows you how close these constructors are. As we're almost up to 400 viewers, guys, let's keep it going. Thank you so much for tuning in. Again, like the video, subscribe. Lance Stroll, we're watching a replay here of him.
Does he get caught up maybe by some traffic? Yes, he
does.
does.
My word.
This is a Williams. Oh, no, he doesn't. He just has a massive snap of oversteer caused by the backwash of the Williams. I think Lance Stroll thinks he was impeded. I think there was enough space really still.
I don't know. He's saying he parked there. Of course, the Aston Martin engineers are never going to go and say that he was wrong. Lance Stroll's comments were wrong, but I do feel the Williams was slightly in the way there as we're under 10 minutes to go here in Q1. Let's look right now. Alonso still not set a time. Neither is Ocon and Tsunoda, Gasly and Albon. So quite a few drivers yet to set times, though a couple of them all on outlaps. Alonso still not set a time. I think they've got a little bit of problems there with that Aston Martin.
I certainly hope not, because they've had some great pace this weekend. We don't want to hear that they've got issues. Just watching Esteban Ocon right now, he makes his way around the first sector, 0.1 down on George Russell's time. What can Esteban Ocon do?
Just to clarify, Alonso is going around. His time is not looking too bad. He is going on a fast lap right now, so he's in sector 3. Let's see how he fares, as all of those drivers who have yet to set times are currently on their fast laps, with the exception of Gasly, who's on an out lap. So let's see what Alonso can do as he approaches the final couple of corners here. We're also on board with Ocon, Sargent and Albon, who are currently completing their laps. But let's follow Alonso here as he comes across the line.
Albon, notably, Mark, has put in a really good first sector with the purple mini sector in it.
Let's look at this. And Alonso's time is rather useless. He's going to have to start again. I think it was just building up. I think it was a double out lap, because that was almost a whole half a minute slower. But yes, Albon looking very quick so far. Let's see if he can carry that on for the rest of the lap. Ocon also not doing too badly. Logan Sargent quite a bit off of Russell. And we're just seeing there, I think that is Lance Stroll just getting out of the way there very nicely of Ocon, who's now finishing up his lap. Where does he put himself now, Ocon? I think he should move into the top 10 at the moment.
Well, he finishes his lap and he only goes 8th. Not brilliant for Esteban Ocon, but not bad for the Alpine. Not a bad performance that is there. Is Verstappen starting another lap? He is too. He's got a purple mini sector. Could he take that first sector as Norris is going even faster out on track, Mark?
And Albon crosses the line and he goes only into 13th position. Really not great, unfortunately, for Alex Albon. He's already been pushed down into 14th now. Russell still sitting first. Leclerc, Norris and Perez following him. Hamilton and Verstappen in 6th. But Verstappen is currently on a hot lap now. Let's see if he can beat that time.
I've just seen the fact that Lando Norris is still going extremely rapid out on track as Carlos Sainz steals away that fastest first sector from everyone else now.
Indeed. So Carlos Sainz, that Ferrari is now showing its pace here. I do agree with F1 23's comments. They're saying, didn't they say that McLaren won't be good around here because it doesn't suit the track? Well, they're certainly looking rather decent, sitting up in 3rd. Mercedes as well in 1st.
Pierre Gasly goes up into P6 with the fastest final sector. He's found some really good pace in that Alpine, getting ahead of Max Verstappen in the Red Bull.
Fantastic. Just over 7 minutes left here. Alonso now finishing up his fast lap. Where does he put himself? Very, very key to see this. What a brilliant lap from Alonso. Up into 5th. Fantastic there. 132.584. So he should be safe.
Verstappen goes even faster out on track with a 132.398 now. He is ready now, hopefully showing his hand. Is this the true pace of those Red Bulls?
Well,
right. Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz are going even faster.
I was about to say, I think let's follow Sainz and Leclerc, because Verstappen's time, for all that's now first, is only 0.08 seconds quicker than Russell. So not that much, not too convincing as we have seen from Red Bull this entire season.
Leclerc's down in the middle sector though, Mark. He's got a yellow middle sector. Carlos Sainz is a personal best, but not a purple in the middle. What can he do now? As he comes around the final corner, he goes even faster than Max Verstappen with a 132.339.
I love watching Ferrari when they're actually performing half decently, because it's just beautiful to see that red car go around. As Leclerc now crosses the line, he moves himself into 3rd, just behind Max Verstappen, literally just behind, 0.007 seconds, or 8 seconds rather, behind Max Verstappen. My word, so close.
Sorry, I forgot I had a coffee there. Yeah, just watching there what Sainz's lap was on. I mean, brilliant. Charles Leclerc was doing a really good first sector, but then what happened?
Yeah, I think he just had a little bit of a blips in the middle sector, but he made it up in the 3rd sector just to get him right there and thereabouts. So, I mean, literally 0.008 seconds behind Verstappen. His teammate, Carlos Sainz, though, 0.059 seconds ahead of Verstappen. So, the Ferraris and Verstappen should be safe into the next qualifying session, so they shouldn't need to get back out there. But watching a replay here of, is that Ocon just touching the wall very... No, he actually didn't. He thought he did, but we're looking at this powered by AWS, super close to the wall. 1 centimeter away from the wall was Ocon. That could have been disastrous, but literally 1 centimeter. That's talk about taking the right apex, I say. Really just missing the wall there. So good driving for Ocon. He managed to stay clear of the wall. He thought he hit it, but in fact he did not. Almost up to 450 viewers, guys. Keep it going. Please like and subscribe to the channel. I see somebody said you deserve so many more subscribers. Well, thank you so much for that.
Stewards have noted Turn 8 incident involving cars 2 Sargent and 18 of Stroll will be investigated after the session for impeding.
I don't think anything will come of that because I don't think it was all that much of an impeding. Stroll, though, currently does sit in that elimination zone in 16th, so maybe it did sort of have an effect on his lap. He needs to get back out there with just 4 minutes and 30 seconds left of the session. We're currently on board with Charles Leclerc, who's currently sitting in third. He's making his way back to the pits, I'm sure. And almost everybody is back in the pits. The only one not is Charles Leclerc, who's made his way back into the pits now. So everybody's in the pits. They're going to get ready for one final run here in Q1.
Yes, everybody will go and put some new tyres on. We're seeing Logan Sargent with those new tyres on getting ready to leave his pit box already with 4 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. You'd expect, though, that the top riders, Max Verstappen and Carlos Sainz, should be quite comfortable to stay in the pits, but they'll probably go out on another run anyways.
Yeah, probably, because we don't know how much the track is going to evolve. So we see Ferrari very quickly getting Charles Leclerc ready, getting those tyres off, and let's see how much... I mean, the gap to the knockout is under a second, so hopefully they're safe, but I wouldn't be so certain. I think they will probably go out just in case, and they'll do a lap. They might abort it if they can see that they'll be safe. So, yeah, currently sitting in that elimination zone, both Williams, both Alfa Romeos, and the Aston Martin of Lance Stroll. So, yeah, really not looking fantastic for those Williams and the Alfa Romeos. I did say before the stream I wasn't really looking forward to Alfa Romeo because I don't think they're going to do well. And right now, they're doing exactly that. Pretty average.
Yes, not having great pace at all, unfortunately, but that's it. I mean, their car hasn't had great pace all season, and we're seeing that here again.
Yeah, I do quite enjoy F123's comment against Stroll. So dog shh. Put Dragovic in that car. I think, yeah, just put anyone else in that car. I think everybody would be pretty much backing it. Not to say Lance Stroll's not a good driver, but I do think somebody else could get a lot more pace out of that car.
Someone else could benefit from that seat, and I'd certainly like to see
Sebastian
Felipe
Vettel.
Dragovic in the sports still.
No, we want Sebastian Vettel. Let's get him back in. No, I'm just joking about that. But yes, currently on board with Bottas. He's about to start a hot lap now. He's just on his out lap, as is all of the other drivers in that elimination zone. Yeah, pretty much everybody making their way back out of the pits again. Will we see Sainz leave the pits, though, Reese?
Will we see who in the pits?
Sainz. Will we leave the pits?
No, he's on an out lap.
Yes, he has. He's just left now, so I suppose we won't. Which means Leclerc will surely follow suit. Indeed, he does.
And look what's happening in our poll, Mark. More people are getting confidence in Carlos Sainz. Those scales are slowly shifting towards the weight of Carlos Sainz. 40% now saying Sainz will top qualifying, with Verstappen sitting at 73.
I enjoy that latest comment. Put Schumacher in that Aston Martin seat. Wouldn't that be fun? Jungi's here saying, Max, please, P1 or P2. Well, are you wanting him a P1 or P2? Or are you saying he's only there, like, you know, he should be getting P1? I think, lots of Max fans will still be wanting him to get pole, of course, but I don't think he necessarily needs it for tomorrow's race. He should probably be able to in that car to get ahead. But we've got just 1 minute and 40 seconds left of qualifying one. So all down to the wire here for those drivers in the relegation zone. So those, just to remind you, are Stroll, Sargent, Albon, Bottas, and Zhou. Drivers at risk, Hulkenberg and Magnussen. Tsunoda's also right at the back there. Ocon and Piastri. Look at Lawson up in 10th. Quicker than his teammate at the moment. Piastri also quite low down.
I'm very surprised to see Lawson so far ahead of Yuki Tsunoda right now.
Yeah. So let's see now. Albon starting his fast lap. Can he get out of Q1? He's been doing so well in qualifying this season, but I think this track does not suit the Williams car in that beautiful livery for this weekend. But I think Albon's going to struggle here. Let's see what times he can put in comparison to at least Hulkenberg and, of course, on the top there. So is he quicker than Hulkenberg in the sector one? He is up 0.141 seconds on Hulkenberg's time. It's not quick enough to put him anywhere near the top, but can he get himself out of that relegation zone? Every car gearing up to start their final lap. This will be their final lap. Albon starting it all, Zhou following him, and so is Tsunoda after that. At the heart of Real Dancer saying, hi Mark, I'm all in for Hamilton 44 tomorrow, but for quali, it's Ferrari 1 and 2. Well, confidence in the Ferrari then. I'd love to see it. Jungi also saying Kimi isn't bad either. I think Kimi's finally retired from the sport. Sainz is on the radio. It's not good to hear. I think maybe there's a couple of problems, or maybe he's been told he can come back to the pits. No idea. Albon up 0.27 seconds now on Hulkenberg's time. So he could, at the moment, get himself out of that relegation zone, but it all depends on the other drivers that come through. Matthew Rutherford here in the comments saying Lawson should definitely keep a seat. He had taken his AlphaTauri to Tsunoda levels, which nobody has seemingly been able to do recently. Yeah, indeed, I think a lot of people are saying Lawson should take that seat from Yuki Tsunoda. Look at the traffic in front of Albon, my word.
Oh, thank goodness they're all getting out the way there. Tsunoda with the fastest middle sector, up by 0.2 on Carlos Sainz's lap. Verstappen saying, mate, there's so many beep cars.
Yeah, there's so many
He's upset
beeping cars,
again.
indeed. But yeah, great to see Tsunoda getting a purple sector out of nowhere. So as we go and read that comment, Tsunoda gets a purple sector. Hulkenberg gets a first purple sector.
He's
So I
up
think
quite a lot on Magnussen's time, which is the time he needs to beat
I'll
there.
tell you something. It's a good thing that people came out because look at Tsunoda, fastest lap of the Q1, suddenly out of
My
nowhere.
word, Yuki Tsunoda has the fastest lap, as you say, of Q1, but a lot of people out on laps at the moment. Nico Hulkenberg about to finish his lap. Where does he put himself? He only goes second. Magnussen goes third. Who else is out there on track? Ocon goes up to 5th. Lawson is currently flying out there, currently down on 15th. He's got the fastest middle sector though, Mark.
Can Perez get himself relatively high up? He does, right into second place. A 132.099.
I'm still surprised though that he's not ahead.
Look at Lawson.
Of Tsunoda. Lawson, what is he going to do?
Oh, unfortunately loses it out in the final sector there. Sorry.
Damn.
Goes 132.215. Still up into 4th. So still there and thereabouts. Unfortunately, we have lost Albon already as a result. Stroll now crosses the line. Where does he put himself? Let's see.
Russell goes up to 6th. Stroll has a big snap of oversteer though.
I think
as he
he's
comes
out.
through turn 17.
He's out.
Oh
my word, he's in the
Stroll's
wall.
in the wall. Massive shunt for Lance Stroll. My word. That is a huge,
flag.
huge shunt. Yellow flag being shown,
Red
but has
flag.
now gone red flag, as you say. Massive, massive, massive shunt for Lance Stroll as he comes out of the final corner of that. My word. I'm so glad to see that he's okay. But that was
Look
a
at the
major,
emergency system in the
major
car
incident.
working there. Look at the emergency system in the car they're working, immediately extinguishing the car from inside. Of course, these new cars have that system in place. But my word, massive crash there for Lance Stroll, just making sure that he's all right. But I'll tell you something, that's his seat very much in danger. He knew he had to push it because he was right at the back of the elimination zone. And look at that car, my goodness.
That's a destroyed gearbox. That will be possibly they may as well take new engines this weekend.
My
That is
word.
huge.
That is a huge crash. We were saying, where does Stroll going to finish up? And then we follow on and we see right into the wall at the end there. That's going to be a bit of a delay here. They're going to have to fix lots of things up. Lots of debris on the track. That car
Everywhere.
is... Oh, my word. And all the Aston Martin engineers as well. They're also looking at this going, my word.
They've got a long night ahead of them, and they all look devastated in that garage.
Yeah, I think right now all thoughts are going to Stroll right now. Hopefully he's okay. That was a huge crash. He's still in the car right now, though he is moving, luckily, to see. Nobody's made their way there. Lots of oil spilled out.
That's from the radiators.
Yeah, they need to get him out of that car very quickly because it is a little bit of a hazard right now. That car is really, really absolutely...
It's radiator fluid. It's not fuel. They have a impenetrable bag. It's a Kevlar bag that they have. But you can see how loose he was as he came through here. Turn 17, massive snap of oversteer. Came through turn 18, the entry. Then turn 19 is where he came over the curb a bit too much. Locked it, oversteered, tried to recorrect it. And then steered himself into the barriers.
That
destroyed that front left tire because he overcorrected, slammed into the barriers with his left tire. It's huge for him.
The G-force he must have felt.
Massive.
Unbelievable.
Massive G-force
As
there.
Pure Blood said, it's a write-off. Complete, utter write-off. And the biggest issue is other people have also...
You almost hit... Is that Piastri or Norris that crossed the line?
I think it's Piastri, and unfortunately, the biggest problem is... I'm not saying the biggest problem, of course, it's Stroll right now. Let's hope for his health. But he's unfortunately resulted in other drivers being eliminated. Notably, Oscar Piastri is out in Q1 as a result. We do see now Lance Stroll get himself out of the car, so good to see that.
Yes, for sure. But that is a very, very costly crash for Lance Stroll. Glad to see him getting out of that car, though. He is now being escorted away
into another Aston Martin.
Into the medical car, yes.
Yeah.
Good branding.
Yeah. So Aston Martin recovering the Aston Martin driver from his Aston Martin. It was all very Aston Martin-esque, this. Unfortunate there to see Lance Stroll completely obliterate his car, essentially. So just to confirm, their Q1 is now over as a result of that red flag. They will not obviously resume it. We'll go into Q2, but it'll be a little bit of a delayed start to Q2. Unfortunately, Stroll, Zhou, Sargent, Piastri, and Bottas are those drivers we lost. Both Alfa Romeos, I thought we would. Albon just survives. He wouldn't have if Piastri had finished up his lap. So he just survives right there in 15th. Stroll, obviously, out.
Hamilton, really lucky he didn't get caught in all of that drama. I mean, he's in 14th. Just watching with
Oscar
Poor Piastri, he
Piastri
looks
doesn't look...
devastated. I mean, it's not his fault, of course. Pureblood saying Stroll is off for a game of tennis. I don't think he's going to be playing tennis for a little bit. He might be a little bit sore after that crash.
But I'll tell you something, though. Interesting to note, of course, we didn't have all their drivers finish up their laps as a result of that crash. But we do see Tsunoda, Perez, Hulkenberg, Lawson, Magnussen as our top 5 drivers from that session. Unbelievable set of names.
I mean, look at the whole wheel is disconnected from the rear of that car. They're supposed to have tethers that hold that, but it's not working.
Well, to be fair, I'm not going to blame the wheel tethers for that crash. It was a hell of a crash. And I'll tell you something, go and look on Twitter right now. Somebody will have uploaded it by now, I'm sure. But as a hell of a crash, the G-force that must have been felt in that crash must have been next level.
Sure.
So, yeah, unfortunately, those drivers are out, those bottom 5. Just to go through them again, Bottas, Piastri, Sargent, Zhou, and Stroll are out of this session. And Q2 will be coming up in just a bit. Yeah, so we don't actually have a confirmed time as to when Q2 is going to start, because, of course, we've got to clear that debris, we've got to get the car off the track, we've got to recover it, we've got to make sure that the barriers are all absolutely fine, and only then will we be able to actually get going with Q2. But we normally have a break anyway, so just looking at the comments, a whole lot coming in here. Andy saying Stroll nearly taking Piastri out. I see where your priorities lie. Rajesh saying poker is better apparently than F1. Absolute nonsense. You know what? Oh no, maybe he's saying go off for a game of tennis. Maybe saying go off to go play poker instead. Yeah, I was about to say, because I don't think you're an anti-Formula 1 fan. Matthew saying surely this is his seat gone. Well, his dad is the owner of the team, so it depends on what his dad feels. Heart of Real Dancer saying Stroll is not meant for F1. Indeed, I think game over maybe. Joanna saying where to watch. Yeah, be sure to go check the description of the video. You can find out how to watch right there. F123 saying, mate, go off to do a derby or something. Yeah, indeed. Tia just saying, just me, Stroll. Not quite sure. Martin then saying, hello, experts. What did you say about the Haas drivers in FP3? Well, tell you something. I'm not sure that I would have seen them finishing up that high.
Yeah.
To be fair, I didn't say they'd go out in Q1. I just didn't think they'd make it into Q3. So we still have to wait and see if that has happened. And also, our main drivers didn't manage to finish their laps as a result of Stroll's crash. So we don't quite know where they would have finished. But Hulkenberg and Magnussen did finish in 3rd and 5th. So not too bad. But of course, in the race, regardless of where they finish in qualifying, they're surely to finish in the bottom 10. And don't take it out of me. That's just a habit, unfortunately, from Haas. Yeah, so we do see F123 is just trying to say that apparently we've got 20 minutes until we get going again. I'm not sure they've made a decision on that yet. I'll confirm that for you in a little bit. Lindy is saying the only way Stroll can exit F1 is through a resignation so that the team controls the narrative versus a termination, plus preserve the father-son relationship. You're 100% right. 100% correct. That's exactly what would happen. His dad might ask him to say, you know, maybe just resign, mate. And he'll go and do that, and then hopefully the relationships across the whole board will be fine. Oreo McFlurry, love the name, saying, are you South African? You sound South African. Well, you tell me. You've got ZA at the end of your name. You should know what a South African sounds like. Yes, of course, we are South African. So once again, just going through the comments the whole time because we're going to be here for a while.
Yeah, I think it could take quite some time, unfortunately, to fix up those barriers, which is disappointing, but happens when there's a big shunt like that.
Yeah, Pureblood also making note of the fact that the tyre bounced right in front of that McLaren of Oscar Piastri, so it could have been disastrous there as well. Interesting. So just seeing some of the comments coming in. Thinking Stroll improved at the start of the season. Yeah, he was all right in the beginning, and then significantly became Stroll again. Max got beaten by 2 Haas's and not an Alpha. Didn't get beaten by any Alphas, unless somebody's saying an AlphaTauri, perhaps. I think that's what it is, an AlphaTauri. Martin saying, not quite sure. Played by Pierre, also saying they're Etonites. Not quite sure either. Yes, we are very much South African though. Guys, what did you think of that session? I mean, a hell of an end to the session with Stroll crashing out.
Yes, definitely a massive end to that session with a huge shunt by Lance Stroll. But glad to see that he's doing all right. I mean, we don't want to see massive shunts happening like that. But glad that, as we said, that he's doing okay.
Yeah, so good news is he got out the car. He's absolutely fine, it seems. So all is good there. Now we can chat about the fact that, yes, he probably should be losing his seat at some point in the future. King Drift saying, you think that Mercedes still have a porpoising issue? Well, we'll have to...
I'll keep an eye out for that and let you guys know. But at the moment, at least, yeah, I mean, Rajesh saying De Vries is better than Lance Stroll. I agree with that. I mean,
Just watch the
watching him
build-up,
throughout
yeah.
the lap, he is fighting that wheel the entire time. I wonder if he's running his own setup or if he's actually using Alonso's setup, because the way that they drive that car is completely different.
Impeded there. Just looking at the impeding that... Ooh, look at this. He tried to get going to start his lap ahead of all of those drivers and got right ahead of them. Started his lap not ideally, and already straight away, as he started his last lap there, was already fighting with the wheel, as you say, just trying to get grip and just continuously making corrections the entire lap. So it was bound to happen, I suppose, having that crash right at the end.
Yes, I mean, especially with the way that he was fighting it here right by the wall. And he really did well to hold on to it there in turn 16, came into turn 17, now turn 18, goes around the curb, onto the curb too much, bounces way too much, that upsets the car, causes a huge snap of oversteer. He tries to correct that with a massive right-hand lock, dives towards the barriers and slides so much that he ends up hitting the left front on that barrier. On his right, which just shows how much. I mean, just watch the absolute amount of speed he was. Luckily,
Got his
he let
hands
go
off,
of the steering wheel. He didn't do what Ricciardo
Actually,
did.
very, very well done by him. Last minute, he notices, as he realizes he cannot correct the car, he's going to the wall. You can just see both his hands do this. He just knows he's going into the wall. Protect yourself. At this point, he does this into the maneuver. So, well done in terms of keeping himself safe, but unfortunately his car is completely ruined. Now watching a point of view from Oscar Piastri, who's right behind, you can just see how close this tyre gets to hitting him. He follows in, and Lance Stroll goes into that wall, and and you just see, my
He
word.
really does well to look away from all of the
I don't know how he misses
that
that.
debris. He's very quick on the reaction time there for himself, but glad that he didn't damage his own car at least.
Anyway, so let's go back to the comments here. We've got a few more coming in. A whole lot of people coming in, my word. Great to see a whole lot of you guys here. Yuki surprised me. Jack Sparrow's in the comments. Piastri's out. No, indeed, unfortunately. Stroll is like me racing an F1 23. Very much like me as well. Trust me, I know where you're coming from. The track was evolving fast, and had Lance not crashed, Haas and the other front runners in Q1 would have finished a lot lower. Indeed, I do think that was the case. We did see Alex Albon go out. They put quite a quick lap time, and he finished 15th at the end of it. So just a few of those drivers weren't able to get over the line to go and push other drivers further down. Hope Verstappen gets pole, says RPM Legend. The car was so close, flip. Indeed, Verstappen is such an awful person. No regard for other drivers at all. I don't know where that came from.
All right.
We'll go with that. My stupid joke, sorry. You guys have a slight public school air, but you're great. Very knowledgeable, articulate, and passionate. Better than most. Thank you very much. So definitely not public school, though. I would make note of that. We didn't, unfortunately. Let's go through the comments anyway. Other comments that's sticking out there. Bad track for overtaking. Very unlucky for Piastri. Yeah, indeed, it's going to prove a bit of a problem for him tomorrow. Hopefully the track's a little bit easier for overtaking as a result of that change, though. We'll see. We still don't have an exact time as to when we will get going with Q2. So we're still just waiting for that to get going.
Yes, I assume they're still busy working on those barriers, trying to get those all fixed. Wagwan just saying Norris for pole. There's a lot of chat for Norris for pole. F1 23 certainly with a bit of a wager on that. If you guys also want to put a bit of a wager, do be sure to go and check out our channel sponsors, BoyleSports. If you want to put your money where your mouth is, do be sure to go and check BoyleSports in the description for all of your betting needs.
I understand now where the comment comes from. Apparently, Max made a comment about the fact that Lance Stroll ruined other people's laps. So I think that's just what people are going at him for. So yeah, we'll see what happens with that later on. We'll go and reanalyze that, of course. But in case that was the case, there seems to be a few comments talking about that. So, but I think most people are on board with that concept of let's sack Stroll and get him out of the sport, because quite apart from anything else, it's dangerous for him now. He's not able to cope. Watching a replay here, stewards are noting a pit lane incident Q1 involving car 1. Verstappen will be investigated after the session for impeding. Very interesting. He is staying in the pit lane for a very long time, whilst the Mercedes behind him are trying to get going. So I wonder if that'll result in something. You can see both Mercedes getting quite impatient with them. So interesting. We're going to see whether or not that results. He does stay there for a long time.
Normally you are allowed to build up a bit of a gap, and that's what he can say he was doing. But I don't know if they'll necessarily give him a penalty for that. We see Sergio Perez has a special helmet for this race weekend. It's going to be his 250th race start here in Singapore. So brilliant from the Mexican driver, not a South American driver, as Helmut Marko says. And he's been performing really, really well. I think this is going to be a good weekend for him. He really enjoys street circuits, and he's currently off the back of Q1 up in P2.
Yeah, I think he should be all right, Perez, this weekend. Just going to a comment here from Orion McFlurry saying, unlucky for Piastri, where do you see him in 10 years? You see him as a future world champion. I certainly see him as a future world champion.
So do I.
Just depends if he can get the car that will get him there. I think that's the big thing. I think he's got the talent to do so. Just hope that he gets the car to do so as well. I think the McLaren... Yeah, we still don't have clarification on when we're going to get going with Q2 again, so just hold your horses and we'll get going with that very, very soon, I'm sure.
Yes, hopefully we will get going with that very soon. Still waiting in anticipation for any news from the FIA. King Drift saying not an easy track to get tyre temperature up at either. Actually, I think it's not too much of an issue because the ambient temperature is quite high, so I think it's more of an issue trying to keep temperatures down on that on this track.
Yeah, I think that is exactly it. It's trying to keep temperatures down. It's such a hot track. Looking at Adrian Newey here, who's got 206 race wins behind his name. Drivers' Championships 12, Constructors' Championships 11. That's what he has created in the sport. Unbelievable is Adrian Newey, and everybody would love to have him involved. So, unfortunately, yeah, he's still going to have to wait for some more for him because we're still waiting here for this Q2 session to get underway. The crowd is also getting a little bit impatient. I think everybody's waiting. McLaren engineers also on the pit wall here just looking, saying, well, can we get going, please? I think he's just looking at the wall where they're repairing it.
Yeah, what they're doing in terms of work. I think they're going to have to be repairing those Tech Pro barriers. Just watching, it wouldn't be a race without one of the directors throwing to a shot of Charles Leclerc's eyes. Of course, that's a meme running around on Twitter at the moment.
Do quite enjoy this comment shot from Rajesh. Very much appreciated. 1.56 subs are way too low for you guys. Come on, commentators. Just subscribe. Commenters, sorry. Should be at least 1 million by the season's end. Well, very much appreciate it. And yeah, take his advice. Maybe do subscribe to the channel. Very much appreciate it. I'm not sure we're going to get anywhere near 1 million by the end of the season. But you know
we'd absolutely
we'd love to try. Yes, we would love to try.
Brandon saying, give Lance's seat to Mick. I agree. One driver's crashing it already. You may as well give it to another driver.
Yeah. MJ Ram just also asking a question from India. What's your favorite circuit of all these?
Stop asking such hard questions, guys. I mean, it's such a difficult question. You've got Spa, you've got Monza, and Imola are my top three.
Spa's my favorite.
Spa is probably looking to be one of my top contenders for that one.
Spa is my favorite, though. At the same time, I do think Silverstone's always got a really, really cool vibe about it because you know,
does, of course.
And I'm not sure if that's just because of the British bias that always happens. Not saying from my side. I'm saying because generally over the years, most of us happen to have watched the British Grand Prix and the British commentators. Of course, most of the commentators do tend to come from Britain, so they always make it up to be a big race. And to be fair, it usually is quite an exciting race as well. So that's also right up there. But I still think Spa wins it for me as the most exciting race. It's a great race to watch. A few more comments here as we're still waiting to get going into Q2. They still haven't actually said Q1's over.
No, they haven't. Well, it does have the checkered flag there saying the session's over, but they haven't moved it across. They're still busy clearing all of that debris from the start-finish straight. All of the drivers sitting patiently in their cars. F123 saying Lance is losing too many fans. Oh, wait, he doesn't have any.
Oh, shame. Shame. Oreo McLaren then saying, which of the F2 races do you think are going to become future world champions?
Meant to come back to that one. Teo Porcher, I completely agree with you. Teo Porcher is a great talent for the future, as well as I think Oliver Behrman is a very good contender for the future. He's a very young star, of course, and I can't remember if he's in Formula 2 or Formula 3 at the moment. I think it is Formula 2, but he's a Ferrari driver, academy driver, could move up to the senior team in the future, and he's done really, really well in the junior formulas, so he's certainly one to watch for the future.
Yeah, still waiting for confirmation as to when Q2 will start. I'm sure we'll get that very, very soon. All the drivers in the car still ready to go. Oscar Piastri currently being interviewed now, just shaking his head. He's saying he can't do anything. He was going to get out of it. Unfortunately, wasn't able to. So, yeah, just another reason why you do want to be those cars that goes out first, because this sort of thing happens, and you get unfortunately delved into a bad situation there. So that's what happened there. We saw the fact that unfortunately Oscar Piastri wasn't able to get out of Q1 as a result of that crash from Lance Stroll.
Just pouring Mark some water before he dies, yeah?
Yeah, please. Thank you.
So, still waiting for this track to be declared open again. We see Pierre Gasly's taking his helmet off. It gets so hot in those cars, they don't want to have to keep those helmets on at all. Yeah, what do you think about the on-track action that we've seen so far? The times are being really, really close. So, maybe we'll see some even closer times in Q2 and Q3. I think it's only going to get closer.
Yeah, it's exactly. I think it could very much get closer in Q2 and in Q3. Let us know. You know what? Let's just go and end this part. This is people saying who will top qualifying. We've had. So let's go through the stats here, Reese.
I agree. Carlos Sainz got 38% of that pole there, overtaking Max Verstappen. Could overtake Max Verstappen this afternoon as well. Verstappen getting 36% there, other getting 20% there. Let us know in the comment section who you're voting for. Ayasha Mari saying Checo takes pole today. As well as Yannick asking when Quali 2 is starting. We're still waiting for that Quali 2 start time to be released to us because of the issues with the barriers at the moment, because of the crash from Lance Stroll at the end of Q1.
Indeed. So now we've got a new poll going up. Who will top Q2? So the Q2 session. Who will win Q2 session? We've got Verstappen, Sainz, Norris, and other. Of course, other you can use to represent any other driver on the grid. That could include Norris, could include Hamilton,
and that's in the comment section, of course, as well.
Yes, as well. Go let us know in the comment section as well, as Reece says, about who do you reckon is going to top Q2. And looking at more comments here, I was struggling as well.
The same one that I said earlier.
Ayashimamari, I'm going to say that. Checo polls today. Well, that'd be quite a brave call.
So, just looking at the damage as ATKZJ comments there in the chat, front wing damage, front left damage, rear wing damage, and possible damage to the engine and gearbox.
I don't think that car is going to be happy at all.
No, definitely not. Rajesh just saying Red Bull car plus Stroll and Verstappen plus Haas, who is going to win? So, saying Red Bull car with Stroll in it and Verstappen and a Haas. Verstappen and a Haas.
No, I'll tell you what, Verstappen and a Haas wins it every single time because Stroll would probably, it's too much power for him, he'll go into a wall. So he won't finish. So I think that's my my prediction there.
Yes, we'll have to leave that to the I don't even know who to leave that to. But yes, still waiting for confirmation from the FIA of this Q2 start. Yeah, they're taking their sweet time at the moment to let us know what's happening. I'm sure all of these drivers are going to get quite frustrated. Just looking at a bit of a moment between Max Verstappen, does he get caught out a little bit by some traffic here, Mark?
Yeah, I think he does. Just watching here, I think this is starting. This is just before starting his hot lap.
This is when he was complaining about all the traffic that he had to put up with. Oreo McFlurry asking, are Logan Sargent's performances bad enough for him not to have a seat next year? Well, I think people are going to really judge what's happening with him on the next few races in the season before they make a decision on that. Just watching Max Verstappen, though, he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars that he had to put up with here. Well,
at the same time, he stopped to get out the way. Oh, my word, look at that. He only just gets out the way of Alex Albon. I think that's him finishing up his lap.
Well, so 10 cars came past him before he even got to start a lap.
Yeah, but he did allow them all to start. Yes. So I'm not gonna say that other people were impeding him. He was going slowly the whole time. He was just trying to wait for a big gap, but he was never getting it. And everybody else was not going to be as patient as Max. Decided to get going. And look at that, almost getting impeded again. Just having to get out of the way. Just basically a sitting duck at this point in time. Then starts his lap, and yeah.
I did say though, and I've been saying, traffic is a big issue around Singapore. It's a really difficult track to get some space on, some clear air. It's pretty much never guaranteed you're going to get a clean lap, and you're always going to be a little bit impeded by someone. It's just trying to get the cleanest of laps, and Yuki Tsunoda was the only one who managed to get a clean lap in at the end of Quali 1. Verstappen on the radio, he complained there, just saying, mate, there's so many cars.
Yeah, so we did hear that earlier, and then we're just watching that replay, of course, when Stroll went into the wall. Now, guys, we are up to more than 700 viewers. Thank you so much for joining us. Please like the video right now. Hit that like button if you guys haven't already. And again, subscribe to the channel as well. And Reese does live videos throughout the entire week and does lots of breaking news and otherwise information for F1. So be sure to subscribe and you can see all that information. Go join his live streams. Go and ask him comments and questions and let him know of news in case he misses some of it as well. It's always great to have some discussions in those videos. And otherwise, yeah, we're getting ready for Q2, which is still not being given a start time. But yeah, you guys can go vote in that poll as well. Let us know some questions in the comments as well. See a whole lot of comments coming in. Great to see it there as well. And yeah, please be sure to subscribe, guys. We have moved from a much bigger channel to a completely dedicated Formula One channel. We've lost a lot of our subscribers as a result of that, of course, going to a new channel. So please, we're trying to build up to that point again. We're normally quite used to having about 2,000 to 3,000 people watching in one stream. Currently, we've struggled to get to 1,000 recently, so let's try and get back up to those sort of numbers again. It would be great.
A good question by Pierre asking, can one see a relationship between the stricter control of front wing flexibility and the and the slight Red Bull underperformance here? I certainly think it is, because they have introduced that new technical directive this race to better control the use of flexi wings and flexi elements underneath the car, as well as on the front wings and rear wings of the cars. I think Red Bull may have been using that trickery a little bit under the floor of their car. Just watching Sergio Perez still sitting with his helmet on in his car, dry ice blowing into his face. It must still be very, very warm.
I'll tell you something that's very interesting. So just looking at the 2 laps between Perez and Hulkenberg, who finished up their laps right at the end there. Look at the time difference between the two of them. 0.001 seconds between the two of them. A Red Bull and a Haas.
Absolutely incredible between those two. And I mean, we're seeing those Haas engineers standing literally right by the fan there, because it's just so hot watching all of these fans here in Singapore who are waiting for the session to resume again. Ooh,
that's Sargent's car, I think.
Sargent's car has got floor damage.
Well, at the same time, Sargent's out, so I think they're just going to go and look at the car. So they're just doing some stuff on the car.
Maybe just getting it ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, pretty much. Diana here saying, just watch the replay of Stroll's crash. Gosh, hope he's really okay. And good thing Piastri managed to react fast enough to avoid the tyre. Indeed, I mean, Piastri's reactions were incredible, if you're quite frank. Not only the tyre, he came around the corner. There was just debris everywhere and a car in the middle of the track. And he's coming at a hell of a speed and misses everything, basically. Somehow diverts and finds a line that he misses everything. Fantastic driving. But unfortunately, doesn't get rewarded for it. He's out.
Yes, it's been a very difficult day out here. I mean, it's understandable, of course, with it being a track that's so tight and narrow. A lot of the little fans there sitting in the grandstands, a bit bored with no action out on track right now. But hopefully it won't, won't take too long to get underway yet again. England just saying the front wing effects won't affect, or the front wing technical directive won't affect Red Bull's magic DRS hack. Their DRS hack, though, does equate to that beam wing, which does bend under high speed. Just watching another replay of Lance Stroll's big crash here. Mark, talk about it a little bit here for us.
There's not much to talk about. Loses it, left to the right, smashes into the wall from his front left there, and that car is properly down. Does very well, though, to get his hands off the steering wheel, and we can just see that replay there, just watching as Ocon crosses the line. You can just see as he flies in there, Piastri manages to avoid the car and the tyre, and you can just see the reaction of the engineers there. Just hands and head and hands, rather. And then Stroll just getting marked by the safety official there, the medical delegate, getting told to get into his Aston Martin car.
He's walking around normally. They are now finally finishing up the cleanup. They are fixing that Tech Pro barrier. It's taken a massive knock.
Well, so it's taken ages as well to get going. I feel like they should have been doing this the entire time at the same time. So don't quite know what's taken so long here, but we're still waiting. And looking at that pool there in Singapore.
What a way to watch the Formula One from a pool over Singapore. I mean, it's hot there.
It's an infinity pool, though. It's an infinity pool right at the edge of a skyscraper. And people just lean over the sides there. No, I can't do it. Just, it makes me... I mean, not to be that person, I'm sure somebody's fallen from the pool before.
No, I do not think so.
Anyway, looking now at the comments again, Freud Sigmund saying, Stroll doesn't belong in F1 anyway. He has shown that so many times. Well, that's unfortunate. We're basically saying, Oof, yeah, actually, it's a good point. F123 is making that Stroll's car looks a lot like Senna's does. Just shows you the safety of the cars nowadays compared to then. Very similar accident, I suppose. It's a very similar
High
sort
speed
of
accident, nowhere near as high speed as Senna's.
True.
But yes.
but it's very similar sort of way in. Just lost the car into the corner, straight into the wall. Good. Yeah, this is a good point. It looks very, very similar. Of course, though, Senna did go in directly side, right-hand side in. Didn't turn the car in that way. But yes, this actually does look very, very similar. So guys, yeah, keep it going here. We're just trying to get confirmation on when we'll get going again with Q2. We're taking years to get going. I mean, it's been, I think, half an hour.
It's been a very, very long time.
It's been more than half an hour.
A very long time to fix everything up. They are now taking all the fans off the cars, so maybe things are just ramping up again.
I think we are ramping up to get going again with Q2, which is fantastic to see, obviously. So I cannot wait to get going with that, so we can stop rambling on and actually start commentating on some stuff that's happening in the race.
Yes, it's really taking its sweet time to get going here as we're watching Fernando Alonso getting belted back into his car. What do we think he could do here this weekend, Mark?
Alonso?
Yeah.
Well, he didn't look too bad in that first session. Of course, he wasn't able to finish his lap time because of his teammate. I think he makes it to Q3. I don't know how high up in Q3 he gets. Probably 6th or 7th, and he'll probably finish 6th or 7th in the race as well. I don't think Aston Martin are going to have as much pace. I want to be proven wrong. I'm hoping to see Alonso further up, but I think the Ferraris, the Mercedes are going to be very, very quick this weekend, and I think obviously the Red Bulls will be there and thereabouts. So I think those are the 3 teams to watch.
CC asking if Stroll is okay because it sounded like it was a big crash. Yes, he is all right. Thankfully, he's all right, but it was, as you say, quite a big shunt that he did have into the barriers at the end of Q1, or that caused the end of Q1 rather. Yeah, still waiting for everyone to get going. As race control finally released, Q2 will start at 21:53. So in 4 minutes' time.
Just doing my maths now because Q2 is always 12 minutes long. 18 minutes.
Let's just wait till the time it starts from then.
I think it's 18. I think it's 15.
I don't know. I'm useless at that.
So that's going to be 08. Just setting up for later. So I'm predicting, I think it's 15 minutes. I'm fairly certain it's a 15-minute long session. I always forget it was 14 minutes or something. But yes. Let's look at the comments here, shall we? Yeah, we do finally have confirmation, as we said, just going back to those comments. Q2 will begin in just under 4 minutes' time.
Just re-watching this incident, though, from Max Verstappen. Russell has a radio message, but we can't hear that. But yeah, probably just talking about the fact that Max Verstappen held them up for so long in the pits there.
Yeah, I think it's exactly that. And Leclerc was also on the radio about something. I'm not quite sure what either. Unfortunately, we can't hear right now. We don't have the facilities for such. But I do think Max Verstappen might well get in trouble. He stays in that pit for ages, not only impeding the Mercedes. Oh, and he literally got asked by his engineer, everything okay? Max just looks at it's just a lot of...
Well, maybe if there was an issue, they could prove to the FIA, hey, sorry, there was an issue on the power unit on the battery side, so we just told them to hold until we wanted to sort that out until it was safe enough to go onto track.
Well, that's going to be the excuse they try and use in case of an impending impeach.
Yes, they are, of course, allowed to question that and come back to the FIA. But yeah, we'll wait and see what happens.
We'll see what happens there. But right now, we don't know. It's only going to be investigated after the session, as we have already been told with regards to impeding. So, just 3 minutes left until we get going with Q2, finally. I mean, we have been waiting ages for it. Cannot wait to get going and do some more commentary. Let's see who's going to drop out in Q2 and who's going to top it in Q3.
Yeah, just watching what's happening here. As we watch over the Red Bulls, they're getting ready to remove those tyre blankets. TCT asking, is there a delay to Q2? Yes, there is. It's getting going in 2 minutes' time, so not long left until the second qualifying session does finally get underway. After having waited for the Tech Pro barriers to be repaired because of Lance Stroll's shunt into those barriers at high speed. Thankfully, he is okay. He walked out of that car, got out of the car, walked to the medical car. As Hura asks, quick question, what is my favourite era of Formula 1? I think the V10 era was certainly one of the best.
Yeah, the V10 era and the V12 era was also awesome.
V8s were also absolutely insane, especially with those blown diffusers.
Basically anything but V6.
Yeah. The turbo hybrid, or the hybrid, turbo hybrid era has been boring, unfortunately.
Yeah.
In terms of the motor noise. We really miss that. I mean, I know they're still loud, but nowhere near. They didn't have the motion that the old cars used to have.
Yeah, it's that exactly. So just waiting on this time to start. We're going to get going in just a minute's time. Cannot wait. Literally cannot wait. I think we're going to see cars move from the pit lane now, and we'll get going with Q2. Cannot wait for that to get going. I keep saying it because I really can't.
It's taken a while. Now we do get those Red Bulls finally leaving their pit garages to wait at the end of the pit lane.
Yeah, and I think they've gone up very, very early because they do not want to risk another thing like that. We cannot afford to have another red flag, I think, in the session because, it's going to really prove some problems. Ferrari waiting to get going as well in their pit boxes. Their tyre blankets are on currently, waiting to take them off. They take them off, and there goes. I think that's Carlos Sainz and Charles Leclerc following him out as well. Or the other way around. One of the two. And I think we have now got the session underway. I want to say we've got it underway. Hoping we've got it underway. Not quite just yet. We'll get the green flag in just a little bit. Just have a question coming in here. What makes the season boring? Verstappen winning again and again and again. Stroll crashing and crashing again. Ferrari strategy for failing again and again and again. I do agree. But actually, funny enough, the season's been quite exciting if you look outside of the top, that first position. It's actually been very exciting. It's lots of changes and lots of different drivers everywhere in that top there. So it is 15 minutes. I was correct. Look at me. So let's start that. And let's unhide that. So Q2 will end in 14 minutes and 25 seconds. We are finally getting going. The Red Bulls leading us out here.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, Bitdefender. Bitdefender is a global leader in cyber security. Bitdefender is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, Bitdefender, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much. Max Verstappen currently out on track, though he makes his way through turn 3, just watching himself and the Hasses as they go around on their outlaps right now.
Cool, and Reese, of course, is just trying to manage another stream at the same time here, so I'm just going to comment for a little bit so that we can wait for that all to be fine. So just watching the Haas here follow that Red Bull very, very closely. Perez, Verstappen, and the two Haases are, of course, leading us all out, followed by Lando Norris, the only remaining McLaren, then those two Ferraris, and then Fernando Alonso, the last remaining, of course, obviously, of the Aston Martins. What can he do? I'm very interested to see. Let us know in the comments as well. What do you think Alonso will be able to do as well? So just under 14 minutes, of course, left for the session. I'm hoping that we're going to see the big names in the top 10. Not that I don't want to see the small names, but I just want to see a really competitive Q3 and a really competitive Grand Prix tomorrow, because most of the smaller teams, they get lost a little bit at the front there. Although, having said that, maybe that provides a little bit of interest in terms of some overtakes, because we know the track's difficult to overtake. And hopefully the change in the chicane near the end of the track allows for more overtaking we saw last year. Last year was one of the lowest overtaking tracks. Hopefully this year it's a little bit more. We saw 71 overtakes last year. Let's hopefully get up to more than 100 at least this year. That'd be great. So yeah, who you guys backing for this one here? And we've got the Q2 poll also up. And it currently has Sainz still winning, 36% of the votes, 31% going to Verstappen, 9% to Russell, and other getting 25%. That would be Hamilton, Norris, and perhaps, there's somebody who seems to be a very big Haas fan in the comments there. So let's see what that was. Julio is saying here, I'm a big fan of the Cosworth V8 era, where every team was V8 powered and the innovation was crazy in the 70s to the 90s. Indeed, it's exactly that. We saw wings come in the 70s and 90s.
Starts his hot lap. Sorry to interrupt.
No, go for it. Yes, Max Verstappen does start his hot lap. I was just making note, but yeah, very much so. Lots of innovation in those years there. But we're seeing lots of innovation nowadays as well, to be fair. Just, you don't see it as obviously, but it's a lot of really, really cool little things that people are doing. Verstappen now starting his fast lap. Let's see how quickly he can go around on these soft tyres. Going around relatively quickly here. Of course, he's going to put in purple and green sectors here. Although I think Magnussen has already set better purple sectors in Sector 1 than Verstappen, so the Haas not looking slow at all. Verstappen sets, of course, the first fastest sector. Although I think it's already been taken away from Magnussen.
Very interesting. Why is Magnussen so fast out there on track? Max Verstappen, though, putting through some purple mini sectors. Let's see what he's able to do throughout the remainder of his lap. But Hülkenberg is going even faster. What the hell?
No, it's Magnussen. In fact, Magnussen's going at a hell of a speed. Verstappen can't keep up with Magnussen's speed. Magnussen currently has that purple sector, though it's just been stolen away from him, as I say that, by Norris and then by Sainz. Look at this, everybody getting purple sectors here. So it's so close here. Max Verstappen temporarily has the purple sector in sector 2. Let's see if Magnussen can take that away from him. He can. Magnussen's going around quicker than Verstappen. Verstappen so far is the slowest car out on track.
I mean, it does help when you're behind and getting the more gripped up track. So that's why it does make that big difference. Max Verstappen might have to go out and do another lap.
Yeah, I think it's exactly that. All of those purple sectors, as Max Verstappen now crosses the line, a 132.3. It's not slow, don't get me wrong, but clearly not quick enough. I think we're going to see all these cars come across the line. As now Magnussen comes across the line, a 132.17, a whole 0.137 seconds quicker than the Red Bull of Max Verstappen. And Perez comes across the line slower than Max Verstappen, literally 0.003 seconds behind his teammate. So the Haas's currently lead Q2 with just 11 minutes left.
Just watching Lando Norris with his special helmet going around this track at the moment. Could he possibly upset some people around here? As he does. He goes first, but then so does Carlos Sainz. Sainz steals that away from him.
Yeah, Norris goes first with a 131.951 before Sainz goes across the line and beats his time at 131.893. So we currently have Sainz, who is currently the favourite to top Q2, topping Q2 with just over 10 minutes to go. Alonso, though, has set a purple sector in sector 2. Let's see how he can finish up his race. I really want to see Alonso do well. Please, my boy, do well. He comes across the line now. He puts himself into first position. Fantastic from the Aston Martin driver. 131.835, 0.05 seconds quicker than Carlos Sainz. Great driving there from the Aston Martin, showing his teammate how not to go into the wall and get a fastest time. Watching a replay here of Sergio Perez, I think he just has a little bit of a moment. It just goes with the curbs a little bit too much. I think he might have just ridden the curbs a lot there. Just watching a replay there, yeah, you can just see a lot of sparks get driven up from the back of his car there. Yeah, oh my word, really drags his floor across there. Big yellow line. It's been painted on those white and red bollards there behind the car.
Is that Perez?
That is Perez.
That is not going to be ideal for him, unfortunately, but he should be good.
Indeed, I love to see the comments. They're also agreeing with me. I love how everyone's such a big Aston Martin Alonso fan. Alonso going into first position. Everyone's going to say, come on, Alonso W. Yes, Alonso. Love to see it. All the comments going forward. Great to see that such a competitive qualifying session that we've had here today in Singapore. As Gasly crosses the line only into 7th position. Not too bad, I suppose. Tsunoda, though, I had to think, bought his lap. He's about to start another one, perhaps. It's a very slow lap. Does he dive back into the pits? I think he is going to dive into the pits. Yeah, he is. So, lots of drivers going to make their way back into the pits. Verstappen only in 8th, Perez in 9th. So, those Red Bulls really need to get back out there and do half decently.
Yes, watching now Tsunoda into the pits, as you say, he's getting called to the weighbridge, though. So this is going to cost him some crucial time, as you say. He shakes his head. George Russell making his way around the corner. Does he start another lap? Yes, he does. Watching George Russell now starting his first flying lap of the race. Yeah, of the qualifying 2 sessions.
So 3 drivers yet to put times in. Tsunoda, of course, went out, did badly on his fast lap, so he's come back into the pits and he's been stopped for weighing. But the 2 Mercedes have yet to put in times in. So let's see what Russell and Hamilton can do. Russell, will he get a purple sector ahead of Alonso? He's not putting in any... oh yeah, he has put in some purple mini sectors, so I think this might be our new fastest time. Russell has set the first sector is purple for Russell. So a 126.966. So that's 0.129 seconds up on Alonso's time right now. Everybody's in the pits with the exception of those Mercedes pretty much. So yeah, his teammate Hamilton's following. Does Hamilton beat Russell's time? No, he's a little bit behind.
So close to the wall, though. Hamilton absolutely matching Alonso's time in that first sector, though, Mark.
Yes, exactly. On Alonso's time. Russell doing very well so far. He's really doing well this weekend. He seems to be finding a lot of pace in this Mercedes. Seems to be no corrections whatsoever. This car is just bending to his will as he pleases. So he comes into sector 2. Doesn't get a purple sector for sector 2. He's up on Hülkenberg's time, not necessarily on Alonso's though. He seems to have lost time, having said that, in sector 2. Let's see the rest of his race though. I think he might well get right near the top.
Yes, let's watch the rest of his lap. As Bichelle says, Alonso has a big potential of winning the race tomorrow. If he certainly starts from pole position, that will give him a brilliant place to start. Hamilton is up though, and Hülkenberg in the middle sector.
Here comes
Where
Russell.
will Russell finish though? As he comes across the line, he goes up into P1 with a 131.7. I think that's the first. Are we in the 131s?
Yeah, already, yeah.
I noticed that now.
Yeah, no, in the 131s, which is what we predicted yesterday.
Oh, big snap. Of understeer for Lewis Hamilton, making his way through turn 17, through turn 18 and 19 now, as he finishes up his lap. Where does he put himself? Only up in 5th, because of those little corrections that he had to make throughout that.
Very, very interesting. When does the Red Bull car get out onto track? Because Verstappen and Perez is in the elimination zone. Verstappen is literally the one at danger. So those two Red Bulls in danger of not actually getting through to Q3 if they're not careful here. Just over 6.5 or just under 6.5 minutes now left of the session. Watching Yuki Tsunoda here, I think he gets impeded badly. This is why he got a slow race. Indeed, it's the Red Bull again of, I think that's Max Verstappen, or was that Perez?
I can't see that,
but Tsunoda not happy about it, as he always is. Never happy about it on the radio. So yeah, impeded badly by Red Bull. Red Bull not doing very well today, getting lots of look-ins in terms of impeding and otherwise.
Yes, still no word though on that note from the FIA about.
Only after the session.
Okay, after the session they'll
have a look after the session, basically.
Pureblood giving his support for George Russell. Diana also saying, let's go Russell V8, saying if Fernando gets pole, it will be a big W for Aston Martin Racing.
Nah, it'll be a big L. I mean, of course, it'll be a great W for Aston Martin. Cannot wait for them to hopefully do something this weekend. Still sitting in second and very, very close to Russell's time. I mean, look at the different constructors we've got there. Mercedes, Aston Martin, Ferrari, McLaren in the top 4. The Red Bulls, 10th and 11th right now. Of course, we've still got 5.5 minutes left of the session. Red Bull will make their way out. I'm sure they'll improve upon their times. But can they improve upon them enough to beat the rest of the grid?
Well, it's going to be very interesting to see if the Red Bulls are able to extract some more time, because right now they not really on pace with the ones at the top there, which I'm very, very surprised about at the moment. Just watching the Red Bull mechanics looking at the getting those Red Bulls ready for the next half and the next 5 minutes of qualifying 2 before it gets underway. Lando Norris also in his machine. What can he do here today? Let us know in the comments section. Lots of people voting in that poll that's going on right now. Verstappen with 29%, Sainz with 35%, Russell 10%, and other with 26%.
Indeed. Fernando Alonso still currently in second. Of course, everybody's in the pits, so we're still waiting for them to get back out. The AlphaTauri's in the elimination zone. So is Alex Albon. So is Hülkenberg. Perez is the other one there. Verstappen in danger. Magnussen's up in 7th though. And the Alpines don't seem to be doing too badly this weekend either. So let us know in the comments, guys. Who do you think is going to drop out? Will we lose a Red Bull? That's going to be the big question. Let us know in the comments as well. We'll just go to the comments as and when we can. We do see now movement in the pits for the last 4 minutes of the session. Are we going to see big names drop out? I think we might lose a Red Bull. I reckon we might lose a Red Bull.
It will be a major upset if we lose a Red Bull, specifically if we lose Max Verstappen.
And interestingly, I do reckon the earlier the Red Bulls go out, I reckon the slower their time might be. And Max Verstappen's ahead of those drivers who's all crucially ahead of him. Alonso's behind Verstappen, so are the 2 Ferraris. And Perez is also behind his own teammate. So Verstappen's going to be the 3rd one to finish his lap. So I mean, they're going out with just 3.5 minutes left, so it's enough for an out lap and a push lap. And in case the push lap doesn't go well, they might be able to have another push lap. I think that's only just, but they have to give up in that one lap. There's only time enough left for one push lap, but, you know, in terms of finishing the lap. They're not going to be able to go around and have a hot lap.
What happened here?
Out lap. Ooh, just a bit of
unsafe release possibly for the Ferraris.
I'm not going to back it too much.
Fine, it was very close.
I mean, Max Verstappen didn't have to slam on brakes. Sainz, that's their own team's fault anyway. So nothing happened. So you're not going to see anything happen as a result of that, I don't think. Lindiwe is saying, I think Verstappen's attitude when things are down or is not working out will be his Achilles heel in the pursuit to winning championships. Well, look, he is en route to get his 3rd championship in a row. So maybe not.
Turn 4 incidents involving Verstappen and Tsunoda will be investigated after the session.
That's
so that's
2
the
seconds.
second one now. Second note for Max Verstappen.
Oh dear, I think he might well get some penalties tomorrow. So if he doesn't do well and he finishes in Q2 and he doesn't make it out of it somehow, I think he's going to have a really tough race tomorrow because it's very difficult to overtake tomorrow. So it's not going to be looking good for Max Verstappen to continue his winning streak here in Singapore. It's not his weekend so far. It's really not looking good. But yeah, looking now, a lot of drivers getting ready and ramping up to start their hot laps. You can see Max Verstappen is just desperately trying to get ahead of cars to start. He realizes that he cannot afford for somebody to get a red flag. So he's trying to just overtake people and start his hot lap before the rest of them. I think he is now going to be the first one to start, just behind, I think, 3 others, Magnussen, Ocon and Hülkenberg ahead of him. So Verstappen not taking any chances here in terms of being left in the cold. So let's see if he can get out. Red Bull not looking happy in the pits here, Reese.
No, Red Bull are looking a little bit worried here. Giampiero Lambiase, that is Max Verstappen's race engineer, is looking quite worried at the moment there in that Red Bull pit box. He has gotten ahead of all that traffic now, but he has got Pierre Gasly close up behind him. He is now slowing everyone down to warm up his tyres, and then he will go for his first push lap. He'll probably only get one push lap, Mark.
Yeah, as I said, only one push lap here, and you maybe have enough time to give up on it, but not actually enough, because it's 1:32, 1:31 is the sort of time we're going as Verstappen crosses the line with 1 minute and 35 seconds left. So yeah, this is it. This is the lap. He has to make it work. If it doesn't work, if he makes a mess up, he could be out. It's going to be all to watch.
Oh, he's already made a mistake into turn 2. He had a bit of a lock-up or a bit of a correction on the steering wheel there, so he's lost some vital pace in that corner. Now coming through turn 6, DRS wide open as he comes down that back straight.
Yeah, it's slow. It's a slow sector. Look at that. Hülkenberg has got the purple sector. He's 0.3 seconds behind Russell's time already, Verstappen. Lots of time to make up in the rest of this race, of this lap. Can he make it happen? He's got to really push. Got to also keep it out of the walls. Oh, my word. Gets so close to the wall there. Just a little bit of a slide, but manages to keep it out of the walls. Verstappen really knows that he's got to make up time here. He's made a small mistake in the beginning, so he might not be able to make it out of the session. He's definitely at risk as Hülkenberg's going around really quickly, setting some purple mini sectors, whereas Verstappen is not. Verstappen is currently down on Hülkenberg's time, so I think Verstappen could be lost out here in Q2. There's a yellow flag in sector 1.
Yellow flag in sector 1.
Oh,
Who is this for? I don't...
Oh, it's his teammate.
Sergio Perez is spun around in sector 1, so Sergio Perez will be out at the end of the session.
Sergio Perez is out. Verstappen is not going to be able to make it out either, I don't think. Will he be able to get ahead of Russell's time and actually more crucially, Hülkenberg's time? Where does Hülkenberg finish? As he's finishing up his lap, Hülkenberg moves into, I think he's gone into 6th. So Verstappen is in the relegation zone. Does Verstappen make it out? I don't think he's going to. Here comes Verstappen. He's not going to make it.
Verstappen's only gone 10.
Verstappen's only 10th. It's down to the rest of the drivers. Can Gasly go ahead of him? Here comes Gasly across the line. Does he move ahead of Verstappen? Does Gasly get ahead of Verstappen? Will Verstappen still make it in this race? Will others push him out? It's all down to Tsunoda and Lawson. How does Tsunoda and Lawson do? Lawson pushes Verstappen out. Lawson pushes Verstappen out. The rookie has pushed the current drivers' champion and 10 race winner in a row. Verstappen is out in Q2. Both Red Bulls out in Q2.
Sainz goes fastest overall, but that is a major upset for the Red Bull drivers here today.
Oh my word, shocking for Red Bull. They've really not been looking good this weekend, and we've just seen it here in qualifying. One of the most difficult tracks to overtake. And what's happened? They're out in Q2. Verstappen's going to start in 11th position. Perez in 13th. Shocking, shocking, shocking for the Red Bulls. But notably, Sainz, of course, quickest there. Russell through. Alonso through. My word, Verstappen on the radio. I don't know if you saw that, but that was absolutely shocking, shocking experience there from Verstappen. Really not happy about that. Verstappen's out. Verstappen is out, and not because of anybody else.
By 0.001 seconds. 0.007 seconds, sorry.
My word. And look at the comments going absolutely crazy as well in terms of Alonso making it through. Verstappen, Perez out. Albon, unfortunately, also out. Gasly also out. So, Red Bull can go home. They can go home now because, nothing else is happening.
Is absolutely crazy.
I just can't believe it.
Absolutely
I cannot.
Bizarre. That is just a major, major upset here. Red Bull's mechanics looking a little bit bemused, really, by that. What has gone on for them here this weekend?
I have no idea. But just looking at that poll now, Sainz got 35% of the vote. You were correct for Q2. Verstappen got 28%. You weren't. He's out. And other getting 26% and Russell getting 10%, who came second. So we're going to start a new poll now, of course, because it's not going to involve any Red Bull drivers. Red Bull, I think they're not going to win this weekend. I don't see how they can. It's so difficult. Unless something major happens up the field, I don't see how Max Verstappen continues. Oh, my word, he is fuming. He is absolutely fuming.
He's gotten out of the car before it's even been pushed back into the pits.
He's fuming. He couldn't care less. Hey, that's a very unhappy driver. Walking straight to the thing. He couldn't care less. Oh,
He's fuming.
This is a pissed off Max Verstappen right now. Not a happy chap at all. At all. When he removes his helmet now, there's no love here for Max Verstappen. I wouldn't want to get in his way. He's very upset. As somebody said earlier, Max Verstappen's not in a good mood today, and you can just see this. My word, he's very upset with life.
I am so surprised that has happened here. I did not expect that at all. I mean, what the hell has happened behind the scenes at Red Bull to cause this? I mean, have they maybe just been caught out by that technical directive this weekend, or is this their actual true pace now?
Well, their base pace wasn't looking very good either, because we saw the Ferraris were quicker. So I think this is not Red Bull's weekend. And I think, you know what? For all that Singapore isn't the most exciting Grand Prix in terms of overtakes, I think for half of you, not going to call you fake fans, but those who only care about who comes first, you might be in for a good weekend, because I don't think you're going to see Max Verstappen come first. I don't even think you're going to see Perez come first. It's going to be a Ferrari, Mercedes, maybe even Alonso in that Aston Martin, maybe Norris in that McLaren. But I do not see a way that Red Bull win tomorrow. I don't.
I mean, that is a major upset. I'm still trying to like cope and understand all of it. Taya's really happy, saying no Red Bulls in Q3, saying she's really happy. Achat saying not today, not for Aston Martin, England, laughing at Max Verstappen. Diana saying, well, welcome to Singapore, guys. Weird things always happen here. Certainly one of the craziest days in my past recollection of qualifying. I mean, we've always said qualifying is so exciting and can cause major upsets, and it's done it again today.
Yeah, it's exactly that. I mean, I just can't believe Max Verstappen. You look so angry, and I think it's because he knows there's no ways he's winning tomorrow. There's no ways he's going to win tomorrow. He's not going to be able to extend his lead. So that is going to be probably the end to Max Verstappen's 10 race win. He's not going to make it 11. So he only beats Vettel's record by one race.
But I mean, I think that's good enough. It's been beaten. It gives them another opportunity next season if they hit the ground running with their new regulations, or with the updated regulations now with the new technical directive. I do think that it has caught Red Bull out this weekend.
Yeah, I do think Red Bull have been stuffed up a little bit by that. So unfortunate for them, they are out.
TC saying, I'm definitely watching this race now tomorrow. Why weren't you watching it already, TC? Come on.
It's exactly that. Why were you not watching it already? Should always be watching Formula One at all times. And so, yeah, let's just see what happens in Q3 now, I suppose.
I'm still just watching this moment from Sergio Perez into
Oh, my word.
turn one. My word, yes, that's a correct reaction to that. Leanne Barthelot saying tomorrow is going to be an interesting race. It certainly is. We're going to have two Red Bulls fighting for the mid-pack. We're going to have Ferrari possibly on pole, possibly Alonso near the top, possibly McLaren near the top, Mercedes near the top. Who knows what is going to happen here?
All I know is we're likely to have a different constructor winning the Grand Prix tomorrow. The first time this season we won't have a Red Bull win. Of course, that's if the rest of them don't stuff up, as they have been doing all season. So I still wouldn't be surprised if Red Bull somehow managed to get something out of the bag tomorrow. But quite frankly, I don't see how. Just watching a replay of Max Verstappen here, leaving after being seen to, obviously, by the stewards, not happy. Very, very frustrated. And, yeah, really not a good day for Red Bull. There you can see he's upset about life. And, yeah, lots of work tomorrow.
Yes, they have a lot of work. Hopefully they have a good race set up. Well, hopefully for Max Verstappen, that is, because he is going to be absolutely reeling. He's going to have a long day in the simulator, possibly before the race tomorrow evening.
I don't know what he's going to try and do. It's such a difficult race to track to overtake, so he's going to have to work really, really hard tomorrow to make it happen. If he does make it happen, unbelievable work from him, but I just don't see how they do. I really don't. It's going to be very, very difficult. I mean, the comments still going crazy. Yeah, I mean, absolutely weird. Verstappen's out. He's not happy about it, of course, as all great racing drivers wouldn't be. Yeah, now we're going to have to wait for Q3 here. Who do you think is going to top it? Go participate in the poll. And again, guys, so many of you guys watching. Let's get up to 1,000 viewers, guys. Please like the stream and subscribe to the channel. We will, of course, be doing the live stream tomorrow for you all as well, with regards to
What's that?
We're going to be doing the live stream tomorrow, of course, with regard to the race. So be sure to subscribe so that you guys get notified about that. We, of course, will have a long build-up that you guys can follow.
F1 23 giving his predictions, saying F1 23, Q1 TF, question mark, Q2 wow, Q3 Lando on pole, giving his prediction, of course. We
Wow.
got a bit of a wager on that. Lindiwe also saying Max needs to get a handle of his emotions big time. Well, yeah, I mean, he's a world champion now, but
I don't think it's down to that
I think
because,
he's
quite
fine.
frankly, think about it right now. I mean, the only reason he's very upset is because he knows he can win this race and that he should be winning this sort of race. So the fact that he's out in the session already means that, he's going to be frustrated. And quite frankly, I know a lot of people are anti-Max fans. They're more anti-Max fans because he's so good. And quite frankly, don't take it out on the guy because of that. He's allowed to be upset for not making it through to
as
Q3.
Andrew Crozier says, a lot of salty Red Bull haters don't hate a winner.
So I'll say, of course he's going to be upset, guys. He's the best driver in the grid. You can't deny it. He is. Fact is, he's won 10 races in a row. Of course he's going to be upset about the one race that he knows he's not going to be able to win now. It's to be expected. And frankly, if he wasn't like that, you'd be questioning and saying, oh, look at that. Doesn't mean anything to him. So, yeah.
Just carrying on watching what is happening at the moment. All of the drivers now finally leaving the pits as that session does now get resumed.
Indeed. So we do have that Q3 ends in 11 minutes and 24 seconds. Green light is given. Where is everybody going to finish up, guys? It's going to be a hell of a thing. Currently looking at the votes, Sainz now really dominating. 54% saying Sainz, Russell 17%, Alonso 13%, and other with 15%. Interestingly, Sainz has become Ferrari's number one driver. I don't think there's a doubt about this anymore. Sainz is number one driver.
I agree. I think that Sainz is the more consistent one now on the team. He's been putting in, as I say, the more consistent approach every single weekend and week out. He's really been impressing me this year so far.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, 11 minutes left of the session, of course. These Mercedes doing as they have done the entire session, leaving a bit later than everybody else. Everybody else is on track already. We've got Sainz, Alonso, Magnussen, Norris, Hulkenberg. Leclerc has also made his way out into the track as well. Lawson now also appearing on the track. So Lawson's in Q3, which is fantastic for him. He's outperformed his teammate Yuki Tsunoda once again in the qualifying session. So he's doing really, really well.
TC saying, I think Max will get a top 4 tomorrow. He is just irritatingly good, and I'm a Lewis fan. Sophia saying, Ferrari have been impressive this weekend. I don't want to jinx it, but I hope they get a P1 tomorrow. It's certainly possible. They've shown some great pace as well as they have looked like they have really, really good race pace for the weekend. But we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, it's exactly that. So we've got just 10 minutes left of the session. And again, we're going to see the fast laps get put in now as people are starting to ramp up to start their first hot laps. We're going to have Magnussen set the first one. The Haas's have been quick, and I take it all back with those comments saying, oh, look at the Haas's, you're not back in the Haas's. I should have been back in the Haas's. I take it all back because they've been doing very well. They've outperformed the Red Bulls, for Pete's sake. So let's see. I don't think they've got the race pace, though, for tomorrow. But they're doing very well in qualifying as Magnussen now starts the first hot lap, followed by his teammate Hulkenberg. Alonso follows them, of course.
Liam Basketball saying, for the sake of everyone's mental health, I'm praying that Ferrari doesn't mess up their strategies. I think you're going to have to pray really hard.
It's going to be a very difficult one. So let's see if they can get it right. And first off, they have to deal with a little bit of traffic before the start here. This is, of course, Carlos Sainz, the favourite for topping today, as we do have fast laps underway. So let's follow now on board with Carlos Sainz as he ramps up to start his first hot lap of the final qualifying session today.
Yes, TC saying what we're all thinking, Hats is on steroids today. Interesting to see how much pace they have around this circuit. Carlos Sainz now starting his hot lap for this Q3 session. What can he do? Certainly looking to be the favourite for pole here.
Yeah, so he's looking very smooth around here. That's where Max Verstappen made his mistake, of course, and he did not make a mistake there, Carlos Sainz, so he looks to be absolutely fine. No issues whatsoever. And Red Bull just looks very, really good this weekend. Not the Red Bull, Ferrari. What am I talking about?
Red Bull are out in Q2, so certainly not looking good this weekend, but what will happen around here?
So Sainz puts a 26.8 there. Norris has set a purple sector in Sector 1. Where's F1 23? Where is he? I want to know because, you know what?
Any second in the comment section, I am sure of that. As we're watching Carlos Sainz still going around out on track. Personal best in the first sector. Lando Norris still holding on to that purple first and now second sector. Magnussen goes across the line fastest with a 132.3. Waiting for Norris to go across the line now. Where can he put himself? That first fastest sector is still...
it's been
stolen by Russell. Russell has stolen that. Leclerc is going out on track very fast through through the second sector, that is. Lando Norris coming across the line. Where can he put himself? He goes fastest overall now with the 131.9. 131.5. Can anyone else come and steal that away from him? Carlos Sainz comes across the line and he does steal that away from Lando Norris for the 131.1.
Yeah, so great racing there from Lando Norris and the two Ferrari drivers. Of course, Sainz now goes across, as you say, a 131.1. Leclerc, 131.4. So the two Ferraris currently sitting in first and second with Lando Norris just behind them in third. Fernando Alonso in fourth. That's pretty much more or less where I think we probably will have people ending, though. I think Russell will probably finish in second as well and push those few down. Hamilton probably only finishing in fifth. He's not been looking particularly quick in the qualifying session so far, but can he improve upon that now? He seems to be doing some very good sectors, Hamilton, now. So can he beat his teammate Russell? But Russell seems to be going a little bit quicker than his teammate Russell, actually going very quickly. Yeah, first sector is purple, second sector is personal best.
Russell goes
his third sector is not as great as Reese says. Goes into fourth position only. Lost a lot of time in that last sector.
Hamilton is behind his teammate, though, with a 131.9. Russell with a 131.8. Charles Leclerc is in second behind his teammate Carlos Sainz, whose fastest lap overall is a 131.17.
Yeah, so 6.5 minutes left of the session, and we currently have both Ferraris in first and second on the front of the grid. Lando Norris and Russell filling it up behind Hamilton, and then Alonso behind that.
I do not understand how we have Liam Lawson in that AlphaTauri ahead of both teammates. F123, thank you very much with another donation here saying let's go Lando, or hee go Lando.
I think it's just cheekiness for the hope that Norris will get there. Very much appreciated. Well, he's there and thereabouts, and I think he has a really, really good run before the end of the session. He might well be able to go and get it. So, yeah, guys, go and clap for F123 in the comments. You can go and do the little clap emoji for his little donation. Absolutely love it. And just bearing in mind, you guys do not need to donate, but of course, we will prioritize the donation. Thank you so much again, F123. Enjoyed your time today. Yeah.
Been a very exciting session. 6 minutes remain of the session now, as Charles Leclerc is doing another run, or I think he's actually on a warm down lap as he does now make his way into the pits. Majority of the drivers will all go into the pits immediately, then they'll put on some new tyres, and in the final 3-4 minutes they'll all get back out onto track again. So just a little bit of time to get going until this Q1 session does have its final runs from all of these drivers. Lindiwe with a question mark.
Yeah, Lindiwe, they're just saying, does anyone think that Danny Rick might be worried for his seat? That car's reached Q3 for the first time this year. It has had multiple drivers. Well, I don't necessarily think Danny Rick's seat is up for grabs. I think Yuki Tsunoda, because quite frankly, Danny Rick, when he came in for those few races, was outperforming Yuki Tsunoda, and now somebody else has come in and is outperforming Yuki Tsunoda. So I think Yuki Tsunoda's in danger here, so he's got to be very careful. He finished in 15th today. His teammate Liam Lawson, rookie, of course, is up in 10th.
Yes, the rookie Liam Lawson is, as you say, up in 10th. Brilliant from himself right now. I think Red Bull are going to be watching. The fact that he's been able to get that car in his third race around a super difficult track like this and get it into Q3, they're certainly going to be taking notice.
Yeah, that's exactly that. So we've got just 4 minutes and 25 seconds left of the session. We're going to have our final runs here. Do not go anywhere. It's going to be right down to the wire. Will Sainz and Leclerc finish 1-2? Will Russell have something to say about that? Will Alonso have something to say about that? We're all going to find out right near the end of the session.
Ferrari mechanics getting ready to send those two cars out at the moment, or holding on to those tyre blankets. They are now removed. Carlos Sainz is released from his pit garage. Charles Leclerc follows suit. So, will these Ferraris be able to hold on to their current P1 and 2, holding out and locking out that front row of the grid for tomorrow's race?
Yeah, it's exactly that. Making their way out. And come on, give your prediction right at the end here. Who's going to finish off top 3?
I really want Lando Norris to get up there. Sorry, I'm going to say... I want to say Lando Norris, but my head tells me Carlos Sainz. Carlos Sainz, Norris, Leclerc.
Carlos Sainz, Norris, Leclerc.
Let's see.
Yeah, I've answered my realistic prediction. I'm going to say Sainz, Russell, Leclerc, because I think Leclerc has found a little bit of form here. So I'm going to say Sainz, Russell, Leclerc, because Russell's been very good this weekend. That's going to be my final 3 prediction. Let's see if that does actually happen. But I would love to see Lando Norris right at the top again, because I think the Ferraris will probably be quicker than him. So I think he's going to have a big battle tomorrow, which makes the race a little bit more interesting. So let's keep it going there.
Yes, do be sure to give us all of your predictions down there in the comment section. Mercedes getting ready to let their cars out back on track again. The Ferraris are on their outlap. Lando Norris is on his outlap. Alonso, Magnussen, Hülkenberg, Ocon, and Lawson are all on their outlaps. The Mercedes just waiting for some more rubbered up track. But this, of course, puts them in a bit of a contentious position if there is a yellow flag or a red flag, of course.
Well, they're still quite high up, of course, but they could be higher. So I think, yeah, it's exactly that. Will they be able to actually get out in time in case something else happens? Well, if something else happens, I suppose the grid that we've got is the grid we've got.
A lot of people are really hopeful for an Alonso pole. I'd love to see an Alonso pole, but my heart says Alonso for pole, but I know that it's most likely that these Ferraris are going to take it here this afternoon.
Yeah, it's exactly that. So the Ferraris are ramping up to start their hot laps, as are the two Haas's. Let's see where they finish as well. Magnussen and Hulkenberg, of course, leading us out. They're going to start their fast laps here. Alonso's just behind him, ahead of Sainz as well. Magnussen ramping up to start his hot lap. Hulkenberg just behind him. Then Alonso, then Sainz, then Leclerc, then Norris, then Lawson, Ocon, then a big gap to Russell and Hamilton right at the back.
Yes, just watching now as Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz finish up this warm-up lap for themselves.
Yes.
I'm really, really excited to see the end of this. How is this going to play out? I'm sure all of you are also just waiting in anticipation at home. Yeah, do let me know where you guys are watching from. Do be sure to hit that subscribe button if you're not subscribed to this channel. We will be joining you as well tomorrow for the race, as well as for all the other races this season, next season, and going onwards from then.
Exactly that. So we've got our first few cars starting the hot laps. Kevin Magnussen, Hulkenberg, and Alonso have all got going. Sainz now building up as he now speeds into the final couple of corners and starts his own hot lap.
Yes, let's see what's going to happen. As I don't know how to say that name because it's in a different language, but they say Godzilla P1, which is from that meme that's been going around on Twitter from yesterday when we had Godzilla making its way onto the track during FP1. But they have managed to keep Godzilla off the track this session. We haven't had any squish lizards. So let's just watch now as Lando Norris starts his hot lap as well. Carlos Sainz, they're not improving on the first sector, the first few runners, but Carlos Sainz does improve on his first few sectors. Alonso not up. Magnussen a few purple mini sectors. Personal best in the middle sector, but no purple sectors other than from Carlos Sainz out there right now.
Yeah, let's see what Norris can do, though. I think he's right behind Sainz this time, so if Norris can get even quicker, maybe he could compete with Sainz right at the top there. He's up on Sainz's current time, but not his new time. So let's see if Sainz can be quicker in the middle and third sector, because if he messes up, Lando Norris could well take it away. Leclerc's also up on Sainz's time that's currently sitting at the top of the board, though again, Sainz is going around quickest at the moment, setting some more mini purple sectors, but also a couple of not so much personal best. So I think his middle sector's not been as good as he might want it to be.
Yes, just waiting until these guys cross that next timing marker. Just waiting for Lando Norris. He goes at 38.6 as Carlos Sainz goes at 38.4, so a lot faster for Carlos Sainz through there. Leclerc also goes 38.4 to 8, so the Ferrari's a lot faster through that middle sector. Will Leclerc take it away from
So, Reece, I think Norris is also right there to take it away, because I don't think Sainz is going to be able to beat his time, which means I think Sainz's current time is going to be the quickest. Let's see. Sainz is going to go quicker. What am I talking about? Look at that, a 130.9. Where does Norris put himself, though? Can Norris beat Sainz's time? He's going to cross the line now. He does not.
131.2, really close. But can Leclerc steal that pole position away from his teammate? No, he doesn't. As he comes across the line, only in second, ever so close though, behind his teammate. 0.079. What can those Mercedes do? As George Russell has the purple middle sector now.
Indeed.
Will they upset the Ferrari's day?
Yeah, I think they might well do, because look at his final sector here. Russell's got green mini sectors everywhere. He's up on Sainz's current time. Hamilton's down, however, so Hamilton's out of it pretty much. What can Russell do? Can Russell split those Ferraris? Can he get pole for tomorrow? A pole for Mercedes. We haven't seen that in ages.
No.
Here comes Russell. Does he get pole? No, he doesn't.
He just misses out from pole by 0.072 seconds. 0.079 seconds is Leclerc. So close between those top four drivers.
Yeah.
0.2 to Lando Norris.
And Hamilton also comes across the line. So we have our final grid, ladies and gentlemen. It's come right down to the wire. Great end to that session there. Notably, of course, Red Bulls were not in it. But Sainz finishes on top there. Russell in second. Leclerc in third. Norris in fourth. Hamilton fifth. Magnussen sixth. Alonso 7. Ocon 8. Hulkenberg 9. Lawson in 10th.
Yes, what a day that was around here today. We're going to move over into our session here quickly. We're just going to change the title before that gets going though. Mark's going to type that through because he's with the keyboard now. But yeah, we're going to switch across to that session now. Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reece. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, Bitdefender. Bitdefender is a global leader in cyber security. Bitdefender is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, BoyleSports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the BoyleSports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, Bitdefender, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on BoyleSports. Thank you very much. We are now finally into our quali review studio, and Mark will hit record.
Yes, welcome everybody to Forever Motorsports here. We've just finished Singapore qualifying, and massive news of the day.
Wow, absolute chaos from start to finish. Tell us though, the biggest news from that session there, Mark.
Red Bull did not make it out of Q2. Verstappen finished 11th, Perez in 13th. He needed to get a good lap in Verstappen right at the end of Q2, left it right late, made a big mess up in Sector 1, and as a result, didn't make it past. So Perez and Verstappen are going to be starting in one of the most difficult Grand Prix to overtake, all the way down in 11th and 13th respectively. Though, notably, Ferrari starts on pole with Carlos Sainz up there, Russell just behind him in second, and Leclerc third, Norris in fourth, Hamilton fifth, Magnussen sixth, Alonso in 7th, Ocon in 8th, Hulkenberg in 9th, and Lawson in 10th.
Then, of course, with the major upset, Max Verstappen in 11th, Pierre Gasly 12th, Sergio Perez down in 13th, Albon 14th, Tsunoda 15th, Bottas 16th, Piastri then down in 17th. He unfortunately got caught out by the crash of Lance Stroll, who is down in 20th, Sargent 18th, Stroll 19th, Zhou 19th, and Stroll, of course, having a major shunt at the end of Q1. He binned it into the wall with a major oversteer through turn 19, hits into the Tech Pro barriers on the start-finish straight, caused a massive delay with the red flag, and unfortunately caught out the likes of Piastri with him being eliminated. Those Red Bulls, though, are going to have a very difficult day tomorrow in the race. They're going to have a lot of fighting to do.
Yeah, it's exactly that. I think the Red Bulls are really going to struggle tomorrow. It's a very difficult track to overtake. Of course, there's a change in the final chicane. Of course, the third sector's lost those few extra turns. So there's another long straight, which means it might be able to be easier for cars to follow and overtake. But it's going to be difficult tomorrow, I think. And Red Bull starting so far down tomorrow, they cannot be favorites. And also, race pace throughout the entire weekend has said that they're not that much quicker, if they even are quicker, than the other teams. Fernando Alonso and Aston Martin's been looking quick for race pace. Those Ferraris have been looking very quick for race pace. Red Bull's not as quick. So,
and of course, there's that outlier of the Haas up in 6th place. What can they do through the race? I think they've also shown some all right race pace. Not incredible, but it's not been horrific. So we could have a lot of different contenders for this race tomorrow on Sunday.
Yeah, and I think, unfortunately, it's actually going to come straight down to Ferrari and Mercedes. Which one's going to have the better... Well, I know which one's going to have the better strategy, but who's going to have the better race tomorrow, of course, between Sainz, Russell, Leclerc, Hamilton, and, of course, that outlying McLaren, of course, of Norris, his teammate, unfortunately, getting caught out, as we said. So, it's going to be such an interesting race tomorrow in terms of who can finish first.
And it's going to be very difficult for George Russell splitting those two Ferraris. They have the upper hand in terms of strategy, if they get it right, that is. But it's going to be very difficult for them.
Yeah, it's exactly. That's going to be very, very difficult. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. Of course, we're going to be bringing you the race tomorrow live for you on Forever Motorsports here with myself, Mark, and Reese alongside me. Please be sure to like this video and... please be sure to subscribe to the channel as well. We're going to get to 2,000 subscribers as quickly as we possibly can. And yeah, Reese, any final comments?
Well, just a very, very exciting end to qualifying here today in Singapore. Please be sure to join us tomorrow for the Singapore Grand Prix here on Forever Motorsports. I've been Reese, Mark's been Mark. Thank you very much, though, for joining us today. Yeah, we certainly hope to see you tomorrow in the race in Singapore.
Cheerio.
Welcome to the Singapore Grand Prix, home of the Formula 1 night race. Formula 1 leaves Europe behind and starts its final sequence of flyaway races to see out the 2023 season. Starting here in Singapore with one of the most challenging circuits on the calendar. The circuit, set out around Singapore's Marina Bay, is 4.94 kilometers and is made up of 19 corners, which is a reduction of 23 turns from last year's layout due to construction taking place, meaning that the old turns 16, 17, 18 and 19 were taken out and replaced with a straight. This circuit is particularly grueling on the drivers due to the high humidity and ambient temperatures seen around the circuit. During a race around Singapore, drivers can lose up to 3 kilograms in sweat from the heat experienced in the cockpit of their Formula 1 cars. Not only do drivers have the extreme heat to deal with, or the possibilities of monsoon rain, but the circuit around Singapore is set at night, and became the first night race on the Formula 1 calendar in 2008. This makes racing around the Marina Bay even more difficult, as it is said that the circuit is similar to Monaco, with very close walls and little room for error. Watch now as you get taken around a lap of Singapore. Thank you very much for watching. Be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more Formula 1 content. And be sure to let us know in the comment section who you are supporting for the Singapore Grand Prix. Hello and welcome to Forever Motorsports for D-Day. It is race day out here in Singapore and we're certainly ramping up for this race to get underway here. All the cars ready, outlined on the grid at the moment. Big news going into the session as F1 23 says Lance Stroll is out of the race here today. His team have confirmed that Lance Stroll will not race here in Singapore due to the fact that he is still quite sore from that massive shunt he had yesterday in qualifying. Mark is with us here today. He is just a little bit busy on his side, so he'll join us when he can. But nonetheless, I will be taking you through the majority of the race here today. F1 23 asking who will take his seat. I expect it to be the rookie Felipe Drugovich, but I currently don't see a second Aston Martin driver on the grid right now.
Yeah, it's true. We haven't seen a second Aston Martin driver yet. So I think Felipe Drugovich should be filling that seat, and if he doesn't fill that seat, then I think Aston Martin's unfortunately going to have to just rely on Alonso because he's going to be the only one out there racing.
Yes, as well as we're currently seeing a minute of silence being observed for, I think it was victims in Malaysia, or it just disappeared as I was talking about it, unfortunately, as Damon Langen does confirm what I was suspecting there, that Drugovich will be replacing Lance Stroll in this session. He is the reserve driver for Aston Martin Formula 1 team, so it is expected that he would take that reserve driver seat here today. Just watching all the drivers currently taking that minute of silence there, looking at Charles Leclerc, Fernando Alonso, just waiting for things to get underway here. Just seeing that trophy though, beautiful trophy always here in Singapore, getting ready now for the national anthem of Singapore to be sung here before the start of the Grand Prix. A lot of people now joining in on stream. Thank you very much to all of you guys. Say F123 saying, what did I say, Dragovic or Schumi? Yeah, unfortunately it's more likely to be Dragovic there. Yeah, as we now see the national anthem is currently being sung. Watching on as Stefano Domenicali, a man with a lot on his mind at the moment. Does he allow the likes of Andretti Cadillac to move into Formula 1? He has a lot on his shoulders at the moment. Damon Langen saying, do you guys think that Carlos Sainz will win with Max in P11? It's one of the grid spots where he hasn't won from yet. So it's another one that he possibly has to tick off of his list. But it's looking highly unlikely here today. Christian Horner with comments before the race, just saying that their pace today has been really an outlier for them. They didn't expect it coming into this race weekend. They haven't changed anything on their car. They've just changed the rear wing and a little bit of front wing downforce for this race weekend, not changing anything dramatically. So they believe that they haven't been affected by the new technical directive. Maybe they're saying that to kind of cover themselves. I don't know. But yeah, interesting to see that they really are on the back foot this race weekend. Watching some fireworks going off here in Singapore. Amazing to see the turnout here at this Grand Prix. It's always one of the most spectacular Formula 1 races on the calendar. One that I certainly want to come and watch here as we see these incredible graphics up on this building. That is incredible to see, isn't it, Mark? How they've done
absolutely. Very, very good little CGI there from F1. I quite enjoy it there. So yeah, we've got first, of course, Carlos Sainz, second, George Russell, and third, Charles Leclerc has been shown up on those buildings there quite beautifully with some fireworks in the background as well being shown. And we can just see it's going to be a fantastic race this afternoon.
Yes, certainly ramping up to be a very, very exciting race this afternoon. As we do still have 12 minutes left to go until the start of that race. Yeah, looking very, very exciting for the ramp up to the session. Let us know in the comment section who you are rooting for, of course, as well as just giving us any more information for you guys. Well, ask us any questions that you'd like to have answered on the stream. Ask for any shout-outs. Lando Norris currently being interviewed. Lots of people very excited to see what he's going to be able to do today. He starts from P4 on the grid. Just to go over our grid starting order for you guys here today, if you did miss that Formula 1 qualifying wrap-up there at the end of our build-up package. Carlos Sainz topped the end of qualifying yesterday. He's up in pole position with George Russell behind him, splitting those two Ferraris. Leclerc down in P3, Norris then in P4, Hamilton P5, Magnussen in 6th, Alonso 7th, Ocon 8th, Hülkenberg down in 9th, Lawson in 10th. He got ahead of the two Red Bulls, the sister team that should have been ahead of him. But Lawson up in 10th, having a great qualifying session yesterday. Verstappen starts from P11, a difficult day ahead of him here today, but the Red Bulls should have some really good race pace. Then we have Gasly in 12th, Perez in 13th, Albon in 14th, Tsunoda 15th, Bottas 16th, Piastri, very unfortunate, getting caught out by Lance Stroll's accident and getting eliminated from that Q1 session. Sargent then in 18th, Zhou in 19th, and Stroll, of course, down in P20, being replaced by Felipe Drugovich. I have no clue who this is on the grid walk.
Oh, I do. It's
crazy.
It's a British. He's very famous. He's often on Strictly Come Dancing, actually.
Okay.
I think it is. But yes, he's quite well known for his outfits that he wears. Always wears the top hat. I can't quite remember his name though, but I do know who he is. It's quite a fun character, quite a fun bubbly character. But he's out there on the grid, and we do see Charles Leclerc smiles. You can see. I think he's confident. I think Ferrari must be smiling today because they know they've got a genuine chance of not just getting first place today, but even a 1-2 position. This could be Ferrari's best race of the season, arguably one of their best races in the last few seasons, because really the threat from Red Bull isn't that big.
Yes, interesting here to see from Andrew Crozier saying, I think Stroll.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens there. Of course, nonetheless, we still got Alonso in that Aston Martin right up there in a 7th position. So we'll see if we need to, if we need to watch Alonso. Can he do something this weekend? Can he do something this afternoon? And we'll see as it goes on.
Yes, we'll see what happens. We are still waiting for the session to start. Another 9 minutes left to go. Sorry if we froze there for a little second. This should be up and running again for you guys now. Yeah, very, very exciting. Do be sure to keep dropping comments down for us in the comment section, letting us know who you are rooting for here today. I'm going to give a bit of a prediction. I think Max Verstappen is still going to get up on the podium possibly here today.
You still reckon he's going to get onto the podium? How on earth do you reckon that's going to happen?
I don't know. I think something crazy is going to happen. It's Singapore. It happened during qualifying yesterday. It could easily happen here during the race. You never know. We could get some rain mid-race. As Chennai Rhodes says, hope for Perez as always. Perez really does enjoy street circuits, so he could also do really well here today. As Joseph Ronald says, let's go boys. Looks like it's an exciting race today. Red Bull out of the running. Haas, ? Mercedes ? As well as McLaren ? A lot of question marks going into the session. Who could take the win here? Ferrari looked like they could have some great pace, but still a lot of unknowns for the rest of those runners down the grid.
Yeah, it's exactly that. So, I mean, I don't know if Red Bull can do very well today. You know, we say out of the running. You know, it's not a very easy track to overtake. That's the one main reason why people are not backing Red Bull, me and myself included. But you know, it's going to be a real test of their cars today. How well can they get past people? How close can they follow through? And yeah, I mean, it's going to be something very interesting to watch. Can Red Bull actually get themselves up to the top then? If they can, just shows how good that car is.
Yes, it certainly does show how good their car is in race pace if they're able to get that far up the grid. I see a lot more people are joining the stream now. Thank you very much for joining. Be sure to hit that like button. It does really help us get recommended more in the YouTube search bar. We are currently at 46 likes. Let's get that up to 200 likes as quickly as possible. I know it's possible. We have also grown so quickly in the last few race weekends on this channel. We're currently, the last time I checked, we're up to 1,600 subs. I could be very wrong. It could be up to more than that. We'd love to hit 2,000 subs by the end of this racing stream. Would mean the world to us, of course. Just looking in the comment section at the moment, F123 saying, up the McLarens. Let's see what they're able to do. Hopefully, Oscar Piastri will be able to get a bit further up the grid. Unfortunate with the fact that he got caught out a little bit yesterday in qualifying. As Damon Langen says, it will be nice to see someone else on the top step of the podium, hopefully. Well, we'll have to see what happens in the race. As I said, it could all still be to play for here. It's going to be an absolutely crazy race ahead of us here today. It's pretty much a given that we're going to get a safety car, if not a red flag around here. It's super difficult to recover cars if there's a crash. There's that perilous bridge section before the hairpin of turn 13. If you lose it in the bridge section, you pretty much beat yourself in the middle of the track and everyone is not able to get around you, so they'll have to red flag for that. Damon Langen saying, yep, he didn't get a lap time in after Stroll binned it. That is why Oscar Piastri was unfortunately so far down the grid for the race start of this race here today. I see, though, we also have someone taking, I think it's Joe Guan Yu, is taking a new power unit this afternoon. I read on Twitter earlier this afternoon.
Doesn't mean much because he was, of course, still starting down there in the bottom 5. So all he's done is just moved into 19th instead of, I think it was 18th, I think it was. So really not a massive change for him there. So he'll take that penalty, and it's as easy as that. So yeah, just Damon, also nasty crash of Stroll there. It was indeed a nastiest crash yesterday. So we wish him all the best, but he should be fine. It's just a little bit sore.
Yes, glad that he walked away from that crash, got out of the car on his own, walked to the safety car and the medical car. Was a very high speed, high energy impact, but as I said, very glad he was okay. He was able to remove his hands from the steering wheel before the crash happened, so he was able to limit a hand injury like Ricciardo unfortunately got in Zandvoort. Yeah, streamers rarely picking up at the moment. Thank you very much for all of you for joining at the moment. Do be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Yeah, getting very, very close to going now. So, watching the current Formula 1 credits running.
Yeah, we are watching now the titles run. We see Max Verstappen who again starting in 11th. I think that's the biggest news of the weekend. Of course, everybody's sort of backing anybody else.
Big predictions from F1 23 there in the comment section, Mark.
Involving a Haas and an Alfa Romeo prediction. Big crash, lap 15 to 27, involving a Haas and an Alfa Romeo. That's the prediction. So, well, I mean, it's an interesting prediction. Let us know your other predictions, guys, in terms of what might happen in the race here. Looking at Marina Bay, it looks absolutely beautiful at night.
Yes, we are here in round 16 of this Formula 1 season. We are in Singapore, racing in the Marina Bay under the lights. Here, one of the most beautiful tracks on this Formula 1 Canada. Just a little just a few stats about our circuit here today. The track distance is 4.9 kilometers with 62 laps making up the race. The top speed is going to be around 317 kilometers an hour with 19 turns and an elevation of 5.3 meters. It's very similar in the circuit, akin to Monaco, really. This year, the circuit has been revised a little bit with the old turns 15, 16, 17, 18 being replaced with a long straight now. And the circuit goes down from, I think it was 21 or 23 corners, now down to 19. The last corner, turn 19, is where Lance Stroll lost it yesterday in qualifying. Just watching what happened last year for Max Verstappen when he was battling with Lando Norris, trying to get past him near the end of the race. After a safety car restart, he lost it into the braking zone for turn 7. Watching a moment between Kubica and Hülkenberg in 2010 around this track, it can provide some great racing, so hopefully we'll get some great overtaking moves here this afternoon. Do be sure to let us know who you're rooting for. Be sure, of course, to vote in that poll that we've currently got running. Almost 300 of you now joining us before the start of this race. Looking at our compounds for this race weekend, a C5, C4, and C3 compound.
Yes.
The softest.
So
on
the
the
softest of the
range.
lot, yeah, because of course it's a street circuit. It's going to be lots of downforce. So it's great to have those grippy tires there. The softest compounds, of course, giving that grip as well. So looking here, the starting grid, of course, going from the very back, we've got Guan Yu Zhou starting from the pit lane. So just confirming for you, we will not have an Aston Martin second car on the grid. Oscar Piastri will start in 17th, just ahead of Logan Sargent, who's in 18th position. Valtteri Bottas in 16th, Yuki Tsunoda in 15th position. Going now into the next part of the grid, 14th, Alexander Albon in that Williams, and Sergio Perez, the first Red Bull driver. Not a great day yesterday in 13th. Pierre Gasly in 12th. He's right behind championship leader Max Verstappen.
Then making up our top 10, we have Liam Lawson in 10th, Nico Hülkenberg in 9th. A little bit further up the grid, then we have Esteban Ocon in the Alpine in 8th, with Fernando Alonso in 7th. Then on the next grid, we have Kevin Magnussen 6th, Lewis Hamilton in 5th, having an alright day, but being outperformed by his teammate. Lando Norris then in 4th, with Charles Leclerc ahead of him in 3rd. The first of those two Ferrari drivers on the front of the grid. Then George Russell in 2nd, splitting the Ferrari drivers, and Carlos Sainz on that pole position. He will have a very long run to that first corner. Will he be able to hold on to
I think
that first place?
that's going to be the big thing. Can he hold on to first place? And I don't think Russell is going to have an easy race either. He's going to be chased down by Leclerc and also have to try and get ahead of Sainz. I think those Ferraris are probably the quickest cars there in the front row. So hopefully they'll go on to win the race. So what's your prediction, Reese?
Well, I think the Ferraris should have some great pace here this afternoon. I think they've shown some great race pace as well as some really good race simulations throughout. Sorry, going on a bit of a blank here. Throughout the practice session. So hopefully they can do quite well here today. I think Carlos Sainz should be able to take the win here. Will George Russell be able to hold on to second, though? That is the question. I think Charles Leclerc might come back at him. And then I'm going to say Max Verstappen in 3rd, because you can't just world captain.
Yeah, okay, so Reese is still counting Max there.
But I'm giving a Ferrari one too. Taya, when
true.
he gets into the comment section, is going to be really, really happy about that.
Yeah, I'm going to say Sainz wins, Leclerc comes 2nd, and Russell comes 3rd. That's going to be my big prediction. I think it's going to be a great Ferrari day. The Tifosi will be happy, I'm sure, at the end of this race.
Damon Langen asking, the addition of the new straight makes it difficult in the last chicane. Do we prefer the old or the new layout? I think I prefer the old layout. It was a lot more difficult on the drivers. But
we could have more
get
overtakes.
more overtakes. I agree. If it provides more overtakes, then I completely am happy for that. As we now do have the drivers starting to move around the track, starting their formation lap.
Indeed, here we go. And they're now leading out of Sainz. There's only 4 soft tyres there. Leclerc, Tsunoda, Piastri, and Zhou on those soft tyres.
Yes, only a few of those drivers out on soft tyres. The rest of the grid all starting on a set of mediums. I did expect the mediums to be the best race tyre for this weekend. Damon Langen saying, I feel it makes it more exciting. I agree. It does just make it a little bit more perilous. We have Max Verstappen right near the end of the grid, starting himself on the formation lap. He started on a set of hards, Mark. Very interesting to see that Max Verstappen is starting on a set of hards. So he's going for a very, very long run on those sets of tyres. Maybe that could provide a bit more interesting racing for the Red Bulls here today. Could they just come through with an absolute strategic masterclass this evening? Under the lights here in Singapore, it's incredible to see how you can just spot where the track is throughout the city here, because there's just it's so brightly lit up here that it's so easy to see where the track is from those aerial shots. We do have 455 of you now joining us in the stream at the moment. Thank you very much for joining. Please be sure to like the video. We have 75 likes. Let's get up there to 200 likes as fast as possible. That helps us get recommended by the YouTube algorithm. I'm sure you've heard that before, but it really does help, as we do see Carlos Sainz currently leading the procession of drivers for this formation lap of the Singapore Grand Prix. Do be sure to let us know your predictions down in the comment section. We've given you ours. Mine is Max Verstappen will finish in P3, Charles Leclerc P2, and Carlos Sainz P1. What was yours again there, Mark?
Sorry, I'm just currently trying to do something else here, so I'm not quite, unfortunately, commentating. Sorry, what happened there?
Your predictions.
My predictions. I gave my predictions.
Yes, we're giving it again.
We're giving it again. Sainz, Leclerc, and Russell. That's
there you go. So F123 says super chat when Lando Norris leads the race. Thank you very much, F123. That would be very much appreciated. Of course, you guys can drop a super chat if you would like to, but it is by no means necessary to do. But of course, we will be reading that preferentially over anyone else here today. Just watching Carlos Sainz here, making his way through to his grid box. Not very long now till the start of this race. Ayo Hubert giving their predictions. Hamilton P1, Verstappen P2, Russell P3. Chris, very interesting to see here what is going to happen this afternoon. Give us your predictions for this race.
Indeed, we're almost up to 500 viewers, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Sorry, I'm now here for a little bit. Sorry about that. Just trying to do some other things. They're not lining up. Oh my word, I was almost missed by Lando Norris there, right at the front there, as he's lining up to his box here. Reese will, of course, take you through the opening lap here, definitely. And we're now watching as Red Bulls make their way around the final corner there. Starting on the hard tyre, I know they're going to go for the long game here, so it's going to be a very interesting thing to see if Red Bull can take advantage of that. Strategy is huge.
Shelby saying, if Red Bull wins, I will be shaking my head. Yes, certainly, it's going to be difficult for them to win, though, here today. Statistically, being on pole position gives you the upper hand for that race win. People asking what is happening with Stroll's replacements. I'm just trying to have a look here if we do have 20 cars on the grid at the moment. It does look like we might. So maybe we do. I'm just trying to have a look here. We're waiting for the overhead shots as we now do have the lights ticking over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lights being shown and lights out. And away we go. Good start from Carlos Sainz. So does Charles Leclerc. Charles Leclerc gets past now. George Russell, will he get past him into turn 1? Yes, he does, as Lewis Hamilton is going around the outside. He takes to the runoff zone. He goes ahead of his teammate, though, as now Fernando Alonso make his way up into P6 there, I think. Where is Lando Norris, though, at the moment? Lando Norris is up into P5. He's lost one position down off the start. Alonso in P6. What can George Russell do now? Putting pressure on his teammate. Fighting for that final podium position. Where's Max Verstappen? Verstappen has made his way up into P10 already. Lawson falling down. Gasly falling down. Perez only down in P13 right now as Lando Norris makes a move there on... is defending from Fernando Alonso. Oh, big move from Esteban Ocon. Could he be pushed into the wall there? Super close there for that Alpine, fighting with the Haas of Kevin Magnussen.
My word, this is a very aggressive start here by the Ferraris and by Lewis Hamilton, who's up into third position already ahead of his teammate. I'm surprised he didn't have to get that position back as he left the track. And we can see there, Max Verstappen is up into 10th. Perez is lost.
Piastri fighting with one of the AlphaTauris there, just getting a little bit feisty. Piastri fighting with Tsunoda, that was.
See, as I said that, sorry, Reese, I just noted Russell complaining on the radio saying, is he going to give me the position back or not? What's going to happen here? So Hamilton's not giving that position back to Russell yet. So he thinks that he's going to keep that position even though he's gone off the track and gone ahead of him. So apparently he joined correctly. And so Russell's going to have to try and fight Hamilton. We can see so many sparks on the back of Leclerc's car there. My word.
Yes, a lot of sparks flying off the back of Russell's car. Just watching how closely these drivers are going as there's a yellow flag currently being flown, but I do see it has been cleared again on our timing board, so that's fine. At the moment, a lot of cars currently running in a procession. Where is Sergio Perez there? Perez is currently still running down in 13, fighting with Liam Lawson. Certainly not where we expected that race to be today, as Esteban Ocon tries to make a move on Perez, but we still have a yellow flag in Sector 3. Who is that? Yes. It's Tsunoda. Tsunoda's stranded out on track. What has happened to him?
We're going to have a safety car, I think. It's probably going to be deployed into a safety car very soon. Just still yellow in that sector there. I think it's, as you say, Yuki Tsunoda is stranded possibly at the back there. I think it's been cleared though, green flag. So yeah, we are good. We're still racing. Sainz in the lead. Leclerc just behind him on those soft tyres. I reckon Leclerc will get ahead of his teammate very soon though. So looking at the positions gained, Piastri's gained 3 positions up into 14th. Lawson's lost 2. Verstappen's up 1. There we go. We have lost Yuki Tsunoda. So obviously he went down into a runoff area. I think Yuki Tsunoda is had to go and abandon his race. Yeah, he's off in a runoff area, so that's why there's no safety car. Unfortunate end to his race. So
Lando Norris starting to follow very closely to the back of Lewis Hamilton. Max Verstappen not able to make many inroads in this beginning phase of the race because he is on those sets of hard tyres. Those will start to come in to him a little bit later on. But Lando Norris really putting a lot of pressure on the back of, is this Lewis Hamilton? Hamilton did give that position back. Hamilton being put on a lot of pressure right now.
Yeah, indeed. So Hamilton's going to try and defend away from Norris. And Alonso, though, is also right behind there. He's going to hopefully take advantage of some of that.
Gasly really trying to fight there with the second Haas at the moment. I think that's Nico Hülkenberg. It is Hülkenberg. As Lando Norris still not able to get close enough to the back of Hamilton to make a move. Will he get close enough now, though, through this next straight as they come through the start-finish section?
Now, Piastri's up into 14th, as I said. He's already made up a few positions here. He's right in the tail of Sergio Perez on that hard tyre. Will he get past him anytime soon, Reese?
I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Max Verstappen makes his way up into 9th position now, gets ahead of Hülkenberg. He still has a very long race ahead of him. He is on a preferential strategy here today. Taya just saying Tsunoda's out, question mark. Yes, Yuki Tsunoda's unfortunately out of the race. We don't know necessarily what for. Zhou Guanyu is in the pits though.
Zhou Guanyu probably in the pits. I imagine probably for damage because I think there are a few sparks. No, he's changing tyres straight away. Is there damage on the heart? No, just dead on the heart. Straight away, just... Maybe they're going for the very long game. Maybe they reckon the tyres can last the whole race. I don't see how they can, but maybe they're going to be there the whole time.
Yes, so we currently only have 18 cars left in this session. Lance Stroll's car was not able to be repaired before the start of this race, so we only had 19 cars on that race start. Now Yuki Tsunoda's out. We'll let you know why he is out when we find out.
I think it's broken down again.
Yes,
I think
car issues, unfortunately. Second weekend in a row, as we're super close to getting to 700 viewers here on the stream. Thank you very much to everyone joining us here today. Do be sure to hit that like button. Really means a lot to have all of you here on this channel. Please do be sure to subscribe as well if you want to be updated with all of our uploads throughout the week. As Max Verstappen trying to make a move here on the hat of Kevin Magnussen. Will he make it work as they come through to turn 14 round the outside? No, Max just has to have a double look there. Kevin Magnussen with the better tyres, of course, at the moment. Magnussen on a set of mediums, Max on a set of hards. But good to see Max Verstappen in that Red Bull still has a lot of pace here during the race.
Yeah, indeed. So looking good there. Max Verstappen now moving into 9th. He's going to chase down Magnussen. I wonder how quickly he can get up this grid, but will he get close enough to those Ferraris at the top there? Charles Leclerc setting fastest lap so far. Lap 4, race control has noted an incident involving cars 44. Hamilton leaving the track and gaining an advantage. He has given that position back to Russell, so one imagines that there will be no...
Regulars jumping into the chat now. Thank you very much for all of you for joining. Just watching what's happening out on track. Quite a few little battles starting to form here. Max Verstappen currently battling it out with Kevin Magnussen. Ocon starting to fight with Fernando Alonso for 6th place. Really, really exciting here in these opening stages of the Singapore Grand Prix. Max Verstappen still trying to chase down Kevin Magnussen, not getting close enough through that first DRS sector towards turn 7 into that braking zone. They come through turn 8 and 9 on a really, really difficult sector of the track. Just rewatching this race start, a brilliant getaway for Charles Leclerc, being able to get past George Russell right there. Lando Norris, though, crucially missing out on that position on Lewis Hamilton. I think he'll feel cheated by the fact that Lewis Hamilton got past Russell, because I think he would have been able to hold on to that position if Lewis Hamilton...
Exactly that. Watching now Lewis Hamilton start again. Sorry, just seeing how he gets past Lando Norris here. And you can just see Lando Norris definitely has the line. He's definitely ahead. Lewis Hamilton breaks a hell of a lot later, comes ahead of him. But because he breaks so late,
Russell
he has to go off the
doesn't give
track.
Hamilton space, to be fair, coming through there.
I'm not sure Hamilton would have been able to make the braking, though. He did say he got pushed by his teammate. He said, I got pushed wide by George, so giving an excuse saying that it wasn't anything to do with Lando. Now watching a replay of Charles Leclerc start here, who's up into 2nd position right now, chasing down his teammate. Great start from him, and probably the best start on the grid. Great little start there, and he moves straight into 2nd before that first turn.
He's also, though, Mark, crucially on the softs.
Yes.
So he's on a different strategy to his teammate. I wonder if they'll be letting him through. But we do have Lando Norris having taken Hamilton now. So Lando Norris can start fighting and chasing down George Russell for 3rd place. Just watching this retirement from Yuki Tsunoda, he does just have some engine issue and has to pull off the circuit. 2nd race weekend in a row for Yuki Tsunoda, not even getting through lap 1.
No, exactly. Not getting through lap 1. Yuki Tsunoda must be absolutely hating life because he can't even prove he's better than his teammate because his car keeps breaking down. So, yeah, it's going to be a bit of an issue there. George Russell watching a replay of him overtake his teammate Hamilton. Hamilton did seem to let him past, I think. So, yeah, they did the right thing there, and I think they probably won't get penalties as well. Watching a replay now of the main man, Max Verstappen, I think it is, just moving into 9th position.
Does he do it here into turn 13, into the hairpin? It's a super...
Yeah.
Yes, he does. Brilliant strategic move from Max Verstappen to overtake there.
Great
I made that move in the F1 22 game. It's so difficult, though, because if you just get your throttle application wrong, you can bin it. Just looking at that reaction time from Carlos Sainz to George Russell, 0.34 seconds on the start there from Sainz, 0.4 seconds for George Russell. I'd love to see that reaction time from
Charles Leclerc. I think it was probably 0.3. I mean, it was brilliant. Stewart's also noting Carl Hamilton reviewed and no further investigation. I did say it wouldn't be because he's given the position back. Notably, however, Norris has moved into fourth. Hamilton's down fifth. I didn't see that happen.
Yes, I did say that a few minutes ago.
Sorry.
That they were able to make that move happen.
Okay, so they had to give their position
No,
back.
I think Lando Norris made the move on Lewis Hamilton. I don't know. We haven't been shown. But Charles Leclerc is now starting to reel in his teammate, Carlos Sainz. He's 0.7 seconds behind his teammate. But those two Ferraris are not necessarily running away at the moment from the rest of the pack.
No, they're not running away at all, and only lap 6 of 62 right now. So looking at Verstappen, who's down at 9th on that hard tyre, it's going to be quite beneficial for him because, of course, if he managed to undercut them in the pits, I mean, the amount of time between first and his position is probably about 7 seconds, if that right now, 6 or 7 seconds. So a bad pit stop for either Ferrari means they're going to lose that position to Max Verstappen.
Can Max Verstappen make a move, though, now coming into turn 6 and 7, approaching, going around the outside? Will he make a move? Getting pushed a little bit slightly, now goes towards the inside for turn 8. Will he make a move around the outside here? It's a very, very tricky sector to try and make him overtake. But Max Verstappen just placing his car perfectly, getting the better run out of all of these corners here than that Haas. He's going to be getting very, very frustrated getting stuck behind him at the moment.
Yeah, I think he's getting very frustrated, and I think the longer he stays behind him, the longer he's going to probably see that his race is going to escape him. He needs to try and make up positions as quickly as possible, even on the hard tire. Oh, he's following so closely to Magnussen now. He's going to try a different line. I think the same thing into turn 13. Is he going to? No, he's not going to.
But he's going to get a really good run now through here. He's so close to the back of that Haas as he does now dive down the inside. Will he make this move stick? He does now make the move stick on Kevin Magnussen. Max Verstappen started in 11th. He's now up into 8th place. Next driver up the road is Esteban Ocon.
People are scared. You can see that Red Bull is making overtakes happen in the Singapore Grand Prix. And if we said it was going to be an exciting Grand Prix, we're hopefully going to see Ferrari win. But at this stage, Verstappen's moving through the grid so quickly, he might well just go on to win an 11th straight race, in which case everyone's going to say it's a boring Grand Prix. But I mean, tell you what, starting in 11th and making it up into first position by the end of this race, if Max Verstappen does manage to do that, is a hell of a feat.
That certainly would be one hell of a feat if Max Verstappen does get on that podium position here today. We'll have to wait and see, though, as Sergio Perez makes the dive down the inside of Oscar Piastri into turn 1. Will he be able to hold on to it, though? Does he get that momentum? Yes, he does. He makes that move stick on the young McLaren driver.
The sad part that I'm seeing here is the fact that both Red Bulls, the only ones on hard tyres, with the exception of Bottas and Zhou, have come, who also are on the hard tyres now. But how quick the Red Bulls are compared to everybody else who's on mediums around them.
But why was Perez dropped down behind Piastri? Perez started at 13.
Perez did lose that position.
Did he? Okay. I didn't see that.
He lost it right at the beginning, but he's gained it back. But just look at how quick those Red Bulls are. They're just leaving the rest of them in the dust, and they're on the harder tyre. So it just tells you that that car is really impressive.
Yes, it certainly is very, very impressive. Damon Langen saying Kevin Magnussen is the Danish master of defense, and then having to eat those words and saying, never mind, where Max Verstappen got past him. But currently watching those two Haas drivers performing really well at the moment, both in the points.
Yeah, so Ferrari's ready to get a move on here because I see they built up a little bit of a gap to Russell now, Norris from Russell. So it's starting to build up a little bit of a gap. They really need to keep going, though, Ferrari. They have to put pedal to the metal for these first 20 or so laps. They can get a big enough gap so they can get into the pits and come out ahead of those Red Bulls. Because if they can do that, I back them for the rest of the race. But the Red Bull right now are looking very dangerous.
We're currently on lap 7 of 62 for this the Singapore Grand Prix. Felix Lucy saying, Max Verstappen, come on, I'm rooting for you. Red Bull, watching from Kenya. Thank you very much for joining us, Felix. Do be sure to keep dropping comments down there in the comment section. We'd love to read them all out for you on stream. We'll try our best to get to as many as we can. As F123 says, it says at the top, of course, that is going to what lap we're currently on.
Yes.
Yes, so currently lap 8 of 62.
There's 55 laps left.
That you can see there. It says which lap all of the drivers are on.
So we're on lap 8 of 62. Yuki Tsunoda looking very disappointed. There in the pit garage, just getting some explanations from his engineer for what went wrong. Guys, whilst you guys are joining us, please be sure to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. So watching here, a battle forming between Fernando Alonso and Esteban Ocon for 6th position.
Yes, been some really exciting little battles out here today. And just for fun, who else is joining that battle for 6th? Max Verstappen.
Well, he is going to start coming up there. He's 1.3 seconds behind right now, but Ocon and Alonso battling for 6th. But yeah, Verstappen is catching them very quickly behind.
JD, thank you very much for your kind words. Just watching on at the moment between this battle brewing between Ocon and Alonso. Ocon's still not able to get close enough to him through turn 13, but Max Verstappen is slowly reeling in those two drivers. 1.34 seconds is that gap. It ever so slightly falls between 1.3 and 1.4. But Max Verstappen, though, you have to remember, is on a set of hards, which will be able to last a lot longer than everyone else who is out there on a set of mediums.
That's what I say. The gap that Ferrari needs to build to Verstappen needs to start improving, because right now Max Verstappen is definitely within range to try and undercut them using the pit strategy. They can go longer in their tyres. They know they can. So if they can get to the front of the grid and get that big time behind their names, they could be competing right at the top yet again. So Max Verstappen is actually on track right now to really compete for first place.
Yes, he's certainly on the preferential strategy around here. He's going to be able to go really, really long on those hards, as you've just said there, Mark.
Sorry, Reese, I'm just noticing some of these comments. Really love, there's so much love coming towards our way, and I really much appreciate it. I do enjoy Hens.
Yes, I did read that.
Listening while fixing the sync. Great commentary, very much appreciated. Somebody also saying we're the best English F1 YouTubers on the channel, on YouTube or whatever. So thank you again so much for that as well. Ferrari will ruin their strategy, says Bagheaves GFS.
Well, if they do, the Red Bulls will certainly be waiting in the wings to steal any positions away from those Ferraris.
If we're honest, what's got to happen here is we've got to have some team player from all the other teams. They've got to realize that Ferrari need to go on to win this battle, or at least Mercedes, somebody but Red Bull. So the likes of Alonso and Ocon, they need to battle it out quite well. And each time that Verstappen tries to overtake Ocon just needs to be alongside Alonso. They just need to have a mutual agreement just to keep him behind.
Yeah.
If they can do that, then we might see some interesting racing in terms of who comes first or second. But if they definitely try and battle it out each other, then I think Verstappen will take advantage of both of them.
Yes, for sure. And if they have any mistakes and take each other out, then of course everyone else will be smiling. But Leclerc is really still trying to chase down Carlos Sainz. He has to remember, though, they're on different tyres, and he has to try and, look after those tyres for the rest of the race. Some people are asking if Max Verstappen will win the race. Well, we'll have to wait and see, won't we? We've still got a whole bunch of laps left. We've still got 52 laps remaining of this Grand Prix to wait and see whether they will be able to win.
Yeah, it's exactly that. Still got almost about pretty much 800 viewers, guys. Thank you so much. Let's get that up to 1,000 as quickly as we possibly can. Helps us by liking the video. Please do. Lap 10 of 62. Sainz with the fastest lap right now. Leclerc on the radio, Reese. I think we can't quite hear it, unfortunately. But I think he's maybe asking if he can get past his teammate, perhaps. Saying
Probably
he's
just saying, I'm faster, yes, and you're destroying my tyres, leaving me in this dirty air. But, of course, Carlos Sainz will not be wanting to give up first place. They are just within DRS range of each other at the moment. Maybe strategically, just trying to outpace everyone else. As Hariku says, what happened to Max Verstappen? Did he get a penalty? No, he did not get a penalty for any of the impeding yesterday. He got a reprimand and I think a monetary fine, but no actual grid drop for the race today. Max Verstappen 1.1 seconds off the back of Esteban Ocon right now, not making inroads as quickly as we thought they'd be able to do. Shelby asking, Mark and Reese, will you stream the Bathurst 1000 in a few weekends? Well, maybe we'd have to have a look at that, Shelby.
It's definitely an interesting idea. We will have a look at it. Of course, we are also in the company doing a hell of a lot of content at the moment, so not sure we necessarily have time, but what we will do is definitely have a look and see if we can bring it to you. And let us know in the comments if you guys would like us to do that.
Yes. We certainly are wanting to expand our coverage here on Forever Motorsports. A lot of calling for MotoGP. That would be great. I love MotoGP, as well as some calling for NASCAR. And now Bathurst 1000 would certainly be very exciting to cover on this channel and see if there's any other interest in covering that. Some people there just saying, yes, we'd love some coverage of that. So thank you very much. Abhinav saying Reese is Verstappen's doppelganger. Who agrees? I don't know about that, but thank you nonetheless. Shelby Kobe saying it takes 8 hours. Shelby, then I don't know about that. Would you maybe be able to come and host that stream here on this channel? Just watching Lando Norris, still not able to make massive inroads on George Russell, but slowly being able to eke in on him every lap. JD just giving a little bit more insight into what the Bathurst 1000 is. I do know that it happens in Australia. I don't know what type of cars are involved in that, but I just do know it has a massive following in Australia, of course. Rajesh saying PUBG.
PUBG.
I don't know if that's motorsport related, Rajesh.
Well, we can. You know what? That's Forever Sports Extra. Go and check that channel out. That's where we do basically whatever else we feel like doing.
Leclerc now has, dropped off really far off the back of Charlotte, or of his teammate Carlos Sainz. 1.6 seconds is now that gap. Max Verstappen within DRS range now of Esteban Ocon.
Oh my word, now we're going to see some overtakes. Verstappen's really motoring through. Russell saying it looks like they're going to sacrifice Leclerc. Leclerc is the sacrificial lamb. Could it be a brain move from Ferrari, or was Russell just doing his typical Russell estimations, which are so far off? It's quite scary.
Graham Fairbanks just reprimanding me for butchering the pronunciation of Bathurst. Bathurst?
Or Bathurst. I don't know.
Bathurst. Bathurst. I don't care. As we now watch the battle brewing between these three drivers, Esteban Ocon, Fernando Alonso, Max Verstappen. This is going to be very exciting. Max Verstappen has fallen back, though, a little bit off of Esteban Ocon, but he is reeling him in again.
Yeah, exactly that. He's reading them in. So let's see what happens now.
Damon Langan just saying it's supercars that are involved in the Bathurst 1000, so that would be really cool to cover. Some people are asking what's happened to Zhou Guan Yu. He boxed for a set of hards, that's why he's quite far off the pace at the moment, just trying to mimic what the Red Bulls are trying to do here today. Let's see if that works for him though. Maybe if there's a safety car, this really could come into his favour. Max Verstappen falling ever further back though off of Ocon. What is happening to Max Verstappen?
Oh, maybe those hard tyres are just taking a little bit of a beating now. He's really pushed them in this early stages of this race. Lap 12, of course, we're here. So maybe that's it. Or maybe he's just building up some energy so he can try and pounce at some point in the next couple of laps.
MJ Rum just saying, question from India. What do you think on Zhou's contract renewal for another year? Do you think he deserved to be in Formula 1 for another year? And why no team is showing any interest in Mick Schumacher? I think a lot of teams are interested in Mick Schumacher. I think it's just the fact that there is such an over saturation of the driver market at the moment. There's so many good drivers that are available for driver seats. So we'll have to wait and see who maybe has another seat available for next year. We don't necessarily know about Williams just yet. Maybe Yuki Tsunoda could be replaced
Just
with
bring
Liam
Mick
Lawson.
back.
Yes, we would love Mick back though for 2024 and onwards, but we'll have to wait and see when there is an opening on the grid.
Yeah, so just looking right now at the grid, lap 13 is just started. Your side starting that lap, of course. So he's got an interval of about 1.3 seconds to Leclerc behind him. Leclerc's on those soft tyres. Russell's behind that. Then Norris, then Hamilton, then Alonso, then Ocon, then Verstappen. Verstappen's dropped off a little bit from Ocon, and Ocon's still, though, within DRS range of Alonso, who's dropped quite a bit off of Hamilton ahead of him. There's a battle for 10th also brewing right now between Hülkenberg and Gasly. Gasly trying to get past Hülkenberg there. Perez and Piastri still sitting down at 13th and 14th. So I thought Perez would start to motor, but he isn't. Leclerc on the radio saying, I think Carlos is slowing down.
Yes, Leclerc just saying copy understood, or being told copy understood. He is starting to catch Carlos Sainz a little bit more. Maybe Carlos is trying to look after his tyres for a little bit. I mean, they want to try and get as far as possible in the race. They're only on lap 13 of 62. So still a very long way to go. James asking how old is Hamilton? Don't spam the chat, please, or you will be muted. Yeah, Hamilton, I think he's about 40 or just under 40 at the moment. 39 or 38. Shelby agreeing, 38. Yeah, just watching on in the Ferrari pit wall at the moment. Benedetto Vigna, the chief CEO of Ferrari, is there this weekend. So he'll be very happy if the Ferraris are able to take a 1-2. Josh Gilson asking, will Stroll be driving next season for his father's team? Would love to hear your thoughts. Yes, he will be driving next season as far as we know. His dad still does own the team, so I think until his dad stops owning the team, we'll have Lance Stroll in that seat. David Langan also asking, who do you think is better, Alonso or Verstappen? That is a very difficult question. Alonso, of course, has a lot more experience under him, but Max Verstappen could, I think this year, equal him in terms of championships. So there would be equal in terms of drivers' championships and experience, really. But, I mean, Fernando Alonso has been in multiple different forms of motorsports as well. So I would say that Alonso is the most experienced driver. I wouldn't say one is better than the other, though.
Indeed. So still in the beginning-ish stages of this race, we're heading toward the third
15,
wave through the race. So lap 14 of 62. Major movements that we've seen is Verstappen moving up into 8th from 11th right now. He's still dropping off from Ocon, so it's almost down to 2 seconds. So not as I think he was hoping to try and keep motoring through, but I think it's slowed down a little bit temporarily here. Hamilton, though, is right on the back of Norris, and Norris right on the back of Russell, so that battle for third is definitely heating up here. We're watching it now as well.
Hamilton's starting to fight back at Norris, as you say, but Norris is now, crucially, within DRS range to George Russell. So another three-way battle, fighting it out for a podium position right now.
Yeah, exactly that. So Leclerc has also dropped quite a bit off of his teammate Carlos Sainz after saying, is Carlos slowing down? He's not 2.4 seconds behind, so maybe Ferrari told Carlos, hey mate, move it up. I think Leclerc's trying to get past you. He's going, oh, okay, sure, I'll just put the pedal to the metal and yeah, we'll just leave my teammate behind. Sainz doing very well so far, but I still fear that this gap is not quite big enough right now. Verstappen in 8th is still definitely a danger.
Yes, Verstappen in 8th is still a bit of a danger, but he's falling back quite quickly, Mark. He's just gone from 1.7 behind Ocon to 1.9. I think he may be, as you said, charging up his batteries to mount an attack on those two drivers of Ocon and Alonso. It's going to be difficult, but Peter Van Veek saying Verstappen is the best driver on the grid for his opinions there. Some other people asking what will happen if Vettel from 2014 came and raced now. That would be incredible to see. We'd have a lot of competition at the top of this field.
That's exactly that. So I'd love to see Vettel back. People keep saying that he'll come back. He doesn't think he'll come back, but he's saying he's not saying that it's completely out of the question. But we'd of course all love to see that stalwart in F1 and that smiley face of Sebastian Vettel. And I think he might be a little bit upset that his record's been broken by Verstappen. Now, can Verstappen continue on, get that 11th win somehow today?
Yes, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. Lewis Hamilton opening his visor there. Maybe got an itchy nose or something. Because he opened his visor, scratched his nose, and then closed it again. I've never seen that before in a Formula 1 car. Lewis Hamilton has so much capacity under the wheel, or under the visor, that he's able to scratch his nose while still racing at over 100 kilometers an hour.
I'm confused by this comment here. It's a very interesting thing. I'd like to see Mark work for Mercedes. Why?
Why not?
That's fine. Why not? I would give up many things to go and do that. I think that would be very cool. But why? Let us know in the comments. Why should I be working for Mercedes? I have absolutely no idea why.
Sophia asking, what is the weather like right now in Singapore? It's currently very clear. No rain predicted for the remainder of this race. It's, as I said, very clear out there on track. Looking very, very comfortable for everyone out there. Not super difficult. No monsoon rains like we've seen here in the past. But yeah, just some really, really clean racing. Russell will have DRS soon, says Martina on Charles Leclerc. Yes, he's 1.5 seconds, or 1.4 seconds as I say that, to Charles Leclerc now. So he could very well be within DRS range quite soon. This race is not over just yet, as Max Verstappen is now slowly starting to rein in Esteban Ocon again. Let us know your predictions, of course, down there in the comment section. We do still have that poll running at the moment saying who will take the win in Singapore. Carlos Sainz with 42% of that poll running right now. George Russell with 14%, Norris with 7%, and Other with 37%. If you have voted for Other, please do be sure to drop a comment down there in the comment section letting us know who you are voting for. Of course, we're currently in lap 16 of 62, so still a very long time left to go of this race. Lots more racing to come ahead of us. Popcat saying your name is Mark 80s, Mark. That's why.
Very interesting.
Honey Bobo saying Verstappen. Hurricane saying Lando. Will Lando join Red Bull eventually? I think it's possible. I mean, there's a lot of interest from Red Bull in Lando Norris. And I think Lando Norris is a hot commodity for the future in Formula 1. Martina also saying, so we're at lap 16 and there are 62 laps in total. You do the math. I'm not doing the math, you do the math. Yuda also saying, from your opinion, will this Ferrari have good momentum to continue till the end of the season? I'm certainly hoping so, because we'd like to see the Ferraris being able to challenge for race wins throughout the rest of the season. Where's Max Verstappen, though, at the moment in relation to Esteban Ocon? They've currently blacked out that delta. Come on, guys. Let us see what that is, please. Damon also saying, Mark, you know so much about Formula 1, same as you, Reese. You know a lot about strategies as well. And certainly that's a big talking point here for this race weekend is strategies. We've currently got 4 drivers all out on hard tyres. We've got Max Verstappen, Sergio Perez, Bottas, and Zhou all making that change to hard tyres. And then the rest of the grid are all on mediums, except for Charles Leclerc, who is on a set of softs. So a lot of differing strategies out here today. Which one do you think will be the most preferential and the one that will work? Andrew Crozier also saying Sainz is pulling away. Leclerc's tyres must be cooked. We would expect them to be cooked at this point as he comes onto the radio, probably saying, guys, I'm kind of just hanging in here. When are you going to bring me into the pits? It's almost lap 20. We'd expect those medium lap runners to pit around maybe lap 25 to 30. So it shouldn't be too long to go until the first pit stops start taking place. Reina Sanchez, they're saying, for real though, what is wrong with Zhou's car? Nothing wrong with his car. He came in very, very early on to pit for those hard tyres. So unfortunately, he has been on the back foot the entire race. Max Verstappen now 1.6 seconds within to Esteban Ocon. Will he be able to close that gap ever more throughout the remainder of this race? Will he be able to get up into that top 3 before the end of this race? What do you guys all think? Going to be very interesting. Pierre Gasly currently fighting it out with Nico Hülkenberg for that final points position in P10. Pierre Gasly getting very close to the back of Hülkenberg at the moment. Honey Boba saying Verstappen is on a roll. Well, he's on a roll, but not able to get up ahead of Ocon just yet. 1.5 seconds is that gap between those two cars. Russell currently on the radio asking, let me know what our best shot at winning this race is. What do I need to do? So George Russell really wants to get that race win here today for Mercedes. Russell being told by his engineer, we need to keep the pressure on and keep looking after the tyres. That's certainly what they're going to be able to, well, what they're going to have to do is look after the tyres for as long as possible, to extend the stint for as long as possible to get the upper hand over the Ferraris. Damon Langen saying, what are the best tyres in your opinion? Softs, mediums or hards? I think at the moment it's certainly being shown that the hards are quite fast out there on track, with Max Verstappen being able to match those lap times from the medium runners of Esteban Ocon and Fernando Alonso. Piastri on the radio right now, I don't know what he's asking for. Maybe you're just being told he's going to have to come into the pit soon. For those of you who don't know, unfortunately, we did lose Yuki Tsunoda in the first lap of the race due to an engine failure. So that is the second race weekend in a row where Yuki Tsunoda has not gotten through the first lap of a race. Pierre Gasly still hunting down Nico Hülkenberg right now. Sergio Perez still stuck down in 13th place, though. Very interesting.
I mean, it's very interesting, the fact that he's still down there. I was really expecting him to move up further, and also Verstappen not able to get past the 8th position. Sorry, guys, I am just working on a couple of other things at the same time, so I will comment in and about. Reese will just kick me.
I'll just try not die here with commentating the whole time. There's a small cloud system moving towards the track, but it does look like it is going to completely miss the circuit. We're seeing the McLaren engineers starting to get tyres ready for the first set of pit stops here soon. We are on lap 19 of 62, so still quite some way to go, but getting close towards those first pit stops of the day. We are currently up to 144 likes on the stream. Thank you very much for all of you who have liked the stream. Be sure to hit that like button if you haven't yet. 870 of you in the stream at the moment. I'm sure we can get that much higher. If all of you just hit that right now, let's see what happens. Tech is just saying, do you guys think that the undercut would be beneficial here? I think it could be. We'll have to wait and see. 1.7 seconds from Ocon to Verstappen right now. It's currently at 2 seconds though, falling ever so further.
Yeah, it's really dropping. So interesting to see what will happen now for the rest of this race. I mean, just looking at the comments here, people also talk about the undercut. I'm not sure it's going to happen yet.
Oh, we've got a car in the wall. Who's that? That is Sargent. Logan Sargent in the wall.
Oh my word. Luckily, it's not too bad. I think he's going to keep going. He's got a broken wing, but he's going to make it back to the pits. I think.
Oh, he's ridden over his wing. I think he's broken his front suspension here, Mark.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a bit of an issue there. I'm not sure.
No, he hasn't. He's still got the front suspension going, but he has broken that front wing. It's currently stuck underneath his car. He is just throwing debris all over the place. This could be a safety car to clean up all this debris.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a safety car, I think, for that debris. But he's still going to make his way back to the pits, so hopefully he will be able to get that front wing fixed. But Logan Sargent's season just continues to be a seriously big problem. My word, he really... great reactions from the Alfa Romeo behind. But... yeah, I mean, he just sort of went straight into the wall. They just couldn't stop himself for some reason.
JD saying, safety car question mark. Nothing as of yet, but Logan Sargent has binned it. He's still making his way back to the track.
Flags.
Not even yellow flags, as you say, Mark. He is, though, spewing carbon fiber debris all over the track as he goes really wide there into turn 15. Now making his way back to the pits. Will he be able to get back without losing that front wing from underneath his car? I doubt that they'll even be able to recover his car for the rest of this race, because this may have damaged his floor a bit too much here.
That's exactly that. I think his floor will be a little bit damaged, but he's going to make his way back to the pits. He's almost there. He's so close. And let's see what they can do. They're going to take a while, though, to get his car ready. And I think he's going to lose so much time. It's not necessarily...
Safety car deployed. Safety car has been deployed out on track now. So all of you can see that by our timing board. The safety car has been deployed. There is, weirdly, something on his front right mirror as well.
Not quite sure. I'm interested to see what Williams do here, because it is a safety car, so he could be able to get back there. So I think they're going to try and desperately fix that car up as quickly as they can. They're going to have to lift this car up, somehow drag that piece, that front wing out of the car, then put a new front wing on and try to fix whatever else is wrong there, and then get him back out. Will they retire the car? Or no, they're going to try and do a proper pit stop here. Here we go. Box for Ferrari at the same time, by the way. This works out in their favor.
They lift up the car, remove that front wing from underneath the car. Looking how much damage this caused to the floor. Still trying to get that old front wing off. They've got it off now, replacing it with the new one.
Great pit stop, by the way.
Carlos Sainz is in the pit stop.
Yeah, I did say Carlos Sainz coming into the pits.
Could work now for the night of Verstappen.
Well, it depends if Verstappen decides to stay out or not, but there's a whole lot coming into the pits. Will they be able to get out before Verstappen comes round? Carlos Sainz, good pit stop from him. Let's see what happens there.
Where does Max Verstappen come
and
out?
Double stack.
Double stack for Ferrari. Very good strategic call for Ferrari. They don't get caught out by anyone else. They get slowed down a little bit by the Mercedes. They do now release him. Where does Max Verstappen go? Verstappen's in second, Mark.
Verstappen's in second, so he's managed to get ahead of Leclerc, but not being able to get ahead of Sainz. So Sainz is ahead of him, but Sainz crucially back onto that hard tyre. But Verstappen, this has worked out favourably for him. He's now in second. Of course, though, he does have to come into the pits. Could Sainz take this car to the end of the race? It's going to be very, very interesting to see. Look at these pit times. Leclerc was 5.7 seconds. My word.
In the pits.
Yeah.
It's because he got held up because of the other traffic coming past him. They couldn't release him. As we have over 900 of you now watching alongside with us. Thank you very, very much for joining. Yeah.
Perez also up into fourth now as a result of that safety car. Safety car saying that the Williams might get past him there.
He's lapped, so he can get past. He was the one, of course, that caused that incident. Glad that he's still in the running for this race. But he has caused a safety car out here. Very, very exciting for the remainder of the session.
Yeah, that's exactly that. Very, very exciting here for the rest of the session. Yeah, can Max Verstappen get into first position, and will he pit enough time to come out in first again?
Who's this?
Verstappen, yeah.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what happens throughout the remainder of this race. I think he's been looking after those tyres. It's only been 20 laps on a set of hards. They should be able to go really, really far. As Ray says, congrats on us hitting 1,000 concurrent viewers. Thank you very much, all of you, for joining. Vlad Neri saying that Tifosi have messed up. I certainly don't think so. They've gone, Fernando Alonso locks up on his entry into the pits. He could get reprimanded for this. Fernando Alonso, onto his entry into the pits, came with a little bit too much pace, locked up, went over the bollards, came back over into the pit lane. Yeah, very, very interesting there. Just watching this replay of Charles Leclerc getting caught up by some traffic. Yeah, you had to be held up, unfortunately, but he got held up by the Mercedes who were double stacking there. As now, wow, Leclerc has rarely been the one who's lost out the most. He is now all the way down in P6.
But I think crucially, though, Perez and Verstappen also have to come to the pits. It depends on how much time they can gain before they have to go into the pits, the two Red Bulls. Incident involving car 14, Alonso noting failing to follow race director's instructions, crossing the line at pit entry. So that's
yes, as I said, because unfortunately he just locked up onto the pit entry, went over, and then came back into the pit entry. So he could be given a time penalty for that. What is going to happen though? We're currently watching the Aston Martin safety car leading the leader of the race, Carlos Sainz. Max Verstappen though closely following behind him. He is on an old set of hards, so he did look like he was looking after them. So hopefully that means he should be able to go on for a while. This could be a very, very exciting end to this race. We still got 40 laps though remaining of this session. Let us know what you think is going to happen. Some people saying Vladimir, saying Max will win. Krish Fusha just saying, is it because of the hards? Yes, Max Verstappen is on a set of hards. He started on those hards, and Max Verstappen did not come into the pits when everyone else went in with those safety car. Yeah, definitely worked out in Red Bull's favor here today. They preempted it.
Safety car is ending, so let's see what happens as we have the safety car restart. Can Verstappen get past Sainz? Can Sainz hold on to first place? Will Russell get ahead of Verstappen? Will Perez take Russell? All these questions will be answered at the end of this lap. As safety car is ending, all the cars rearing up and getting ready to go.
Yes, there's still debris, though, out on track that they haven't cleaned up that we're being shown by the cameras. But they're still releasing these cars at the end of the lap. As someone says, they're Max Verstappen. So just preempting another Max Verstappen win. I don't think so, but they're certainly preempting another Max Verstappen day out here. The safety car is ending. They're all making their way through the midfield now. Logan Sargent has not been able to get back around, unfortunately. Saying Max needs to be stopped. He's a menace. I think he provides some great race days for us.
Yeah, Leclerc getting held up in the pits was not ideal at all for him. His race has now been compromised somewhat on 6th, but I think he can make up those positions again. Those Red Bulls, it depends on how quickly they can get into the pits afterwards. Could be another safety car that could benefit them.
Yes, there certainly could be another safety car that benefits them throughout the race. It's still a very long way to go. Drivers get tired, they lose concentration, and they bin it. It's a super, super easy track to make a mistake at. 166 likes currently on the stream. Guys, please be sure to hit that like button. Let's get that up to 200. And do be sure as well to subscribe to the channel for more Formula 1 content. Honey Boba asking why there was a safety car. It was because Logan Sargent put it into the wall in turn 8, if I'm correct. And yes, Vladimir is saying that they're hearing the Dutch anthem already. What do you mean the Dutch anthem? That's a new Formula 1 anthem.
Yes, indeed. And here we go, guys. Verstappen is right on the back of Sainz, and Sainz has got the green flag. The safety car is in. When does he release his car? He's just holding Verstappen back here. When does he choose to go?
Now, he goes.
To go.
Max Verstappen, though, retaliates very, very well. Carlos Sainz, though, does start to eke out ahead of him, but Max Verstappen did react relatively well with him. I say that, though, but George Russell is quite close to the back of Verstappen, but George Russell also has the other Red Bulls to deal with behind him. BL just saying, I'm not sure what the window is for those hards that have been there from the beginning of the race, but George Russell now very close to the back of Max Verstappen. Will he be able to make a move as they come down this next long DRS straight? Max Verstappen, though, not within DRS range of Carlos Sainz. Will George Russell make a move, though, as Lando Norris attempts to make a move on Sergio Perez? Max Verstappen fends off George Russell.
Sergio Perez almost went into the back of Norris. My word, that was close. Sorry, Leclerc had to slam on the brakes there as Norris was cut off by Perez. That could have been a big accident.
That could have been a very, very big accident there. As Max Verstappen is still fending off from George Russell. He goes through to the inside. George Russell with a brilliant amount of pace. Max Verstappen, though, he is defending really, really well here. He's got so much oversteer, though. Those tyres are probably shot. The stewards have given a 5-second time penalty for Fernando Alonso for failing to follow the race director's rules. As now, Lewis Hamilton has gotten past Sergio Perez. George Russell is still ahead of Sergio Perez there. Will George Russell be able to get ahead of Max Verstappen as Lando Norris is fighting it out with Sergio Perez right now? Russell and Verstappen still fighting it out. Will George Russell be able to go around the outside as they come through towards this next move? He gets around. He gets around Max Verstappen.
Oh, but look at the middle. It's all happening.
There's so many moves happening right now. Max Verstappen fighting it out with George Russell. Lewis Hamilton getting past or attempting to get past Sergio Perez. Lando Norris haven't gotten past, though. So much happening at the moment as Sergio Perez gets back past Hamilton down that start-finish straight. Max Verstappen now in third, but he has a lot of work to do to get past George Russell. Will there be another crash to allow Max Verstappen and those Red Bulls to get into the pits? They still are on their start tyres. Max Verstappen started on a set of hards, as did Sergio Perez. They're currently in P3 and P5. Lewis Hamilton, though, fighting back with Sergio Perez down the first DRS straight. He goes around the outside. But does he make this move stick? He does, but he goes over the curb. Will Sergio Perez be able to fight back with him, though? No. Lewis Hamilton does just defend off there brilliantly as he holds on to that P5 position right now. Sergio Perez down in P6. Max Verstappen not able to rein in George Russell just yet.
I cannot believe George Russell managed to make that move stick and get ahead of Verstappen. Fantastic moves there from the Mercedes driver.
Yes, absolutely fantastic out there. As we are currently watching all of these drivers going around the track, George Russell 0.8 behind Carlos Sainz at the moment. Will he be able to get ever closer to him?
I think, Russell's already managed to pull almost a 2-second gap to Verstappen. Norris now makes a move on Verstappen. Verstappen's car needs to come into the pits. His tyres clearly can't make it, so maybe that safety car has to do with him. Verstappen's really losing a lot of pace here. I mean, he's really dropping off. Norris now makes himself into third position.
As Chris Fuchsia says, seriously, Red Bull pit wall is pulling a Ferrari strategy here today. I mean, they're leaving that driver high and dry on those old tyres, and they're seriously struggling out there.
Clearly, exactly that. Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at this. I mean, I cannot believe that Verstappen's now losing time so quickly. I didn't think they would lose this much time. And Hamilton now chasing down Verstappen. DRS is now enabled. This is also going to help those drivers get past those Red Bulls. Perez, I think, is going to soon come under fire from Leclerc, who's right behind him as well. So Red Bull, for all that we said was going to suit them, maybe not. Maybe not. Sights on the radio here. Can't unfortunately hear what he's saying. But I think he's just talking about Russell behind him, who's also gaining a lot of time to him.
Yes, Russell is really starting to reel in Carlos Sainz at the moment. The race leader, will they be able to fight it out for that top spot? Just watching Lando Norris making this move on Max Verstappen, or rather, oh my word, just watching that moment as you said there from Charles Leclerc almost smashing into the back of Lando Norris. Yeah. Watching this from Lewis Hamilton's point of view though now, this must have been so close. This is when he got past Sergio Perez, right before the end of the lap. Really close between these two. Just watching a replay of Lando Norris getting past Max Verstappen there. A brilliant move from Lando Norris on new hard tyres. Verstappen is really starting to struggle on this old set of hards. They need to bring him in eventually, maybe for a set of mediums or softs near the end of this race.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to try and see what's going to happen with Red Bull, because Hamilton's surely going to take Verstappen now when he gets DRS range, because that Red Bull is just struggling out there on those older hard tyres.
But you have to remember, all of these guys are now on these hards, and they have to go on till the end of the race. Perez saying Hamilton went off the track, being told, yes, we saw it. Come on, give me the position back now. So Sergio Perez getting very upset there, as George Russell is now within half a second to Carlos Sainz.
Yeah, it's heating up right at the top here. Sainz still managed to keep him behind him, but I'm not sure for how long.
Carlos Sainz still being reeled in by George Russell at the moment. 0.6 seconds is the gap between them as they come down that long DRS straight. Will George Russell be able to make a move coming down here? He looks down the inside, still reining him in ever so slightly every single lap and every single DRS straight. He's getting so close now as they come through turn 8. This is where this Mercedes really does come into its own. The Mercedes has had great pace this weekend. So has had that McLaren, though, who is currently up in third place.
Yeah, it's exactly that. So McLaren, Norris doing all right there in third place. He's getting some gaps to Red Bulls, Verstappen and Hamilton obviously behind him. And Leclerc is also trying to track down Hamilton, but not getting as close as the rest of the field.
No, certainly not getting as close to the rest of the field right now. Lando Norris, though, will he possibly be able to put on a little bit of a fight for those top positions, as he got past Max Verstappen quite quickly in that restart. And now he is starting to reel in George Russell and Carlos Sainz. Lots of people in the comment section letting us know all of their opinions here. TC saying, hope Lewis will get past Max soon. JD saying, well, that's talking to someone else. Hamilton went off track, according to Martina. Rajesh saying, no pit for Max yet. Damon Langen saying, Danny Rick. Pure Blood saying, Max is pitted. He started on hards. He has not pitted, rather. And F1 23 saying, Carlos, the number one driver. That number one driver is really under a lot of pressure, though, at the moment from George Russell. As they start another lap of this race right now on lap 27 of 62. Black and white flag has now been shown for Kevin Magnussen for forcing another driver off the track. He's currently fighting it out with Pierre Gasly. I wonder what that incident was for. Hopefully we'll get shown that. If he does it again, he will get a penalty.
So now watching Hamilton here takes, just watch, I think it's a replay there, of just fending off or just taking, is that Verstappen? Yes, it is Verstappen. Hamilton gets ahead of Verstappen, moves into 4th position now. And yeah, tell you what, the Red Bulls, I don't know, what are they going to do, Reese?
I don't know, but they're kind of on the back foot. They're waiting for another safety car or something. They have to benefit off another safety car. If they go and pit now, they're going to come out all the way at the back.
It's exactly that. So, just looking through the grid here, we've got, of course, Sergeant Ryder in the back there after his crash into the wall there. Both Alfa Romeos. Then Alex Albon in 15th, Hulkenberg 14th, Lawson 13th, Piastri in 12th, Gasly in 11th, Magnussen in 10th, Ocon 9th, Alonso 8th, Perez 7th, Leclerc and Verstappen and now in the battle for 5th.
Yes, a bit of a battle brewing here between Leclerc and Verstappen. Now, it shouldn't be all that hard for Leclerc, who's on that new set of hard tyres. Max Verstappen on a really old set of hards. 27 laps. Currently, they have run on those tyres. Yeah, currently on the back foot. Once they do go into the pits, he is going to end up all the way at the end of the grid. So I don't know what they're going to do in terms of strategy here today. Max Verstappen just getting reeled in ever so quickly now, every single lap. Falling off the back of Lewis Hamilton as now Charles Leclerc has his DRS wide open. Will he make a move down into turn 1? No, he doesn't. He just waits maybe a little bit longer for the second DRS straight. Damon Langen saying, well, I'm going to go to bed now. I don't think you should, Damon. I think it's ramping up to still be a very exciting remainder of this race here. NK saying if he boxes now, he'll be at the back of the pack. Exactly what I had said there. Pure Blood saying Sargent caused the first safety car. Yes, he did. As now Charles Leclerc makes the move around the outside of Max Verstappen, makes it look really, really easy as he is on those new hard tyres. Max Verstappen really struggling out there now on a set of older hard tyres. Who knows what is going to happen for these Red Bulls out here now. Max Verstappen's next driver behind him is his teammate Sergio Perez, coming under a lot of fire right now from a whole bunch of drivers. Sergio Perez has a train of cars behind him. He has Fernando Alonso, Esteban Ocon, Kevin Magnussen, Pierre Gasly, as well as Oscar Piastri. So a lot of drivers all lined up behind him.
Yeah, I mean, tell you what, Verstappen and Perez, the interesting thing is Perez has not lost time, and Alonso's right in the back of Perez, but Verstappen has dropped all these places down. He was in second, now dropping down into 6th position. So, I mean, here we can see Alonso's now trying to make some moves on Perez. Now, can he get past him? Look at the line behind him, I tell you. It's a hell of a line. I know.
He's got a train right behind him.
It's a proper train. Yeah, Piastri also right near the back of that, followed by Lawson. Lawson's still going well in that AlphaTauri, of course, the last remaining one there.
Damon Langen saying, fine, now stay. Yes, bench your rubber arm. Glad that you're staying with us for a bit longer. We're currently on lap 29 of 62. Sergio Perez really trying hard to fend off Fernando Alonso and a train of other drivers. He's got about 8 drivers all behind him.
Oh my word!
Fernando Alonso runs off there into the runoff zone. He stays though where he went off. He should be able to keep that position. Russell saying, yeah, he's managing a lot. He's very slow. Guess he'll be trying to back us up. So just talking about Carlos Sainz looking after his tyres at the moment.
He says that whilst he's also 1.3 seconds behind. Thank you so much, F1 23. Look at you. You've just been donating the whole weekend. Come on, Lando. You got this. P1. Keep it up, guys. Thank you so much. I'm #1 fan, I tell you, F1 23. And yeah, thank you so much once again for that donation. Very much appreciated. And yeah, guys, go and give him a clap in the comments as we like to do. It's our new little thing. Go and give a clap for somebody who goes and donates. Thank you so much once again, F1 23.
F1 23, yes, thank you very, very much for that. Esteban Ocon currently putting a lot of pressure on the back of Fernando Alonso, trying to get that place. He's fallen back though a little bit now after putting all that pressure on him. What will happen throughout the remainder of this race? A lot of pressure being put on Sergio Perez, who's fending from Alonso, Ocon, Magnussen, Gasly, Piastri, Lawson, Hulkenberg, and Albon, as well as Zhou and Bottas are going to join them up very, very soon, I'm sure. Damon giving support there for Carlos, who's under a lot of pressure from George Russell. Will George Russell be able to fend off the Mercedes driver till the end of the race? Carlos Sainz having quite a dominant race here today, really just placing his car perfectly. Oscar Piastri now trying to fight with Pierre Gasly for that 11th position. JD saying, rain, please come with thunder. We'd love to see some rain, just throwing a bit of a spanner in the works here. But it is currently all looking quite clear for the remainder of the session, unfortunately. Glory just saying Hamilton needs to have some hammer time. Yes, we do need some hammer time from Lewis Hamilton to get a bit closer to Lando Norris right now. Maduna saying, being waiting for a race like this for the whole year. Yes, well, certainly we don't have any Red Bulls currently in the top three. Isaac Oko just asking, does Mercedes have a chance for the win? They certainly do. They're showing some really good race pace right now, reeling in that car of Carlos Sainz, who's currently managing his tyres at the moment. Nerol Porchita asking how much time is needed for a pit stop. It's normally around 20 to 24 seconds for a pit stop. So Max Verstappen will come out behind Valtteri Bottas if he does come into the pits now. Rajesh Patton Shetty just asking adrenaline in the Merc engines today. Love this race. Certainly all enjoying this race at the moment. Papa Smurf also just saying, what's up, Reese and Mark? Loving your videos. Keep it up. Thank you very much for all of the support there. We really do appreciate it. Please do, guys, be sure to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you want to see more Formula 1 content. We're currently up to 190 likes on the stream. Do be sure to hit that. We're also really close to 10,000 total views on the stream. So do be sure to go and let everybody that you know about our stream. Tell them to come and join us for all of our racing streams here. Emilia, I see we have one of our new regulars, Emilia, back in the comment section saying, let's go Lando. Let's see what he's able to do throughout the remainder of this race. He's currently within DRS range to George Russell. He's closest than George Russell is to Sainz. So really, really close at the moment between a lot of drivers out on track. Stephen just saying, I love it that Verstappen will not win here today. Certainly great to see a different driver taking the win here. But will Verstappen be able to get a little bit higher after his next pit stop? Martina saying Max can't change his tyres as he will lose positions and he'll come out P10 or 11, possibly even further down than that. Just waiting to see what those Red Bull strategists are going to do here today. Certainly really looking after their tyres at the moment, but having started from P11, P6 is not looking too bad right now, having not pitted. They'll probably be waiting for another pit or another safety car to come out, and then they'll make use of that possibly to allow those two drivers to get onto a new set of tyres. Matthew Croft saying, Formula 1 just got so much more interesting, finally. Yes, we agree, we have the smooth operator, as Damon Langen says. Carlos Sainz currently up in P1, just watching Max Verstappen in no man's land at the moment. He is currently fighting out on his own. Currently on the radio, just asking it's like driving on ice, or saying it's driving on ice, as he's really struggling on these hard tyres. Stays out though for another lap. Sainz, please hold on. It is the only prize we will have this season, says Nara Durin in the comment section. Thank you for that comment. As we now have gotten over 200 likes. Thank you very much, all of you. Mark there just having a little celebration. Yes, certainly well done. Hamilton within half a second on Lando Norris at the moment, but Lando Norris 0.7 seconds behind George Russell. A lot of drivers getting very close to each other at the moment down all of these back straights. Jake saying Red Bull should have committed to a two-stop strategy and go with the medium tyres. Shane Marsh saying Hamilton about to pass Norris. Yes, a bit of a shame there if he does. But Lando Norris also really close to the back of George Russell, so we can't discount him just yet. Yes, Lewis Hamilton currently still fighting it out with Lando Norris. 0.6 seconds is the gap between those two drivers, as Matthew Croft says. Cheers, gents. Fantastic coverage. Thank you very much there, Matthew. Pure Blood there just saying, great minds think alike to F1 23. Yeah, very, very exciting what's happening at the moment. Hamilton still within half a second to Lando Norris right now. Norris falling back a little bit to George Russell. Please do be sure to let me know what you guys think there in the comment section. Let me know if you guys want me to answer any questions or, yeah, give me your predictions. It's been a very long race so far. Still a long time to get going. Still another 30 laps. We're officially just over the halfway mark through this race. Will we have any more crashes? Let us know if you think anyone else is going to have a crash. We have, of course, had that crash from Logan Sargent. Will he have another crash, or will he have a bit of a cleaner race throughout the remainder of the session? JD saying Max should not have upgraded his car. The old car was better. Well, their car has been really, really good at traditional tracks. They just seem to struggle at these high downforce circuits. Henna Getzer saying 30 laps to go now, as Martina says, yes, Norris is catching up to Russell. Certainly what we want to see. Russell being told, I want to go for the win. Yes, understood. We're on the same page, mates, being told by his engineers. Of course, they understand that. Krish Fuser just saying, how much longer do we think Max will take to get the World Championship? Well, he's pretty much got it at this point, but will take it possibly by Qatar. Just watching though, George Russell, 0.9 seconds now, just within DRS range. Carlos Sainz, Lando Norris has fallen out of that DRS range now. Everton Rose saying, come on, Lewis. Christian Thompson saying Mercedes 1-2. That's looking a bit difficult at the moment. Columbus saying Sainz first, Lando second, and Charles Leclerc in third. Rajit saying pit window for hard tyres is around which lap? We don't really know because they're going as long as they could. Pure Blood just saying, why has Dragovic not replaced Lance Stroll? And that's because they weren't able to fix that car before the race today because it was so badly damaged after that shunt from Lance Stroll yesterday in qualifying. Just watching Esteban Ocon right now fighting around. He's currently not able to put too much pressure on Fernando Alonso. He was close in the beginning stages of this race, but now really struggling out there. Not able to make many inroads right there. Rena just saying they got to do qualities to sit as a reserve driver. Interesting, I didn't know that. As well as Julius Boba saying, Lewis, let's go. Let's see what he's able to do. 1.6 seconds off the back of Lando Norris right now. Norris still able to stay within 1 second of George Russell. Sergio Perez still within a lot of pressure behind him from Fernando Alonso. As now Kevin Magnussen gets past Pierre Gasly for that, or Kevin Magnussen, gets past Pierre Gasly for that final points position. Could Piastri now get past Gasly? Honey Boba asking what has happened to Max Verstappen. Has he pitted just yet? No, he hasn't.
No, he's not pitted yet, so he's going to have to try and make use of that. Sorry, guys, I am back. I was just having to deal with a whole lot of small issues there. And we don't have to worry about this quite just yet, but we are looking at lap 34 of 62. And it's going to be a very interesting end to this race. Russell, of course, 1.2 seconds behind Sainz. Norris behind Russell there. And Verstappen and Perez still in 6th and 7th, managing to stay ahead of Alonso. But Alonso still cannot seem to get past Perez, Reese.
Yes, Alonso really struggling in the dirty air of Sergio Perez's car. I think Perez also just placing his car perfectly in all of the braking points and being able to stay ahead of Fernando Alonso crucially in this really difficult part of the race. Some people just asking, Nasser Raccoon, one of our regulars, saying, wait, I just woke up from a nap. How did Charles fall so far behind? Unfortunately, he just got a bit caught out during the safety car period. When he got brought into the pits, he got caught out by a bit of traffic in the pit lane, and Ferrari were just not able to release him from his pit box because of the Mercedes coming in to do a double stack. Blitz just saying, if Max pits, then he would be in a worse place than he has started in. I completely agree with that. So they need to keep him out as long as possible. They will be hoping for another safety car here today.
Yeah, it's exactly that. They'll be hoping for another safety car because right now it's not suiting them at all. Reese, also talking about Oscar Piastri, who's down in 12th. His teammate, of course, has managed to take advantage. He's up in 3rd still. But he's not managed to get much higher up, Piastri. As we have seen now, Magnussen goes ahead of Gasly there. Gasly goes ahead of Magnussen. Although it's just they've gone back across, so they've gone back to those positions. But anyway, Piastri's still in 12th. He's not managed to really make up too many positions since the beginning. So is there a problem there, or do you think he's just struggling to get past because of those tyres now?
Well, I think it's the dirty air as well as the tyres. It's really difficult now. We're seeing people stuck in dirty air and they're really just running in trains. As Wayanda Majula says, Lewis is just managing. There's no point in fighting Lando, who is fighting George, dropping back and saving his engine and tyres, I would assume. As Ronnie W says, hey guys, just found your channel and glad to see that you'd never listen to some of our competitors ever again. Thank you very much. You should just stay here.
That is one of my best comments I've seen in a while, guys. Still, thank you very much for that comment. I do appreciate it. As we've got almost 1,400 viewers, very much appreciated. Looking here at Hamilton, who's going about quite his business quite normally here in 4th. He's still within touching distance of Lando Norris ahead of him, though doesn't seem to be any real overtakes. It says it's a battle for first between 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. They're all quite close together, but I don't really think any of them are going to be changing positions anytime soon. So I think we're going to be in one of those, stale moments in the race. We're not going to see too much happen, and I think we're going to see just tires, how well they're managing the tires, how close or how far are people going to get. And I think mainly we're going to look at Red Bull. How well can they manage it? I think Perez is very much playing a team game here in trying to keep the rest of the grid behind Verstappen and himself, so that Verstappen can maybe, hopefully, come into the pits at some point and maybe compete for those top three. I still think it's very difficult.
I really don't know what is going to happen here. Because it's just... Oh, we've seen hacks off the track there. They've run a little bit wide. Yeah. I did tell you, as we get into these latest parts of the race, drivers start to have these laps in concentration and start having little moments. We could see another crash.
Yeah, and also, do you think if we see another safety car immediately, we'll have both Red Bulls straight into the pits?
Yes,
and then will the rest of them go into the pits?
That is what's going to be interesting.
Because we saw how the tires, when they're older, could not compete.
No.
So maybe that's what Verstappen and Perez are hoping, that the rest of them will stay out if there's a safety car now and thereabouts. Otherwise, if everybody can come back into the pits because everyone's tires are going to be old, I'm fairly certain that Ferrari are going to be quite clever, and so is Mercedes. What they're going to do is they're going to wait and hope that there's no safety car, and they're going to wait for Red Bull to pit, because they have to pit very soon. And the moment Red Bull pit, they're all going to pit at the same time, so they don't gain an advantage. I think that's the big thing that they want to try and do. And then if the safety car comes out, it doesn't matter.
Yes, I agree. Just watching a replay here of Kevin Magnussen and Pierre Gasly fighting it out. This is where Pierre Gasly managed to get past Magnussen as he locked up coming into turn 8, I think that is there. Yes, it is. Just watching now, Sergio Perez still under pressure from Fernando Alonso there down in P6 or P7, that is. Yeah, really, really difficult for those guys to get past Sergio Perez right now.
Yeah, really, really difficult there. Still not able to get past him. It's really frustrating for Fernando Alonso not getting past Perez, although he seems to be making a move now. He's got DRS open. He goes down the inside, and he does finally make that move happen.
But Sergio Perez goes back and does the switchback. But Esteban Ocon with really, really good pace here now. 2 cars driving abreast here. Esteban Ocon trying to get past Fernando Alonso. They've been trying for so long. There's 3 drivers trying to get into these...
Oh my word, great racing from the 3 of them. Although Alonso's still...
Ocon's got the outside line. Ocon's going on the inside now into this next corner.
Here comes Alonso's not going to get past him. Oh my word.
Alonso has lost out on that position. Well, he was taking that position, and now he's lost 2.
Ocon, brilliant driving from there. Just made use of that mistake there from Alonso. Unfortunately, Alonso went a little bit too deep in trying to take Perez, and Ocon pounced and almost took Perez in the same time. So Alonso's unfortunately dropped down to 9th after that little move, but I'm sure he'll be fighting his way back to try and get ahead of both those drivers very soon. He's right in the back of Ocon, so I think he's very angry about having let that position go.
I'm sure he will be, but it was a bit inevitable. He's been stuck behind Sergio Perez for so long. Very, very difficult. That overtake, but very happy that they kept it all clean. Now there's another driver coming to join the party there. We've got Esteban Ocon already there. Now we've got Pierre Gasly coming to the back of Fernando Alonso. He's getting quite close. Sainz is on the radio saying, let me know when you think it's good to push. I should have 1 second of pace in hand. So he's certainly been looking after his tyres for quite some time here. Chris Fuchsia saying it's nuts with people here thinking other drivers can still compete with Max for the World Drivers' Championship. It certainly is given to Max Verstappen already at this point. It's more of a matter of when rather than a matter of if he takes that World Championship.
Yeah, I think it's exactly that. Of course, everyone knows that, but Verstappen, I don't think he's going to get the win today. Leclerc is less than a second behind Hamilton, but he's got an 8.5 second gap to Verstappen behind him.
Just watching Fernando Alonso trying to fend off now from Pierre Gasly. What will he be able to do? That Aston Martin has had some good pace here today, but still not incredible. Pureblood saying from today, the FIA testing front, rear and beam wing and underfloor parts for excessive flexing. I think this is what Red Bull have been doing, allowing low drag on straights and high downforce in corners. It could be a possibility as to why the Red Bulls are struggling here today, but they say that they haven't changed anything dramatic on the car come this weekend. So we don't really know. Also, last time that Flexi-wings were clamped down on, the Red Bulls got faster.
Russell now being told some rather horrible news, saying that from his engineer Sainz reporting he still has 1 second of pace in hand, and Russell saying, I'm surprised by that, basically. Russell, of course, basically being told that Sainz still has more paces. Red Bull are now gearing up towards the first pit stops for them. Of course, both Red Bull drivers have yet to pit, as has Valtteri Bottas, the only other driver there who's not pitted yet in this race. Lap 39 of 62. Will the rest of the grid come into the pits for another set of hard tyres just to counteract that move from Verstappen and Perez? Or will they back themselves to keep going and hopefully make up some more time. It's going to be a very difficult decision now.
It is a difficult decision because those Red Bulls are going to be very fast. They're not going to put on another set of hards. They're going to put on a set of softs or a set of mediums, Mark.
Do you reckon mediums till the end of the race is going to be a long time?
They can't go on another set of hards. They have to choose a different compound.
So yeah, the Red Bulls are going to have to struggle towards the end of this race. They're probably going to go for the mediums, obviously. But will they make those last at the end of the race? I'm not sure they're going to be able to. And again, will the rest of the grid maybe come in? As we're now seeing Ocon making some moves on Perez. He's getting very close. Will Alonso try and take advantage as Ocon did earlier? And Ocon now going on the inside of Perez, or was on the outside. He's on the outside. Will he come back for the switcheroo? He tries the switcheroo. He's coming on the outside.
Great pace around the outside. He makes that move happen through turn 9. And that is a second move on Sergio Perez that we've seen. But this one actually sticks. As now Alonso tries to go around the outside there. But Sergio Perez just fends off one more time on the old goat of Fernando Alonso. The old wise goat.
Old wise goat, shame. And obviously not the animal, the greatest of all time.
Yes.
Yes, certainly. As we're now coming around that dreaded turn 13, coming back now to the rest of the track. Let's see, look at how close Alonso is to Perez. He's now going on his inside.
It's a drag race down towards his next corner. Fernando Alonso has the higher top speed. He does get around the top of Sergio Perez and does now finally get past him. It's taken a very long time.
I think that's now Gasly now making a move on Perez as well. Perez really losing time. He needs to come into the pits. They're desperately needing to get into pits. Look at this fight. He has a drag race. And again, and Gasly makes a stick. Gasly moves now into 9th position. Perez has dropped into 10th. He's almost as back. Box now being told to Perez. And look at this now. Piastri's coming onto Perez. These tyres are absolutely dead. There you go. Perez into the pits.
Yes, their tyres are completely killed now. So we'll have to wait and see what they're able to do. In terms of the pit strategy, he is going to come out all the way at the end of the grid. So what will they do? Will they bring Max in and do the same strategy for themselves? Or will they have to wait and see if there's going to be a safety car? Because they have to bring Max in at some point.
And Max is losing time. You can see that seconds now. He was 8.5 seconds behind Leclerc. It's already almost 11 seconds. Well, it's more than 11 seconds. It's going to approach on 12 seconds very quickly. Verstappen has to come in this lap. Surely these tyres are dead for Red Bull.
They certainly are dead, but they don't want to give up that position, as Sergio Perez is now dead last.
Yeah, it's exactly that. Looking here from Roger Lambrecht, I think it is.
Max Verstappen being told box.
Yes, indeed. I thought it would happen this lap, and it is going to happen this lap. I was right. Roger, just going back to the comment. Thank you so much. Norwegian Formula 1 fan watching from vacation in Spain. Great job, guys. Keep it up. P.S. Russell for the win. Well, Russell's currently still within DRS range of science, but cannot get past him yet. They're just managing strategies here between Mercedes and Ferrari at the front. Norris also biting on their heels.
Yes, they're certainly starting to bite on the heels of Russell and Carlos Sainz. Russell getting very close now to the back of Carlos Sainz, 0.79 seconds. Max Verstappen currently pushing as he approaches a pit.
Almost 12
for
seconds.
himself. 12 seconds is that gap. They do have a bit of a gap. Now, Perez did just sacrifice himself to help.
Don't think it's going to hold too much. I think he's only going to come out ahead of Sargent, maybe Bottas or Magnussen, but otherwise it's going to be very difficult for Max Verstappen. He's going to lose a lot of positions as Ocon, Alonso, Gasly, Piastri and Lawson, followed by Hulkenberg and Albon, will certainly get past him. Look at them all coming down that main straight. The only one he might be able to get ahead of is Sargent, basically.
And it's a slow pit stop for the Red Bulls, just to add insult to injury. 3-second pit stop there. Lawson gets past Max Verstappen. Verstappen drops now down into 14th. He should come out there ahead of Kevin Magnussen.
I think Bottas is the only one who's going to come out ahead of, I think, because Bottas is the one coming down. Bottas is also in the pits. He is yet to pit, so he's not coming into the pits. So yeah, Verstappen comes out in 15th position, which is even lower than where he started. So it's not been a great strategy call there from Red Bull. First time I could say that for this entire season.
If there is another crash, they're going to be kicking themselves.
Yeah. I think, we'll probably go and see like a Williams here of Logan Sargent. Maybe we'll end up in the wall again. And then, everyone else is going to go into the pits and Red Bull's going to go, great.
Yes, Red Bull is going to go, oh, thanks for that. We could have pitted when you wanted that, or when we wanted to come into the pits. But nonetheless, just watching George Russell still chasing down the likes of Carlos Sainz. Will they be able to fight out for that top spot? Or Carlos Sainz just be able to keep eking it out ahead of George Russell for the moment?
I think Carlos Sainz will keep eking it out. And we are now hitting just 3:15 here in the afternoon in our time. Of course, we're still looking here. We've got 21 laps left of this race, 62 laps in today. And of course, we are going to see whether Sainz can hold on to first position.
Yes, we certainly will have to wait and see whether they can hold on to first position here today. The Ferraris will be wanting to finally get that race win off the back of Monza, where they were pretty much hoping to get that win, but were robbed by Red Bull. Could they rob Red Bull here today and take that race win in a circuit that people thought maybe Red Bull would be quite dominant at, and they're really on the back foot this weekend?
Yeah, it's exactly that. Really on the back foot. Lap 42 of 62. And looking at those who've made up the most places, Piastri's now up into 9th position. He's made up 8 places. Zhou's made up 6. Magnussen's lost 8. So I told you these horses would lose some places come the race weekend, and they have. Verstappen and Perez, notably, have lost 4 places each.
Yeah, really, really not great. Max Verstappen is going to want to fight through the grid as quickly as possible at the moment, but he is quite far still back off of Kevin Magnussen. Then he's got Zhou, Albon, Hulkenberg, Lawson, Piastri, Gasly, Alonso, Ocon, Sainz, Russell, Norris, Hamilton, and Leclerc all still ahead of him. So a lot of drivers to make up places on. But will these drivers be able to go to the end of the race? As Alonso is saying, this is undrivable. So maybe the Red Bulls just noted that the hard tires don't last long enough here, and they knew everyone else would be on the back foot come 20 laps time, which is now. So maybe they have made the correct call here, Mark.
Yeah, I think they have maybe made the correct call. Although, having said that, have they got enough of a gap to try and get back? I think that's why I said, will everybody else go into the pits to try and nullify it? I would have thought they would have, but they haven't quite as of yet. So we're going to have to wait and see whether people do go into the box, or maybe Alonso's trying to force people into pits, making those strategy calls to try and gain some places. I don't know. Russell now also in the Radium. What's he going to say? Can't unfortunately see.
Yes, unfortunately we don't hear that because we don't want that to come through to the stream with you guys. But yeah, looking very, very fast out there at the moment for Sergio Perez and Max Verstappen, both setting those timing boards alight. Sergio Perez with the fastest lap of the race so far with a 1:38.551. JD saying, all go to the pits and let Max be the leader, please. I don't know who you're rooting for. Maybe Max Verstappen. But yes, let's see what is happening at the moment in terms of this fight for that P1 position. George Russell really close as we see Esteban Ocon. He is slowing down. This could be a yellow flag. This is going to be a safety car. Where is he at the moment? He's at the exit of the pits.
Oh my word, look at everybody else though. So all of it's going to benefit the top 5. They're right next to the pits there. So the top 5 are definitely going to be benefited here. And Verstappen and the others, not so much. This is going to ruin Red Bull's race.
This depends what is going to happen. Will this be a safety car? Will the Ferraris pull them into the pits now? Or will they keep them out on track, Mark? This is the question that needs to be asked. Esteban Ocon has had some sort of failure at the end of the pit lane as Pierre Gasly is still trying to fight with the likes of Fernando Alonso. Do they bring all those drivers into the pits? They don't. Carlos Sainz, Russell, Norris, Hamilton and Leclerc stay out. Virtual safety car deployed.
Why would you stay out? Why would you stay out? Why would you not come in for the medium tyre? I don't understand it. Okay, now we do see some pit stop.
But the front runners do not come in. No, he didn't.
No. Oh my word.
They did not come into the pits.
Oh my word, I think they've stuffed them. Although it's a virtual safety car, luckily, so that sort of keeps their times. At least they'll keep the amount of time between them. Will they be able to come into the pits in enough time to come out ahead of those Red Bulls? It's going to come down to this. The gap is 44.5 seconds, so it should be enough time in the pit stop there for all of those front runners to get ahead. So looking at all those who will be able to get ahead, definitely the top 5. But Alonso, I'm not so sure he's safe.
I agree with you. I don't think Alonso is safe here. What will the rest of the drivers do out here? I think Max Verstappen just made the wrong call in terms of when to come into the pits. If they'd maybe stayed for a few laps longer. Max Verstappen, though, now moving his way up into 13th as a couple other drivers all make their way into the pits. Where will he come out? He comes out ahead of Albon and Magnussen, who've made their way into the pits. A lot of other drivers, though, have not decided to come in.
Yeah, it's exactly that. A lot of drivers not choosing to come in. I think it's a really stupid decision, personally, but we'll see whether or not it plays out. Am I the idiot, or are they going to be the idiots? Let's find out by the end of the race.
Yes, do we think, though, that the top runners will all bring in their cars now as they approach that final sector? Bottas is also coming through that final sector. Some people saying, for now, it seems impossible for Max to win, but anything else is possible as well. F123, you're on fire here today with another super chat saying Lawson P10 ? Lando
Thank
podium.
you so much.
Sargent is a bulldozer. Thank you very much for that. Just watching this replay here of what happened to Esteban Ocon. He was just driving and then his car just died as he was approaching turn 1. He didn't even get into the pits there, Mark.
Yeah, it's exactly that. The car just didn't. Oh, and look at how frustrated he is, smacking his wheel there as he gets to the side there. Really upset. He's ruined his race because he was going quite well there, Gasly. Yeah, really, really upsetting for him. And Ocon, obviously. So he was going quite well in the race, but his teammate Gaz is going to have to pull the fort now for Alpine. And let's see, those coming into the pits, I think Russell and the front runners are all going to come into the pits now. Box has been called for a couple of them. Russell here on the radio coming in. I think here, surely he's coming into the pits here. Let's see, will they come out ahead of Verstappen? Yes, I think we've got people in the pits. Russell's definitely in the pits. Hamilton's in the pits. Sainz and Norris and Leclerc, I don't think are.
No, they haven't. They've stayed out. This is very interesting.
Why? What are Ferrari doing? Why would you stay out? Why would you stay out?
It's Ferrari.
Oh, my
It's Ferrari.
word. Oh, my word.
They've duped the rest of them, but maybe they'll come in on the next lap if the virtual safety car is still being shown.
Well, I suppose they're still going to recover that car, but I mean, how long is that car going to stay out
Exactly. Biggest issue, though, for the Red Bulls is now everyone else gets into the pits and still stays ahead of them.
That's what I was saying. It doesn't suit Red Bull to have the virtual safety car. If it was a safety car, it would have suited them.
Alonso's in the pits, so Gasly and Piastri stay out. A lot of differing strategies at the moment. Who will come in? Who will the suit, though, come the end of the race?
Maybe I think Ferrari and McLaren's, Sainz, Leclerc, and Norris are just trying to hold on to those hard tyres just a little bit longer so they can make those medium tyres last, because they know that they're going to be quite ruined by the end of the race. So maybe that's what they just want to try and eke out an extra lap. But it's a huge risk, because can those Mercedes get close enough under virtual safety car conditions to get ahead of them?
Yes, as Fernando Alonso's in the
slow pit.
Has he got it?
Oh, he's got a
time
time penalty.
It's a time penalty. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Good
time to
remembering
serve
that.
it.
They have put him on a set of softs.
Oh, no, he's got
They've got
problems
issues.
with the tyres,
They've got
though.
issues.
Oh dear, such a slow pit. Oh my word. The slowest pit stop known
They
to
can't
mankind.
get off his right rear. The back
dropped
jack,
it.
they dropped it on the jack.
Oh my word, this is the biggest stuff up for Alonso. His race is ruined.
45 seconds in the pits. This is 25 seconds
you're
standing for. That's terrible. Absolutely horrific.
I can't.
Verstappen up into P11 at the moment with the green flag now being shown. Racing has resumed. Where is George Russell, though? George Russell's down in fourth. Carlos Sainz has not pitted. Lando Norris 1.5 seconds. Lando Norris is 1.5 seconds back off of Carlos Sainz. Then we've got Leclerc in third. 2.4 seconds. He's on the radio at the moment, possibly just asking, why have we not pitted, guys? DRS is enabled. Lawson has made his way up into P8, though, notably, Mark.
Yeah, it's exactly that. Lawson going about very, very well here in his AlphaTauri.
Jake just saying, joke of the day, Sargent making me rethink my career choice. Not too late for a change maybe into Formula 1. As F1 23 saying this race is so good for, I assume, me. It's just a little bit cut off there at the end. I'll try and extend this. Yes, for me. As Pure Blood says, someone is getting fired from the Aston Martin crew. They certainly should be for such a slow pit stop like that. But will these Mercedes be able to come back at the Ferraris with new tyres, Mark?
Yeah, exactly. New
Esteban
tyres.
Ocon making his way to the pits, looking
Not
quite
happy.
dejected at the moment.
Confused by his actions
Hand
to the TV
gestures.
there. But anyway, reviewed no further investigation for forcing another driver off the track between, I can't quite see those drivers.
Or Gasly and someone
So,
else.
Sainz, Norris and Leclerc, whereabouts are they on the track? There. Will they come out ahead of those Mercedes under it's not under virtual safety car anymore, are we? We're racing now.
We are racing, but they do need to come into the pits eventually.
What have they done?
They lost a win.
I don't know what's happened.
But we do have to ask, will they be able to go to the end of the race? Because they can, they're on hards, but George Russell's on a set of mediums and closing that gap to them quite quickly.
I don't understand. I really don't understand what's gone on in Ferrari and McLaren's heads. Mercedes are going to go and take this win, and Piastri, though, I think has suited it quite well in terms of gaining some positions there. But again, they have to come to the pits. How are they going to make it to the end of the race on these hard tyres? I don't see it. I don't see how they can. They're going to lose so much time. They've messed up their strategy. I don't see how they can. I might be an idiot here, but I really don't see how it's gonna work out for them. I really don't.
Yes, I really don't know how this is going to work here today. We're going to have to wait and see what happens in these last remaining laps of the race. We're on lap 47 of 62 as we see a whole bunch of you guys still saying hi in the comment section there. As we see Stefan Adman saying hi from Germany. Thank you very much, Stefan, for joining in on our stream. Yeah, really weird strategy calls from Ferrari yesterday, deciding to stay out under that virtual safety car. As we have another yellow flag. Another yellow flag.
And it's Alonso. It's Alonso who stopped in sector 3 there. What's happened to Alonso? He stopped on track, and I think this is going to be a safety car. So maybe this could help Ferrari and McLaren. Could they come into the pits and come out ahead? This is definitely going to... Oh, Alonso's got going again, so maybe he just spun. Yeah, it is Alonso. We're looking now at that replay. He did spin, unfortunately, so it's not going to be a stoppage in the race. We're going to carry on here. He hasn't crashed. He hasn't got any damage, but he just spun out. So, yeah, still not going to have any of that sort of thing is happening. So we're still saying, what the hell is Ferrari and McLaren doing? I don't understand.
Michael saying, let's go Mercedes. What a crazy race. Certainly what a crazy race it has been here today. Max Verstappen currently chasing down Zhou Guanyu for that final points position for 10th place. Certainly not where we expected Max Verstappen and the Red Bulls to be fighting.
As Pure Blood is making note of, the fact that Russell and Hamilton are going 2 seconds quicker than the top runners a lap. They're going to catch them in 4 or 5 laps. What have they done?
It makes no sense from the Ferrari runners. They've really shot themselves in the foot here. If there's not another safety car, they've thrown away a possible race win here. As Max Verstappen makes the dive down through turn 13 and gets ahead of Zhou Guanyu now for that 10th position.
Well, at least we know Red Bull shouldn't go on to win the race either, but I don't think Ferrari will now. So it could be Mercedes' day. Maybe Gasly could also try and hold on to a podium position there, but I don't know. Having said that, Verstappen could get onto the podium because just looking at those who are on the mediums versus those who are on the hards.
He just has the 2 Mercedes ahead of him on mediums. Everyone else needs to come and pit if there's another safety car.
I'm just looking at Verstappen, who's made up so much time. So I think Verstappen could actually still get a podium position. I don't think he'll come anywhere near first. But looking at those, there's only 2 medium tyre runners ahead of Verstappen, those being the 2 Mercs. The rest of them, will almost all of them, likely need to come into the pits. And if they come into the pits, Verstappen takes all of them.
Narendra just saying, Ferrari is making my blood boil. I'm sure this is not the first time, unfortunately, because they do make mistakes like this quite often. Just watching this moment from Fernando Alonso coming into turn 14, he locked up on his new soft tyres and just got too close to the barriers there to turn around. So he had to just take a lot of time to unfortunately get turned around. And back going, Ali Asker just saying, George's 1.36 seconds faster a lap. Yes, so certainly you're rooting for George Russell at the moment to take the race win. Let's see what those 2 Mercedes are able to do. They're currently 8.4 seconds off of Charles Leclerc right now. Sainz saying, how is this pace? Being told we need faster if you can until the end. So they're seeing they're not going to be able to hold it off until the end.
Yeah.
Why have they decided to stay out there?
It doesn't take a genius to realize this. How can you make such bad strategy calls? I really don't understand this. Verstappen, meanwhile, is going to take Hulkenberg and move into 9th. Verstappen's going to get a podium. I'm telling you right now, Verstappen finishes 3rd. Russell will finish 1st. Hamilton will finish 2nd. And Verstappen will finish 3rd. Because the Ferraris are idiots. The McLarens are idiots. I don't understand. I'm being passionate here. I'm ranting now because what the hell are they doing? What the hell are they doing?
I do not know. Win. Max Verstappen now has made himself up into P9 as he got past the house of Nico Hulkenberg there. Liam Lawson is the next driver up on his hit list. And then he has Piastri, Gasly, and then, of course, those 2 Mercedes runners who might also be on the podium ahead of him if they get ahead of the front runners of Leclerc, Sainz, and Lando Norris.
The only thing that can save Ferrari is a yellow flag. The only thing that can save them is a safety car or a virtual safety car. It's the only thing that could save them in side or something.
That also plays into the hand of the Mercedes.
Has to be a virtual safety car.
Yes.
Has to be a virtual safety car. But Mercedes have made up enough time to get ahead of them anyway. But I'm just saying in terms of them at least trying to get a podium position. Because at this rate, they're going to finish at best 4th, 5th, maybe even 6th.
Well, I agree. They've rarely thrown away their race here today. As we're watching Liam Lawson, that next driver, as I said, on the hit list for Max Verstappen. He's currently running with Oscar Piastri and Pierre Gasly, but Charles Leclerc is still running a little bit ahead of Carlos Sainz and, well, a little bit behind Lando Norris and Carlos Sainz at the moment. He's next up the road for George Russell. 6.2 seconds is the gap from him. It's fallen quite quickly from 8 seconds to 6.2. What will those Mercedes be able to do here today? Will they be able to rein in those Ferraris before the end of the race? Hamilton catching Russell, though, says Tech is 318. As JD says, go Max. Honey Boba saying, how rude. Yeah, lots and lots of comments coming in at the moment. Thank you very much for all of you for joining us here today. Be sure to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you want to follow for more Formula 1 content. I do give daily Formula 1 news shows every single day of the week, as well as we stream every single race weekend here.
Look at this now. I'm just looking here. Russell to Leclerc, 1.8 seconds made up in the last lap there. So almost 2 seconds a lap. Russell's only 5.5 seconds behind Leclerc. He's going to take Leclerc in 3 laps. Then Norris quite easily and Sainz ahead of him. I just don't understand the stupidity of what Ferrari and McLaren have done.
I really don't understand either. They had the opportunity to come into the pits and they decided not to, and they got caught out. And now those 2 Mercedes on the upper hand now. Leonardo saying if someone from a different team was in charge of Ferrari's strategies as a double agent, they'd still execute better strategies than Ferrari does on their own. I agree. Just watching George Russell at the moment flying out on track. He has got one of the fastest laps at the moment. Hamilton has that fastest lap though. He is closing down on that gap to Charles Leclerc quite quickly right now.
Yeah, I mean, lap 50 of 62. So we've got 12 laps here left. I think the only thing that Ferrari and McLaren could try and do in terms of just right now, if there's no more safety cars, is just try and somehow fight and defend for their lives against those Mercedes behind them who are all in the medium tyres. And Norris, luckily, has got Leclerc who's going to fight like a demon behind him. That's about the only thing saving him, and maybe even Sainz as well. It's the only thing that's going to save them because they've only got, less than 11 laps left of the race. And
Max Verstappen pointing himself to take another position from Liam Lawson now, who is his next challenger. He does get that move now around the outside. He gets very close, doesn't actually make that move stick, goes to the inside now for the next sector, gets so close with Liam Lawson, who's really defending hard for this final position. He mustn't get too defensive though and take out that sister teammate, because of course then his opportunities of ever getting in a Red Bull car are gone. But he does now get passed by Max Verstappen, who gets up into 8th position. His next drive up the circuit is Oscar Piastri.
Yeah, I mean, look, having said that, I'm not sure if Verstappen will be able to get into the podium because I'm not sure he's going to make up 17 seconds to Gasly, I suppose. I don't think the rest of them will pit. They're just going to try and make these tyres last. But we know how quickly these tyres suddenly died. So I'm going to have to see and wait. We're going to have to wait and see whether these tyres die as quickly as we saw on the Red Bulls towards the end of the race there. And maybe Max Verstappen can just motor. But also those mediums will be a bit old for Red Bull. So I don't actually know if Red Bull will get anywhere near the top there. But I can tell you what's definitely going to happen. The Mercedes will definitely go on to win this race. I don't see how they don't.
Yes, I mean, if they don't go on to win this race, then I think we'll all be very, very surprised. As they currently have the fastest pace of anyone out there. They're 3 seconds down on Charles Leclerc, and they still have quite a lot of time to make it happen. They've got 11 laps left of this session. As the stewards say, pit exit incident involving Perez and Albon will be investigated after the race for a VSC infringement.
Well, that's very interesting. So let's see what happens there. But now currently on board with Carlos Sainz and his Ferrari there, Charles Leclerc, sorry. Just noting the fact that Russell is getting so close to him already, 2.3 seconds behind him. We're about to start seeing some defense from that Ferrari driver there on old hard tyres versus Russell's relatively new medium tyres.
This is what we're going to be wanting to watch. Max Verstappen is reeling in Oscar Piastri now super, super quickly. But as you said, there's a massive gap from himself to Pierre Gasly.
Yeah, so I think the only thing stopping Red Bull getting that podium is the fact that Verstappen has got too much time to try and make up. But nothing stops those Mercedes going on to get 1-2 today.
Yes, I certainly don't see anything that's going to stop those Mercedes.
More than 2 seconds made up that lap from Russell to Leclerc. So he's now almost under 2 seconds to Leclerc. Within 2 laps, he'll be in striking distance. Not even 1 lap, he'll be in striking distance.
And that's the issue. These hard tyres are falling off of that cliff now so quickly. They need to bring them all in for a new set of tyres.
10 laps
Otherwise, but they're going to come last. They're not even going to get on the podium. I can call this already. Russell now 1.9 seconds to Charles Leclerc. This fight is really going to start happening very, very soon. Do not go anywhere. Blitz just saying if Max pitted at the first safety car, then he would have gotten the podium, maybe even a win. Would have been a possibility, but all easy to say that now.
Yeah. Again, guys, please be sure to hit that like button right now if you guys are enjoying the stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. And also, please subscribe to the channel. I'm begging, please subscribe to the channel. We had a much bigger channel that we used to do these videos on. We've moved it on to a dedicated channel, so please support us and try and get us back to the sort of stages that we were before. And thank you so much for all the comments that have been coming in today. It's really been great having all of you here watching alongside. So we're lap 52 of 62, just 10 laps remaining. Carlos Sainz leads, Norris behind him, Leclerc after that, but Russell is already within DRS range to Leclerc. We're about to start seeing that fight. Look at Russell, he's got DRS open, he's chasing that Ferrari down so quickly as they're about to start. Oh, they have started now a lap here, and look at how close he's already got. My word, Russell's right on the back of Leclerc. I'm fuming, absolutely fuming with the idioticity of Ferrari. I really am.
It really has been the worst decision that they could have made here today. Godfrey saying, how's it, boys? Ferrari seems to be playing pin the tail on the donkey with their strategy. Loving the channel, listening in from Lesotho. Thank you very much for joining us as George Russell still is trying to rein in Charles Leclerc. He is now 0.4 seconds off the back of him. Really close. He's going to make that move stick any second now.
He's right on him. Literally, just take one DRS zone. I don't know what Leclerc can try and do. Yellow flag in sector 3. It's Bottas. Bottas is, oh, it's green flag. I think he's managed to get away again. Or has he?
I don't see him moving.
He's not moving on our track. He's not moving here. So I think that might be a slight problem. Could the Ferraris not be saved? Because I don't think they're going to be able to save because they're way too close. They're waving green, but Bottas is still not going.
I don't know what's happening here. Maybe he's gone into a little bit of a runoff sector, or I don't know.
I think maybe that's exactly it. Maybe the same as Yuki Tsunoda.
George Russell tries to make a move around the outside of Charles Leclerc. He doesn't make that move stick though, but he does switch to the inside. He's got a much better run now. He's going to make that move stick, and he does. Charles Leclerc now on the back of him, trying to fight back, but he's really not. And this is allowing Lewis Hamilton to reel in Leclerc now. George Russell has now Lando Norris 1.5 seconds up the road to fight for that second position.
And Hamilton's now going to make a move on Leclerc as well. He's going to try and make a stick into turn 1. I don't know if he's going to be able to. He's following him very closely. But look at how easy it is for these two Mercedes drivers now on those fresh medium tyres. The Ferrari's just going to start dropping.
Valtteri Bottas is out of the race. He has gone into a runoff sector there. So thankfully he did not cause any yellow flags. Thankfully for the Mercedes boys, and thankfully though for Ferrari.
Well, it doesn't make a difference at this point. They'd already lost it. Doesn't make a difference to Ferrari now. Regardless of what happens for the rest of the race, safety car or no safety car, they are not finishing on this podium, I don't think. Maybe they finish.
Lewis Hamilton's trying to make a move on Charles Leclerc right now. He does go around the outside and makes that move stick now into turn 8. This is the second time a Ferrari has lost a position in the last 2 minutes.
Nah, it's just pointless. As the Ferrari drivers, you have to be wondering what on earth happened with strategy. But at the same time, why are they not saying, guys, we need to come in? You know, I didn't hear it once from either driver. I didn't hear them complain and say, why didn't we come in? So, quite frankly, the entire team, you have to wonder, what the hell are they thinking?
I think it's something that the Ferrari drivers do need to now take it under themselves to decide when they need to come into the pits, because we've seen that the Ferrari mechanics and engineers and strategists just do not get it right. So they have to make the decisions themselves now.
Yeah, that's exactly that. So, can Russell and Hamilton get ahead of Norris within the next couple of laps? We can see that Russell's right on the back of Norris, almost on the back of Norris. So just having to make up a little bit of time there, and Sainz ahead of him. Sainz, but the only one who maybe could make it to the end, because I'm just thinking, of course, being at the front, clean air the whole race, his hard tyres should be a little bit better. So could Sainz hold on to first? That's the only question I think I could ask. I think Russell and Hamilton will definitely get ahead of Norris, though.
Max Verstappen currently trying to rein in Oscar Piastri for that 7th position. He does now go down the inside. He makes that move stick. And yeah, makes it look very easy on Oscar Piastri, who's on an old set of hards.
I say, all of those who are on the hard tyre who didn't come into the pits, what were they doing? They would have come out in pretty much the exact same position, and it would have been fresher tyres, and you wouldn't have been overtaken like this. They've allowed Verstappen to get some more points today, and Ferrari have allowed Mercedes to go and get themselves onto the podium positions. I'm noting, though, it's taking Russell a little bit longer now to catch Norris, so maybe those medium tyres not as fresh as they were. So Lewis Hamilton's also lost a little bit of time to Russell ahead of him. So could Norris and Sainz hold on to it, Reese?
Yes, I think they could just hold on to it now with these Mercedes losing pace. But as you say that, they are still catching every single lap. 4.7 seconds is the gap. 4.6 seconds as I say that. But Norris to Sainz is also closing. 1.1 now between those two drivers.
Just noting the amount of time that Russell made up on Norris that last lap. Only half a second. Of course, don't forget, we did have that overtake at the same time. So we would have lost a little bit of time there. But Russell now to Norris is 1 second made up in that last lap. So it's slowing down those medium tyres, but he's still going to catch.
Yes, he certainly is still going to catch, but it is going to take a little bit longer. But crucially, will Lando Norris's tyres be able to hold on to mount a fight against George Russell if he does get close enough?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the big question here. We've got just 7 laps remaining here in Singapore, guys. And let us know, do you think Sainz holds on to that podium or not?
Just watching now, 3.9 seconds is the time from Russell to Norris. It is falling so close. Mark is putting up a new poll. Who is, well, we should probably put up a driver of the day poll. I'll do this now. You move over.
Yes, indeed. And we're watching here Lando Norris and George Russell about to start fighting it out for that second place position. Lando Norris is 1 second behind Sainz, who's in first. Russell now 3.7 seconds behind Norris. And that gap is closing slowly but surely. But could Norris and Sainz hold on to it? They've got 6 laps, 7 laps to try and make it work. It can be difficult.
So just getting a whole bunch of options now for you in a new poll that's going up. Your options are Carlos Sainz, George Russell. I think maybe let's put... Should we put Max Verstappen in there?
Hamilton.
Hamilton
And other. And I think Russell spelled with 2 L's before we do.
Yeah.
go ahead. So yeah, lap 56 or 62. We got six laps now remaining as Sainz comes across the line here to start the last 6 laps. And Russell and Hamilton are now gaining quite quickly on Norris and Sainz again. So I think maybe they were just recharging just to make another bullet run towards them. Look at how close they are getting. Could they make them stick there? They still have to get past those drivers in the final few laps here. It's going to be very, very difficult.
Yes, it's going to be very, very difficult. What is that current gap between Russell and Norris now? 3.7 seconds, 3.6 seconds. It's getting so close now between all of these drivers. I think they did just fall back a little bit to recharge, and now they're just mounting up another attack. Rajesh saying any poll for strategist of the day, Ferrari wins. I don't think so there, Rajesh. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Oscar is definitely my driver of the day. He's gained 9 places, says Oakneeks. Very, very good day out there today for Oscar Piastri. Verstappen now half a second off the back of Pierre Gasly. He's starting to gain a little bit on Charles Leclerc, who's falling back. Not a bad day for Max Verstappen, having started in P11. He should finish at least P6 or P5. So, albeit a bad day, he's made up a few positions.
Yeah, indeed. He's made up a few positions. Now, Russell, 2.2 seconds to Norris ahead of him. Hamilton still 1.3 seconds behind his teammate. Can Russell get ahead of Norris? We've got just about 5 laps remaining, just under, in the sixth last lap. I'll get there eventually. Lap 57 of 62. So 1.4 seconds was made up in that last lap there from Russell to Norris. So going to be a very, very difficult end to this race here for Sainz and Norris.
Max Verstappen still chasing down Pierre Gasly. He tried to make a move into turn 8, but Gasly just closed the door in that braking zone. Max Verstappen with a little snap of oversteer now. Still with great pace though on these medium tyres compared to those hard runners. Max Verstappen, will he be able to make up enough pace to Charles Leclerc? I don't think so. There's 18 seconds from Gasly to Leclerc. Chennai just saying it's down to the wire. Certainly is down to the wire here today. Been very, very exciting the entirety of this race. We don't know who is going to win. Russell is now 1.0 seconds off the back of Lando Norris. Will they be able to fight it out for that race here today? Max Verstappen, brilliant exit through turn 13. He'll now certainly take this from Pierre Gasly as they approach turn 14 now. Yes, he does. He makes that move stick quite comfortably on the Alpine.
There you go. And he's gone ahead of him. So yeah, Verstappen in 6th. Leclerc is 13.8 seconds ahead of Verstappen. So Verstappen, this is probably the highest he can finish provided there's no yellow flag.
18.1 seconds.
Yeah, so yes, 18.1 seconds. So Leclerc will definitely probably finish in 5th provided nothing wrong happens. Verstappen, the highest he can finish is 6th. Perez, notably, could not get much higher than his teammate Verstappen, of course. He's all the way down 11th, not even in the points yet. Sainz and Norris very close together. Russell now within DRS range of Norris. These last 4 laps here, can we see those 2 Mercedes get ahead of those 2 front runners?
People getting quite upset because Hamilton is faster than Russell, but he's only faster in that first and third sector where he has the toe from his teammate. Sainz being told Lando 0.8 behind with DRS and saying, yeah, it's on purpose. He's allowing him to be in DRS so that he can defend from those Mercedes.
Yeah.
He's actually helping his own race here today.
Yeah, Sainz trying to play the clever game. He realizes the strategy has not been great from Ferrari, so he's going to try and make it work, trying to use Norris as the scapegoat and get him to defend against and get him in within DRS range so that he can get ahead of Russell, hopefully, and defend a little bit better and keep Sainz's first position. It could be the first non-Red Bull win here today. Definitely is going to be. But will it go to Ferrari, McLaren, or Mercedes, Reese?
We do not know. We'll have to wait and see. We still have another 3 laps left as they cross the line in another second or so. Yeah, it's going to go down to the wire here with these 4 cars all racing out for first.
I still can't believe the fact that Ferrari threw away an easy 1-2.
I know, as Manu says, why Ferrari? Why? I think Ferrari fans are going to be crying a little bit after the race today.
Yeah, it's the usual standard.
Absolute standard position, all the Ferrari fans. Chris just asking, Verstappen making up a lot of position despite the pit stop deficit is really commendable and testament to his mentality. Yellow flag in sector 2, Mark.
Yellow flag in sector 2.
Kevin no, it's not.
No, I think we're good.
It's green again, green. So racing resumes.
Small spin, perhaps. Just seeing Albon was the one who dropped. He's dropped down to 13th, so I think Albon had a small spin. Maybe got off the track, and so he's back on the... So not a problem there for Alex Albon. Just looking here, Russell is within 0.4 seconds of Norris. Sainz now being told front tyres are finished. He's saying front tyres are finished. Well, we knew this. Can they stay ahead of those Mercedes? Look at them. They're like just hawks waiting on their prey ahead of them. And Russell just waiting for a small mistake from Norris to pound
Russell
and
will make
kill.
a move now down this next straight for sure. He's going to get the better run on Lando Norris with his fresher tyres. He's got the DRS. He's really so close to the back of him, watching from Lewis Hamilton's vantage.
Very clever from Sainz.
Very clever from Sainz and Lando, who's positioning his car perfectly, but not perfect enough now as George Russell comes round the outside as they approach turn 15. He goes round to the inside, does a switcheroo. Lando Norris defending beautifully here at the moment to hold on to second place.
If Lando Norris holds on to second, he has to thank his former teammate a ridiculous amount because Sainz right now is keeping him in this race. But can Sainz keep him in with the DRS bench? Still, I think Sainz is out of that. So Norris is not protected by his former teammate anymore. Russell's now got DRS going to the first turn. But I think, of course, the rest of the race is quite difficult for Russell to get close. Maybe Sainz will just slow down a little bit to allow Norris to get close again.
I don't think he can. I don't think he
has.
can, though, because he needs to try and get far out ahead of those Mercedes.
He slowed down a little bit. No, look, he has slowed down a little bit there because he's back within DRS range for Lando Norris. So he waited for Lando Norris to make sure he stayed ahead of the first and second turns, and he slowed down ever so slightly so that Norris has got DRS. You can see Norris' DRS open. Fantastic driving from Sainz. Very clever, taking strategy into his own hands and making sure he holds on to first place by using Norris as a defensive weapon and also helping Norris along the way. Both of them helping each other to stay ahead of these Mercedes.
I see that as the two Mercedes are actually trying to fight out with each other. I think Hamilton wants to try and fight Lando Norris and get ahead. But George Russell is the higher qualifier from yesterday and should be given that preference at the moment. But will these Mercedes be able to fight it out with the Ferrari and the McLaren? Just watching at the moment, they are not able to get close enough, but they're coming down that back straight again. George Russell has his wing wide open, but not close enough, crucially, to Lando Norris right now. Maybe he's going to sacrifice that first DRS straight. Now for the second sector where he's able to close quite a lot on Lando Norris, but still, crucially, not close enough. Turn 13 incidents involving Perez and Albon will be investigated after the race for causing a collision. So that is what that yellow flag was for there.
Interesting. Very interesting. So Sainz and Norris holding on to first and second here, looking at Norris here, using that DRS on the main straight to stay ahead of those two Mercedes behind him. Unbelievable end to this race here. Sainz and Norris just really helping each other out.
Yes, really helping each other out here. Will Lando Norris be able to hold on to that second position? I think that's the only place that is in contention right now, because I think those Ferrari, or the Ferrari of Carlos Sainz, has played it really smartly here at the end of this race. Lando Norris still crucially with DRS on Carlos Sainz. Carlos Sainz really, as someone said there in the comment section, playing 4D chess at the moment. Just as Rick DeMann says, genius move by Carlos as they're all in the second to last lap of the race right now. Lando Norris getting under a lot of pressure from those two Mercedes drivers, but has really benefited from his teammates, allowing him to follow with DRS. Well, not his teammate, his ex-teammate, Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari. Nolan saying Russell should get out of the way for Hamilton. And Manu saying strategy of the day should go to Sainz. Chris Fuser saying Lawson getting points in just his third race. Phenomenal for Liam Lawson, the rookie. Possibly getting points here in this race, his third race of the season. Russell still desperately trying to make a move on Lando Norris. Is he close enough though? It doesn't look like he's going to be. JD giving his support there for Max. TC saying Sainz is driving like a champion. He certainly is. He's thinking like a champion as well. Really using the cars behind him to his advantage, allowing Lando Norris to just stay within DRS range to fight off. But Lando Norris does not have DRS now. He's coming under pressure from George Russell. Will he be able to hold off? Yes, he does. As Lewis Hamilton is so close now. This is the penultimate lap, the final lap of this Singapore Grand Prix. Will the Ferrari of Carlos Sainz be able to fend off up until the end? I certainly think he's going to be able to now. Hamilton's starting to fall off the back of his teammate George Russell as his tyres has possibly started to overheat a little bit too much. Hamilton wants Russell out of his way, says TC. I'm sure he does. Honey Boba saying, I was just eating dinner. Why are you not watching the stream? As we do still have these Mercedes trying to get past of that McLaren. Sainz has one win this season so far, as says Andrew Crozier. Vanilla saying, Hamilton, come on, get Russell. And Erwin saying Mercedes are winning the race. They're not. And George Russell goes out into the wall. George Russell is out. That is it for his race here today. What has happened from George Russell with the possibility of a podium position? He is now out of this Grand Prix. He's in the wall. George Russell on the final lap is in the wall.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable from George Russell. Trying too hard. That's what that was.
Some people in the comment section are going to be absolutely screaming and so happy that Hamilton is now on that final position on the podium. But absolute devastation and heartbreak for George Russell in the last few moments of this race. He is out as now Carlos Sainz crosses the final corner of the circuit and wins the Singapore Grand Prix. Brilliant day and brilliant strategy for himself here, just eking ahead of that McLaren and the Mercedes of Lewis Hamilton to take a win under the lights here in Singapore. Absolutely masterstroke from Ferrari and from Carlos Sainz here today. Not from Ferrari, I think more from Carlos Sainz to be able to take strategy into his own hands as Max Verstappen gets really close to the back of Charles Leclerc at the end of this race. But after a really dismal qualifying yesterday, Max Verstappen finishes in P5. Not a bad comeback today for the world champion. Yes, really, really interesting. I'd love to see a replay of what happened to George Russell there in the end. But what an exciting race. Thank you to everyone who has joined us through the entirety of the session. Been a really, really busy day for us here. 260 likes. Let's get that up to 300 before the end of the stream. Thank you very much, though, for all of you who have joined us through this entire session. And what a session it has been. Carlos Sainz, absolute elation for himself as he is the winner of the Singapore Grand Prix in 2023. Driver of the day, though, currently in our poll. Who is that? It's Carlos Sainz. Carlos Sainz takes it with 42% of that poll here today. Drivers still racing, though, through the end of this lap. Some close running between, I think that may have been Sargent and Alonso fighting it out for that last position. It was. But, yeah, very, very exciting end to the race here today. Certainly not what we expected. Norris on the radio. He picks up a P2. Brilliant for Lando Norris, getting on the podium once again this season in his McLaren. Josh Gilson saying, great job, boys. What a pleasure listening to you guys. Thank you very much for joining us here today. It's been a brilliant, brilliant session. Been super, super busy. Do be sure to let us know of your comments and what you thought here today. Rick Demand saying, well-deserved. Carlos Tarina saying, I feel bad for Charles. He should be second pretty easy without a Ferrari strategy blunder. As Chanel says, rest in peace, Russell. Disappointing for himself here today. He certainly threw it away at the end of the session where he could have gotten on to that podium. Yeah, heartbreak for Russell here today, but elation for Carlos Sainz. He also takes the Formula 1 driver of the day with 21% of the votes. George Russell still in the car at the moment. His brakes are on fire, though, at the moment. He's still stuck in that wall as a marshal now comes and extinguishes the brakes. Don't know what caused that lockup and bin into the wall for George Russell, but he is really, really unhappy with his day out here today. Nolan saying, great commentary. Thank you very much, Nolan. It's been a hectic day here today. What a race. And what a session for all of you guys watching at home. I'm sure all of you were just as perplexed as us here in the commentary box. It's been just madness from the start to the finish here today. As we see now, the Ferrari of Carlos Sainz pulling up into that P1 position. The Ferrari mechanics all alongside him. They're ready to congratulate him for his race win here in Singapore. Certainly very, very well done. As Ali says, let's go for a different winner here in Formula 1. The first different winner in Formula 1 in 2023. The first driver to end that dominance from Red Bull and Max Verstappen. It has been so crazy here today. Just watching Carlos Sainz now removing his headrest from that car. He's going to be exhausted after a very long race here. As Chris Fuchsia says, Verstappen bounced back from a pit deficit to P5 and almost P4 is commendable and will give him a good cushion for the rest of the season. Rajesh saying, you guys are commentators of the day. Thank you very much, Rajesh. We do just wait to see all of these drivers making their way up onto the podium. The Ferrari mechanics go crazy as Carlos Sainz jumps out of his car and jumps into his mechanics to give them all a big hug and is really, really happy to have won this race here today. TC saying smooth operator, and he certainly was a smooth operator here today to take the race win in front of his Ferrari mechanics under the lights here in Singapore in the Marina Bay. NK saying, great job, guys. Thank you very much for all of you for joining us here in the commentary. It's been such a busy day, such a great day, with over 15,000 of you guys joining us during the commentary today. As Leonardo says, oh no, FL ain't. Yeah, Leonardo, very interesting here today. Tarina also saying that I'm a great commentator. Thank you very much for your kind words as we are just watching the fireworks all being shown over the Marina Bay at the moment. Absolutely beautiful scenes here in Singapore. F123 also saying, what a guy is Singapore, is Liam Lawson. Certainly he has had a great day out here. He's gotten his first points. He's gotten up into P9. A phenomenal day here today. So Chris Fuchsia also just saying one important thing is that Verstappen's comeback will silence the people who think that the new technical directive affected the RB18 or RB19's pace here today. We're just going to move over into the Grand Prix review and we're going to hit record. So in 3, 2, 1. Hello everybody and welcome to the Singapore Grand Prix review. Right here after the Singapore Grand Prix has finished. And of course here today we have had Carlos Sainz take the win under lights in the Marina Bay. A brilliant display of domination from the Spaniard here in Singapore. It was a difficult race, certainly not one that was given to him in the end. We thought that he may just lose it because of the fact that those Mercedes drivers were on newer tyres, had a lot of pace, but near the end they weren't able to catch him, and he was really able to work very well with Lando Norris behind him. He kept Lando Norris within DRS range, and that was able to fend off those Mercedes drivers. George Russell was in line to take that third spot here on the podium, but just locked up on the final lap and binned it into the wall. Very, very disappointing for him. He'll certainly be wanting to take a look at those replays and have a look at why that incident happened for himself. So just to take you through our top 18, because only 18 drivers finished here today. Or sorry, actually not even 18. Only 15 drivers finished here today. Carlos Sainz, of course, took that top spot with Lando Norris alongside him to take P2 after the end of the race here. A brilliant day from Lando Norris to capitalize on issues and mistakes from Ferrari as well as those Mercedes with him getting that P2 position. Lewis Hamilton having a good day here, starting P5. He finishes the race with the fastest lap in P3. Charles Leclerc then in P4. He fell back with those old hard tyres. Verstappen on his new set of mediums fought his way through the grid and got up to P5. Not a bad day after having finished and started in P11 after a bad qualifying session yesterday. Pierre Gasly with a good day, finishing in P6. Piastri, a brilliant comeback after starting down in 17th. He gets all the way up into P7. A really, really commendable day for Oscar Piastri, having fought back after a really difficult start. Perez finishes in P8. At least he gets some points for the 2 Red Bulls here today. Liam Lawson with his first points finish of the season after only 3 points in Formula 1. The rookie certainly outshining his teammate Yuki Tsunoda, who didn't finish the race. He didn't even get through lap 1, unfortunately, because of an engine failure. Then we had Magnussen getting that final points position. Albon in P11, Zhou 12th, Hulkenberg 13th, Sargent 14th, and Alonso really having a difficult day out there, had a spin, and he finishes only down in P15. Then our non-finishers here today are Russell, who crashed out there on the final lap in 16th, Bottas 17th, Ocon 18th, Tsunoda 19th, who of course had to retire on the opening lap of the race, and then Stroll, who did not start the race at all, unfortunately due to the fact that he had that massive shunt yesterday in qualifying and his team were just not able to put the car back together again for the race today. A very, very exciting race though. I see a lot of comments down in the comment section, just really having a great day. Really what people have been wanting, a different race winner. That race streak from Red Bull and Max Verstappen have been stolen away from them now by Ferrari. Yeah, really happy to have seen Carlos Sainz get on the podium here today, as well as Lando Norris. Lando Norris will be certainly very happy to have gotten on the podium. He looks absolutely exhausted as he's busy doing his interview right now. It's so demanding on the drivers around this circuit, but really glad to see we didn't have too many mistakes from drivers. Of course, we had a few that didn't finish the race, but just speaking through the race, the opening lap was quite tricky. Charles Leclerc had a great start, got past George Russell in the beginning phases, but then George Russell had some great pace throughout the race and got back past for second position and then started fighting near the end. We thought maybe the Ferraris had made the wrong strategy call by not boxing their drivers when all of the others came in for new mediums, but it certainly worked for Carlos Sainz, didn't work for Charles Leclerc, who got dropped all the way down to P4. But nonetheless, a very exciting race day. Great to have had all of you guys alongside with us. As Taya says, Reeds, we won! She's certainly very happy to have had a Ferrari P1 here today, as are all of us here as Ferrari fans and Formula 1 fans in general. Just happy to have someone else take the win here today and not even have a Red Bull on the podium. It's quite different. But thank you very much to all of you guys. I'm going to go and have a nap now. It's been a very long day. Thank you very much for joining us in the commentary and in our stream. Thank you very much to F123 for those super chats as well. And we certainly look forward to seeing all of you guys out in Japan next race weekend. It's going to be a very early one. It's going to be my birthday on Friday though, so please do be sure to come and join us on Friday, and we'd love to see you there. It's been a great race weekend out here in Singapore. Been super exciting race today. From Mark and myself, we want to say a massive thank you to all of you guys. It's been a year today. It's been the 1 year anniversary of us starting Forever Motorsports and doing all of these race commentaries for you guys. So thank you very, very much. That has been it from me though, Reese and Mark. Thank you very much for joining us here today on Forever Motorsports.